interfering with something because we don't have that understanding, where's the fence drawn that we can't cross, or where can we cross, or where's that intercom to speak to address what we issues we feel that are issues here on our reservation, on our lands. So I think that's what down the road we need to set up to address, so we can understand on our side and on your side to move further. I always believe to move further forward. You can always move in any direction, but we look to move forward on behalf of everybody. How do we do that? And it takes teams, it takes people, teamwork, collaboration to move forward, understanding. So we always know how to address things to be further up. So with that, again, welcome and thank you, and I look forward to working together. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Treasurer. Secretary, do you have a comment?
Chairman, Council, thank you, Judge. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for showing your concern and just coming here before Council and letting the membership know that you hear our concerns and you're aware and you offered your support. So thank you for coming and doing your staff. So Chairman, Council.
Thank you, Secretary. Councilman Knight?
Good morning, Judge and staff. I really do appreciate you all coming down to visit with us. It shows a step, I guess, in progress, and to know that we're not by ourselves down here, that we do have your support, and with whatever help that we do need, especially with our tribal members coming back and how we can help them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lehigh?
Just want to say thank you for coming into our chambers and knowing that some of you have worked for us before. It's good to know that, and that we can work furthermore into the future and make things better for our membership and our tribe. I just want to say that. Thank you. Toya.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a few more things as we talked a little bit about it. We did ask the federal government or federal courts to go ahead and move from Denver to Durango. As what was the judge's name? West, yes. He really advocated for us to get that going. We sent a lot of our tribal members for court hearings up to Denver, and it was hard to go through the process and get them. Tribal members want to support the people that are going through court, so we had it moved closer and really looking at it from that standpoint. Always looking at partnership with Department of Justice and issues that arise. There's 574 federally recognized tribes in the country. All of them are unique in their own way. Some have a land base, some don't. We as Ute Mountain, our land base is about 600,000 acres. It goes into 3 states, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. We just recently, this past spring, got recognized in New Mexico, but we've been here even before statehood of New Mexico. We've been here even before statehood of any of the states, when it was called territories back then. We have treaties in place, and at times under the judicial system, we feel like we haven't been treated fairly in some cases. So it's really good to understand as judges or magistrates to look at cultural sensitivity of working in the areas that you work in, the areas that you represent. There's a 10th Circuit that really represents some of the states here. We fall into the 10th Circuit, and we want to be able to really look at how do we address issues, not only with the tribal and non-tribal or outside companies or entities that happen, but what really comes into particular is jurisdiction. And I think the case in Oklahoma where non-tribals, or if somebody commits a crime on tribal reservation and they're non-tribal, how do we hold them accountable? MMIR really comes into play, missing and murdered indigenous relatives. Other things that come into play that under the judicial system is not really being heard. Indian country is becoming more and more a part of the judicial system in a way that we have to hire attorneys, and to get the bar, they have to go through a process. Some states didn't require the Indian bar. Now more states are. So to practice law in certain states on certain cases is something that we really need to look at. So advocating in some of them areas, especially the court system and how that works, and working together like we're doing today is a meet and greet, but where do we go from here? How do we make things better for both of us? Your court system, ours, the judicial system, the laws that are there in front of us. The tribes across this country are the most regulated of any ethnic group, and we have to look at how can it be equal. Where's the equity in some cases? Like, for instance, as I mentioned, the non-native, if they come onto the reservation, how do we hold them accountable? Things that happen through MOUs or MOAs, that's starting point. But how do we really work toward a better future if we can't have jurisdiction over certain things? So jurisdiction is another stepping stone to move toward a better future. So as we start to look at that, and I thank the Vice Chairman for bringing up the law enforcement issue we have. Department of Justice has a real hard time hiring law enforcement officers. As I mentioned, we have 600,000 acres here for Ute Mountain, and there are other tribes like in South Dakota, North Dakota, have millions of acres, but only have 3 or 4 officers patrolling it. So officers play a role in how it goes through the court system. If you don't have enough officers, then places can be lawless. One of our communities here on Ute Mountain, White Mesa, we don't have an officer there dedicated 24 hours, 7 days a week. We have an officer there 12 hours. That's all. So how do we hold communities accountable if somebody's not abiding by the law? And then it goes, if they can't report that, then it goes to your court system, and the court system's, well, I don't have no evidence. There's nothing, the law enforcement officer doesn't have the time to do sometimes a report. So we as a tribe, and this resolution we're going to be presenting today, I'd like to have you review it, each one of you. It's something we'll be presenting today to Department of Justice, and it's more of an advocacy, it's more of a support from each of you judges in what's happening here on Ute Mountain, but it can also reflect on jurisdiction in the court system and how we move forward. We as a Ute Mountain Ute tribe have tried every avenue we can to try to hire more officers here. But the HR department, under Department of Justice, takes 1 year for background checks. Same way with the Indian Health Service, 1 year. By that time it goes through the system, the people that applied for the positions take another opportunity in another area in their field. So that's why we lack. So we have gone back to TIBIC, the Tribal Interior Budget Committee, to make recommendations, especially where it starts from is funding. Funding is what's lacking. Indian country across this United States lacks a lot of funding to really meet the needs based on treaty agreements, based on the agreements we've had with the federal government and states. The process of it is just so cumbersome, so complex, that sometimes funding is really not adhered to or even funded at the level it's supposed to be at. Right now, we're probably getting 20 to 30% of what we're allocated. Our actual need is 70% more, so it's always based on funding. So I'm sorry, I'm probably preaching to the choir here in a way and really trying to understand how we were going, but it's good for our tribal members to hear too. Good for us to hear inside these chambers and our council members as how we move forward into the new future in protection and safety of our communities. And we can only do it through partnerships, MOUs, MOAs, agreements that's on paper. A long time ago, it used to be a handshake, but that's not relevant today. So we have to go through a process where we have to put something down. And we both understand from a legal standpoint and how we move forward. So I just wanted to leave that there. Also would like to give you some cards in case you need to reach out to me in any way. Peter, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just briefly. Thank you for providing that resolution. I was hoping to give you a copy of that today. The That's the litany of resolutions that the tribe has done over the past 20-plus years, trying to bring attention to the law enforcement issues, yet we still have the exact same problems we had more than 20 years ago. And I don't know how to address it. We're frustrated. We know if we sue, we're just going to be told, great, no money, good luck. So tribes are really frustrated by this. I don't know what can be done at your level necessarily to address that. But there are some things I think that we can talk about at your level. Right now, there are some detention services that are supposed to be provided in our jail. And I know this is a big issue for Magistrate West, so it goes back that long ago. I don't know the level of those services today. Part of the problem is the lack of funding to the tribe. The tribe can provide those services, but we don't always have the means to from the United States. And so we do have the availability of certain services in the detention center. And so I think when Councilman Whiteman brought up, let's have some more meetings on this, let's discuss this further, I think that's one of the things we need to talk about. Another one are the hearings in Durango. I think it's really excellent when a judge comes down and has the hearings in Durango. I know it doesn't happen often, and it's a real burden on the judges to be able to do that, but it helps so much. I've been in a few hearings in Durango with the magistrates. They're great. They do a wonderful job. But bringing the judges down just gives that magistrate that much more credibility. When he says something and then something happens that doesn't follow through and then it gets to you guys and you actually come to the same court, you sit in the same bench as he does, and you say the same thing he does, it just reinforces it and it makes our justice system that much better. The liaison program that the DOJ set up is working really well. I work really closely with Josh Player over in Durango, so I want you to know that, at least from my perspective, I think he's doing a good job at trying to listen to the tribe and trying to bring cases to you that you need to hear. And then lastly, I know part of the reason that you're here is sort of to discuss how we can improve the system. And I don't know, we have our court administrator here. I don't know what sort of training we do for our judges here in the CFR Court, Court of Indian Offenses. After the Dinesby case, they're no longer considered a federal court, so I don't know if that meant that there might be certain trainings or things that were now taken out of their agenda, but I think any way that we can join and have similar trainings for them that you have, particularly with regard to the availability of services and how we can incorporate those services, I think that would really help. So again, I don't know what we have for those judges, but I'm hoping there's something, and if there's not, then maybe we can help put something in place.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Peter. Priscilla?
Good morning. My name is Priscilla Blackhawk, and I'm the court administrator for the CFR Court. And welcome to you Mountain. I'm glad you're here. And our judges, we have 2 judges and a prosecutor that are hired under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So they come out of there, and they do send the judges to training through the Bureau. So they do have ongoing training throughout the year. But in regards to issues that we see is reentry services for tribal members that return back to the community that are incarcerated. That is a big concern here. The second concern is aftercare, to receive assistance, primarily funding for aftercare. Because once they come back into the system, there's no aftercare, and they end up coming back through our court system, that revolving door. That's what we see. So the other issue is when individuals are released from prison, what is the protocol to notify the tribe that they're back? You know, I don't know chairman's ever gotten anything, but they do a release, but I don't know what their protocol is to notify the tribe. And then the Depenza case, what Peter's talking about, there was a double jeopardy concern with that federal case, because in our court, we did find the individual guilty, did his time, served his time, and then 6 months later, the feds picked up the case. So there was a gap of 6 months there, and that's how the double jeopardy issue came about, because he felt like he was being tried twice for the same crime, which he was charged with tribal charges in our court, and then the feds picked it up on federal charges. So that's a concern, that I have. And as for the Thomas Tom consent decree, that was done, and I'm glad that case, came about, and the consent decree was ordered. But to say the vision of that wasn't completely addressed on some issues. Like there was supposed to be treatment, there was supposed to be, think of nurse, doctor, or, different individuals to help the people that are incarcerated. So that vision was never fulfilled by BIA. So, and it's still that way today. And right now they're trying to get our iRecidivism program in there to address some of those issues. So those are kind of coming from the court. That's just what I see, that some of the things I think that need to be addressed that would help our community here. So again, thank you for coming and thank you for being here and trying to help the tribe address the concerns that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for helping us out with the Department of Justice, the regional facility that we have here, Chief Ignacio. It's been something that we've been looking at for a long time, even before you came. I was on council then, and a lot of our tribe members were going off to areas like Peach Springs, Quail We sent them a long way, so that's why that whole regional facility was built here. But not all of it is utilized, the square footage inside there. We don't always want to put our tribal members in an incarceration where they just sit in jail. We want programs that really meet the needs, just as Priscilla has mentioned in the reentry program, the recidivism. We do send our tribal members to treatment facilities for substance abuse, but there needs to be an aftercare program. We did get a settlement from behavioral health, both tribes, Ute Mountain and Southern Ute, and we want to build something more local, just like the regional facility here. And Southern Ute is supposed to take the lead on building something, but that's something that we as council will be discussing in executive session a little bit more about. But there is things that we can do more better for Indian country in general, because you have to look at not only a Western philosophy of behavioral health or coming back into the society. You have to look at a traditional aspect of tribal members too, utilizing traditional healing in trying to get them back on the right road. So with all of that, I just wanted to say again, thank you on behalf of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, our tribal council, our membership here. Look forward to having more discussions like this, coming up with something that can really benefit us. And any recommendations you have, please work through our general counsel department, our legal department, executive director here, John Trochek, and any of the council members, the treasurer, and I think Councilman Lehigh both sit on the legal council committee. They're the ones that lead the charge on any recommendations on any court judicial system issues that come back to the full council. So please work with them on that. That'll work. Okay. Anything else from you?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I know you have an incredibly busy agenda today. I'll make a couple of quick remarks. I appreciate Judge Wong and our magistrate judges coming. Judge Wong is actually the senior judge to me on our court. She was confirmed before I was, but my role in getting to a little bit about what Mr. Ortega said, this court made a commitment to Western Colorado and to the Four Corner area and the tribes, and because of that, I come down every other month and address personally all of the criminal cases emanating from the Four Corners area, which is not just the tribal cases, but also other federal matters on the criminal side of things. And I do those sitting in Durango, holding all of those hearings and sentencings and trials in the Durango courthouse so that individuals from this part of the state don't have to travel to Denver. And we're committed to continuing to do that moving forward. And in that vein, if there is training that needs to occur, If I can add to that, I'm happy to come and work with your local judges if you all think that that would be beneficial in some way. I know that the council members know this, but I think it's important to say, like this council is a legislative body, we are a judicial body, which means that our scope is limited. We don't get to pass legislation. We don't get to have a budget that we set. A budget is set for us. And we are reactive in that cases come to us. We don't get to choose what cases we take. Those choices are made by members of the Department of Justice or other agencies. But what we would like to do, one of our primary focuses, is work on better rehabilitative resources, better use of the resources that are available, and creative thinking about resources that we may not even know exist. For example, it's frustrating to me to know that individuals go through a reentry center on the Front Range and then may get released and come back and not have resources or not know where to go for resources, and then recidivate or fail in our choices to send them back to prison or to leave them in the community. And that may be dangerous for the community and for family members. And if there are resources that we can harness to make them more likely to succeed, we'd like to do that. I know one question that was raised, and I think this is something to work with your tribal justice liaison matter on. I think they can tell you anytime somebody's coming back into your community. In fact, I think that is one of U.S. Attorney Player's duties, is to let you know. He's the one who gets told by the Bureau of Prisons if somebody's being released, and I think if you ask him, I suspect he can let counsel or the general counsel know, who can then let the council know. But we would really like to continue the conversation about how can we better use resources to make people more likely to succeed either on pre or post-trial supervision, so that that works better for your community as a whole.
Appreciate that. Really, thank you for that and helping us open that door a little bit more, better understand. I know that you have no control over budget or things like that or legislative, but support letter, recommendations like that based on what you're facing on lack of treatment or any type of services, then that's where you would step in as judges saying, well, I see I have this one that's being sent out from prison, but there's nothing there for them in the tribe. So just advocacy and support in a way that we help each other out. That's kind of what we was alluding to.
And we have, and I appreciate that. That's one where I've met with Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper's staff, and I know they put a fiscal note into the appropriators for a reentry center in the Four Corners area. I don't know that it's happened or will happen, but they are advocating for that so that people can have the opportunity to reenter close to their home, and so that they don't have to leave jobs and treatment facilities once they've re-entered. I think we certainly have the ability to tell the other branches, here are things we need. Doesn't mean that they will do it, but we certainly can continue to have that discussion to tell them where we think services are lacking.
And just to add on to that, it creates a model that some tribes might be lacking in the same areas. So when you create a model, then we're taking the lead in developing something that can make treatment or whatever the case may be to make these better citizens into the future.
So, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned things like incarceration programs, reentry, and recidivism. The kind of vision we have would be reducing incarceration, increasing programs, addressing reentry, and lowering recidivism. It's exactly those things that our vision would be for the tribe. And one of the other things you mentioned was presence. And you were thankful that the court moved to Durango. I mean, this is a long discussion, but our hope would be there would be judicial officers here in Toyac on a regular basis, not in Durango, not in Cortez, but right here. The court would be potentially coming down here on a regular basis, many times a year. And looking at the issues right here and talking with the people right here and addressing the issues where they live. And that would be what our dream is.
Sounds good. Thank you. Anything else, council members? Councilman Knight?
Just a quick question. I seen that other states have successful programs, so what would be our next step working in that way too for the Four Corners region?
So, both Judge Gallagher and I were magistrate judges before we became district judges. And so one thing that all of us have talked about is that we're looking at the District of Colorado as a whole, and we are really at the beginning stages of putting together a proposal for the district. There are many active judges other than Judge Gallagher and I. And we want to continue this conversation so that we are not formulating a committee or plans to look at these issues without input for the tribes. One of the things that Chairman Hart said that really resonated with me is the issue of cultural communication. And I will be very honest, I don't know much about the Ute Mountain Ute culture, but it does strike me as someone who is not a white Caucasian American, that when you are sentencing someone, knowing about their cultural background and their language and what is may not be something that is traditional for you, but is traditional for them, is incredibly important, not because it necessarily impacts the way we go through the mechanics of what Judge Gallagher and I have to do when we look at the different factors under the statute, but because it makes a difference to make that connection person to person and have both people in that communication feel like they are looking for common ground, so that it isn't, I'm doing this to you and you need to completely assimilate into what I'm telling you, but I am trying to listen to you and account for your history and the tribe's history in making those very difficult determinations of reentry, aftercare, assimilation. Because nobody, at least in my experience, as a mother or as a judge, likes to be told what to do. That's one of the most difficult parts of supervised release. When you're coming back into the community and you have all of these, you're finally out of incarceration, you have all these rules. And to have rules put on you by someone who you don't believe understands you or likes you or even wants to listen to you makes that assimilation back in the reentry and pro-positive choices, pro-social choices ever the harder. So what are the next steps? I think the next steps are we need to continue to have these meetings, not just with this tribe, other tribes, but all the other constituent groups. I think the next step is probably putting together a committee to evaluate some of these other programs. We don't have to start from scratch. And talk about our resources, because some of the most difficult choices are where do we get the resources, both human and financial, and what our next steps are.
And following up on that, just very briefly, there's the formal report that the court must do. You know, we are 2 judges of 14 votes on our court. But there's also less formal things that we can do. Is the judge that sentences everyone in this part of the state, if there are resources available, I can use them now. If there are cultural resources available and it would be appropriate for me to recommend to our probation officers to incorporate that, or if there are resources the tribes have for reentry or rehabilitation that I don't know about, those can be used immediately if those are available for me to use in sentencing. So some of this has to go through a more formal, longer process that the court must incorporate. But because all of the cases in this area are assigned to me, if there are things that I don't know, I very much welcome Peter or whomever his replacement is reaching out to me and letting me know that, or if I can speak with your tribal court administrator and find out about those. I don't have to wait on those if there are things that are legally available to me and that I am legally allowed to use.
Any other questions, comments, council members? Okay, with that, thank you, council members. Mr. Jackett.
I just want to make a quick comment, since this is in regards to exactly what he was talking about, dealing with laws and trying to cope with some of our issues here. I'd like to reiterate what the gentleman said on the right. By having community involvement in some of our issues here can make a big difference on what we can do to better our community. So rather than just passing resolutions to put everybody on the hot spot and say, well, they're all subject to one wrongful doing, then I think it's only a matter of whether the general council, by means of having a general meeting to address these issues, especially with the gun issues, because not all of us mistreat and misuse our weapons, but we still do have rights. I have a right to bear arms, but I don't want that to be infringed. But I want you guys to also understand that we all need to have a voice in the decision-making process according to the Constitution. We as the General Counsel, I think we are entitled to that. So try not to ignore us, but to hear what we have to say. And I think that if we have a meeting that would be in a very good manner without any disruption, I think we would be able to achieve those goals that you're asking, how to deal with curbing some of these problems. I myself, I'm not going to deny anything and saying I don't know anything about law enforcement. I went to the state of Colorado for law enforcement training. We came here back in the early 80s. We didn't have the resources that we have today. We made do with what the laws were. The court system worked together with us. They provided this service for us for incarcerations and whatnot. The judges, social services, they all pitched in and helped. But our biggest thing here today is the lack of services that law enforcement is providing us. The court system, the services that provide aftercare, the detention facilities. We hear all these things that are going on out there. But how do we address them if we cannot be heard? This is a good point now that we need to be heard, because a lot of times we have activities out here that are being inflicted by non-tribal members. So when we go through a process and such, where's our grievance process? What is our right to due process if we can't even confront the people that are alleging these crimes or incidents against non-member or tribal members? That's what we need to be heard on. I like that idea of the gentleman saying getting community involved. I think that you'll learn a lot from the community members in general on what the problems are. And out of it, maybe we'll come up with some solutions. That's all we're asking. Give us that opportunity to be heard. I think we'll have a better way of going down this road, because if not, this is going to be another one of those things that is one-sided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, appreciate all you magistrates, judges coming here. Let's continue to reach out and have more meetings throughout the new calendar year. Thank you, and happy holidays to you and your family.
Thank you, Chairman, council members.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on with our next agenda item. We're going to move into old business, number 5. We have 2 ratification advisory resolutions. First one is the behavioral health. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Chairman,
Morning.
Council.
Morning.
Deanne House, Director of Magoon Behavior Health. I bring before you an advisory resolution to be ratified. This is in regards to the State of Colorado opioid funding SOR 4 grant. The purpose of this contract is to provide substance use services to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe in accordance with the State Opioid Response Grant, SOR. We shall provide substance use treatment and other needed therapy for tribal members and other American Indians, Alaska Natives in the tribal land or immediate area, and support on-reservation access to a substance use counselor and mental health therapist. This grant has been reduced from the prior year and only supports 2 FTEs at this time. So with this advisory resolution, it will allow us to provide those services, provide those therapists, and help foster a therapeutic treatment for the prevention and intervention of substance use and abuse on the Ute Mountain tribal lands. And the reason why we're here, I guess, is because that contract, as you all know, the people at the state level have changed. So whoever developed the contract for this new year, there's a waiver of sovereign immunity attached to it. And the state wasn't willing to consider taking that out, so therefore we have to deal with that waiver of sovereign immunity.
Can you get legal in here? I need to have an opinion. Thank you. So the question comes, there's a waiver of sovereign immunity in this resolution.
I'm not familiar with this particular waiver. I can identify it if you need me to, but I assume it went through the transmittal process. If we told you it had a waiver in it.
Yes.
It may not be one that I specifically reviewed, so.
So is this one Nikki reviewed?
I don't know that for sure.
I think so.
I mean, you want me to identify the waiver? Is that why you're?
Yes. And will there be any concerns on it? Resolution is on page 20.
I don't see anything in the packet.
Page 20.
I see a resolution in the packet. Oh, I see, it's after the advisory.
Yep.
Is it the MOU with Pueblo, or is it the,
It's a SOR 4 grant. It should have an exhibit that represents that sovereign immunity clause.
the agreement's not in the packet, so I don't know where the agreement would be, where the waiver would be in the agreement. All I have is the advisory resolution and the resolution.
Council, do you have any questions, comments? Do you wish to move forward with this resolution, advisory resolution? Four of you did sign off on favor of it. Go ahead.
Could we identify the legal counsel that went ahead through the transmittal process and okayed this? I think I'd feel more, I think I'd feel more secure if we get that recommendation and Peter saying that he didn't sign off on that or overview that. Maybe Nikki. I'm thinking that's the only other person, if we can get in contact with her and we bring this to the table and see if her waiver of the sovereign immunity is adequate. Thank you.
I'll go get Nikki.
Thank you.
Really. Sent John the entire agreement, but when we looked at the packet yesterday, it was not,
Well,
everything wasn't copied.
do you have what was sent by transmittal so we can see what legal counsel reviewed? Because all I see is the contract amendment number 3.
No, that's something that Grants probably has. They're the ones that notified me and said I needed to do the presentation of this award because of the sovereign immunity. And then we were advised to do an advisory resolution last week, so.
Sure. Yeah, right. 16 and then 20.
The amendment itself does not contain a waiver, so typically we would not say that an amendment requires council approval. If the original agreement had a waiver in it, then the council would have approved that by resolution, and so the amendment would not necessarily have to be approved. If the amendment creates a new waiver, then we would say, yeah, it needs to go in front of council, but I don't see that this amendment creates a new waiver, so I'm surprised that we would have said that there's a waiver and it has to go in front of council.
And I don't know without looking at the agreement, because we see so many of those. If Peter's got the amendment there, and I mean, I would agree with him unless I could see what was originally transmitted. But that's what we were just talking about. Usually if it is an amendment to a previous agreement, even if there's a waiver in there, but it's been approved by resolution, then usually it's not a problem. So I don't know without looking at it, but I don't have it in front of me, but I would trust Peter. I mean, if it's only an amendment to an original agreement, then it probably is fine. Can be approved.
Okay, any other questions, council members?
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair?
and this probably goes back to the director. Ms. House, when is the deadline for this, to ratify this resolution to get back with the funding source to know that we all got our ducks in a row?
This was actually, the award had ended on September 30th. So without this ratification, without this advisory resolution, those two staff members that are supported by this funding will not be able to work. So with that, last week we were told to do an advisory resolution so that the state would understand that we were in the process of doing what we needed to do and that the staff members could continue their work. So this is something that came from grants. Normally, the state works with the department and says, okay, here's the budget, here's the dollar amount, I need a budget in your budget format, and they process. But this year, when we had to go through the transmittal process, grants comes back and tells us we have to go through and get a resolution because there was a waiver of sovereign immunity within the contract. And it did have an exhibit. The information I gave John to put into this council packet had that exhibit attached. But for some
Okay.
reason, it didn't get into that packet.
Thank you for that. And the reason why I ask is because I'm not completely confident with the answers that were given from legal in how we move forward with this. I mean, I'm getting answers that are all over the board, and it doesn't make me feel confident to move forward with that without the justification pieces that are attached with it. I think legal probably needs to go back and touch base with grants to see where the confusion is there. But I also think there's got to be a better transmittal process there. Because I know we faced this issue a couple of times in the past. So how do we make things better and more transparent from the director to grants to legal and making sure that all these processes are adhered to. So that's my concern right there, is I know these two individuals that are underneath that grant right there, and the difficulty it is to not get them paid if we don't pass this, but I really want to make sure that the language, especially on the sovereign immunity side, is really looked at and adhered to. So it goes back to legal counsel. I mean, if we can find something that makes me more confident in the answers that are there, knowing that the process was adhered to, then I could definitely say I'm in favor with this resolution there. But right now, I'm kind of rocky about it just because of the answers that were given and the faultiness of the process that was there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Nikki?
Deanne is recalling that she thinks I looked at it, and I did indicate, and again, although it's not perfect, I mean, if the advisory's been approved, the advisory resolution's been approved, I don't see the harm in just ratifying that. If there is a waiver in there, then it's addressed. If there's not a waiver in there, it's not hurting anything. It's just council approving the opioid settlement, the amendment that's came through. If not, we can go back, and I can go back and look for the transmittal, because we don't keep the original documentation. But, because I don't want to delay anything. I just don't know without looking at the documents what I was referring to, because, we process so many of these.
So Vice Chair, do you have any recommendations on this?
I would, maybe, this is what I would do if this is so pressing right now. I'd have legal review it and get all the documents that are needed to confirm that what was signed, how we move forward with it. I just don't want to leave no loopholes moving forward, and most definitely I think we can reconvene this matter before the end of the council meeting, just to know that the facts are there, it's justified, everything was said is being said and is done in the correct process. That's just the way I feel as one council member, but you got 5 other council members that are there, 4 other council members that are there, so that's just what I've seen, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Treasurer, what are your thoughts?
Chairman, and listen what's going on in discussion in regards to the waiver of sovereign immunity. And again, if legal feels that we're covered, and then I would want to go ahead and go through with it. Because again, you're looking at the livelihood of employees. There's always a responsibility in everything we do and everything the decisions we make. And I hate to, sometimes we have to prolong them, and it does affect employees. But, that's why I was saying we need to keep, find out what's coming up, our next council meeting, make sure everything's in place. If there's questions, we have these answers. Because if not, then we get right here at this intersection where we're at now. And which way do we go? We don't have the signs. We go this way, we go that way. So that's why if the legal would give that okay to say, okay, you know what, we'll be covered, we'll be all right, then I go along with them. I agree with them. So the process can keep moving on for the employees to get paid. Because if not, then it starts putting a damper on the department that they're under. And then it starts putting a damper on the needs that the services they provide to the membership or community members. So it always has that chain reaction. So if we're okay with it, then I'm in agreement with legal to move forward.
Chairman, if I may, I just got an email from the CFO, and on November 18th, Nikki sent an email to Patrick notifying him that there's a waiver in 45 CFR section 75.371, and then she asked for guidance as to what she should do. And then Patrick then notified Deanne on 2 days later that they had tried to negotiate with the state to take the waiver out. However, unfortunately, they're insisting on the federal language that creates the waiver, so it needs to go in front of council. And so that's how this got to where it is. So we identified the waiver in the addition of 45 CFR Section 75.371.
So from this point, this resolution is coming before the council to include the waiver.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. But you're okay to go ahead and move forward with it? Is it a limited waiver?
It's a limited waiver. It's a waiver in enforcement, so if the tribe doesn't do what the grant is required, the United States goes through a whole slew of things before they would sue the tribe, but that 45.371 allows them to eventually sue if that's where it gets. So the tribe does its contracts very well, does its grants very well. I'm confident that you guys will administer this grant correctly and that you won't end up being sued. But yes, there is a waiver. I wouldn't raise it as one of the biggest issues that you face when it comes to potential liabilities.
And I think that's what the treasurer's looking for, is some assurance to go ahead and move forward with this ratification.
I do recall now, because I did talk to Patrick about it, the state actually even came back with some alternate proposed language, but it didn't remove the waiver. So I had to say, no, it still doesn't remove the waiver. And the waiver, as Peter said, when you look at the remedies, there's like 5, and going to court is your last remedy. But eventually the feds could, if none of the other remedies were to work out. So your liability is pretty low. I mean, the tribe does manage its grants correctly, but it's a waiver, and so it had to come before council.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Vice Chairman?
Yes, as long as it's acknowledged and there was a paper trail of that and the legal feels that, that the limited waiver of sovereign immunity won't affect anything, and it's basically maybe a technicality on what we've done with the tribe's processes, I'm comfortable with that. So, yeah.
Okay. With that, any other comments, council members? Councilwoman Knight?
Just hearing from the conversation, that was back in November, and I kind of felt rushed I just got this the 1st of December, so what took that time frame to get this going? Because we were always talking about accountability of our directors, of our departments, and it was just rushed to hurry up because we need to get these full-time employees paid, so I just want to see more accountability.
I think that comes from our grants department, the accountability. You've got how many people in grants, you got compliance people that should be on top of the different awards and seeing when these awards end, when reports are due, when 425s are due, when drawdowns need to be done. All of that are processes that need to be in place, and people need to be accounted for and accountable for those activities. When I got this, it was the end of November, and the end of November, the lady from BHA said, this award is going to end. We need a budget. This is your dollar amount. I need a report from the tribe saying this is what's active and this is what's remaining dollars on this account. I can't give that to her. I cannot give that information to her because we don't track it. That's Grant's job. So then the referral went to Grants and said, okay, this is what this lady's asking for. Can you get this information to her? Well, I can't do that because it's not the end of the month yet. It's just the changeover in people at BHA. They operate differently than the people before. And a lot of them have never worked with tribes before, so they're really not, they don't really understand how the tribe's processes work. So with that, we came to a crunch. This should have been brought before the council on the 10th and 11th, I think, but you guys canceled that council meeting. So that's why it got pushed back. Then we were told the best way to do it, because it involves staff and the potential of the staff not getting paid for their time, was to do an advisory resolution. So So that's where we got to this.
Any other comments, council members?
There's one more
Chairman?
comment.
Councilwoman Knight, then Secretary.
I think there's 2 of these advisory resolutions because I did sign one, but then this one I don't see my signature. So just a comment.
Okay. Councilman, Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, so directors need to be held accountable for these grants, regardless. I know we lost the 988 grant for suicide awareness. We lost that one, and I got paper trail for that one. So when you talk about accountability, it's the directors and whoever is held accountable for that grant. They're supposed to report back to those funders and let them know this is what we're doing. And if you need help, you're supposed to reach out to them, say, hey, we need help spending these funds. What else do you need us to do? So there's a lot of accountability. So, and I don't want to lose any of these grants. That 988 grant, that was a suicide awareness from Albuquerque Indian Health Board. A lot of money. All the tribes, they're all doing it. But we lost ours. We lost ours. So, accountability. That's what I'm going to leave it at. The Chairman, Council.
Thank you.
I just want to say, when we talk about accountability, it's not just one person. It's the total as a grant, as a tribe. With that 988, there was too much interference. Interference in that who were the authorities? I can contact the lady at 988 and said, this is what we're doing. But she said, no, that's not what you're doing. According to your representative, this is what you're doing. So who's really in charge? It has to be, if you're going to hold the director in charge and accountable, then let us do our job. Don't interfere because we're the people on the ground in the community. This is how it's going to work. This is my timeline. I've got a 4-month timeline, and this is what I'm going to do every month. And if she's saying, no, this is what your representative is saying, she disapproved everything. So who's accountable then? It's really hard. We just need to work better together and better understand what it is that we're doing, because we can't have this interference. I know you represent there, but, let us know too what's happening. It works good when we're all communicating.
Any other questions, council members?
Chairman?
Go ahead.
I totally agree with that statement. I think, we need to look at the bigger aspect of it, and that's really the teamwork and really working together. I think that's where we kind of falter on some of these places because these silos are still up, these barriers are still up. But I went to a conference this past 2 weeks ago, and it was an iLead conference, and it's really on how your leadership skills are built up. And, it said exactly what the director had said, was holding people accountable for their jobs, but also letting them do their jobs. Really putting the confidence in the directors and the individuals throughout those processes to handle their jobs and making sure that they're adhered to. So definitely there's a lot of good conversation that's going on here, but like I said, I think there's got to be a little bit better of a process. I think we went through that with the grant, with the broadband issue. But I think this really has to include all of the departments, everybody that works for us, and what can be a better process for everybody. And I can't emphasize on this enough is the communication. Yeah, we want everybody held accountable, but let them handle their jobs the way that they need to. So definitely, maybe we can look at the process, Mr. Executive Director, and we can come up with better recommendations on how it could be adhered better, how it could be more transparent for everybody. Maybe there's a list that everybody can utilize to check into to say, okay, these grants, they went through this transmittal process, and how do we look up information on that? Because I know legal has a lot on their plate too when it comes to looking at all these different contracts, all these different transmittals, all these different grants that we were applying for or that we're getting awarded. So I think the process could use a little vamping up, and I would really like to make a recommendation when I do my council report with some of these trainings that are out there. And Falmouth, they offer a huge amount of trainings that could make us consistent on everything that we do with the operation of the tribe. because that's where I'm seeing a lot of this downfall right now, with some of the processes that we could make a little bit better and airtight, so that way it's more accommodable to the directors, to the grants department, and even to us. So those are just some recommendations there. You know, we're all here together, so let's not turn this into something that, of a pointing game to say it's your fault, it's their fault. No, we're all gonna take the accountability and move forward and say okay, let's make this process better and let's make things moving forward the membership, because when it comes down to it, these programs help offer those type of services to the membership, but also help give, some of the tribal members that are employed that experience to be in these positions, to execute their jobs the best way possible. So that's what I'm just seeing here, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's not a blame game. How can we make things better as we move forward? And I think that's the ultimate question that we have to come down to, is the processes that we have to adhere to. So just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members?
Sure.
Councilman Lehigh?
I just want to say, we could comment that, you know, I think it's an opportunity for our directors to have more training, and that way we don't run into accountability issues that we have within the tribe. So I just want to say that, because I think that's where we're lacking, is more of the training, so that we don't run into this accountability, because as Vice Chair said, a lot of the trainings you go to, you learn from it, and making sure that things don't fall into the situations that we're going through now, and that way we don't fall back on saying that there's a lackability in departments. So I just want to say that and make that comment. Thank you, Toya.
Thank you. If there's no more comments from council members, I wanted to throw my 2 cents in too. A while back, grants, Patrick Littlebear had a training down at the casino. It was a 1-week training for everybody that had grants. Our budget for FY24, starting from way back, grants have really come about. We've increased the budget by almost half. We're right around 100 plus fiscal year budget. Half of these are grants. So when Patrick looked at that, he's saying he was getting pretty overwhelmed. And it goes exactly to what the Vice Chairman's alluding to. Process. How do we look at it without pointing fingers saying, well, that department or this department or that director? It's not a blame game of who's not doing what they're supposed to do. Let's look at a process to really meet the needs of how we're moving forward. If we can do what Patrick does, because sometimes our grant writer takes some of that process on reporting too. She takes on that fiduciary responsibility of reporting back through crops, and grants can just do so much. Grants is spearheading everything, but they don't have a staff that'll take care of every reporting. So I'm going to advocate a little bit on behalf of Grant and support them, and saying we as directors also have to take some of these duties and responsibilities on. If we don't know how to do the reporting, ask, request, can I get training, as Councilman Lehigh said, as Patrick did, 1 week of reporting. Everybody that went to that conference down there at the casino, probably out of the 100% of them, 10, maybe 20% took it, learned it, implemented it. The other 80%, I can't do it. I'm going to give it back to grants. That's what's happening now. So the process is really what we need to learn. I also talked to CFO and I said, if we're running into this, then can we hire out of some funds to have somebody identified to do the reporting? Help Patrick out to do the reporting. He can take care of some other stuff, trying to get things moving. Let's hire some more staff that can do the reporting. Contract with them. And then you utilize, and then it streamlines more. We have a lot of grants here. We've got a big grant that's coming up on housing, on behavioral health, on broadband, on some of our projects under the health. We have a lot going on, so let's see if we can better do a better process for all of us, without having to say this silo versus that silo. We have to knock these silos down. We have to work together, because we're all under the umbrella of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Our employees, the services, the programs, and our customers, our clients, and that's our tribal members. So let's develop something better. John, I also agree with Vice Chair. Let's develop something that works better. Work with Ron, CFO, see if we can identify some funds. Maybe have a special meeting with just the grant people and just say, let's do this again, let's revisit it and develop a process that really meets the needs of reporting, of your scope of work, if you have to change it, what other issues, legal could be included, if it's a waiver of sovereign immunity, then let's find a process to get things moving forward in a better way. So I do thank everyone for their comments. At this time, how does the council wish to move forward on this resolution?
Chairman, if there's no question or comment, I'd like to make the motion.
There's a motion,
I'll second it, Chairman.
there's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Councilman Jacket?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Thank you. Ms. House, next one that's coming up, Environmental Department, please come on up, introduce yourself. Also is a ratification resolution.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of Tribal Council, committee members, executive staff, Ms. Hopkins from BIA. I'm asking for your support ratifying a polling resolution that was approved a few weeks ago at the end of November to meet a grant deadline. This is a project with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. They gave us a grant this fiscal year for $50,000, an environmental justice grant. These weren't competitive. They allocated $50,000 to each of the 2 Colorado Ute tribes. And for the next fiscal year and the one after that, they're doubling down on that and increasing the award or the allocation, I should say, to $225,000 for 2 years. So we did have support from the council to move forward with the polling resolution. So this resolution is a ratification of that. We did submit the proposal, and I'm in the process of working with their staff on refining it. I will need an official signature on the cover page with your approval of this resolution. I'll get that over transmitted for the chairman's signature. What this project is about is a couple things, a couple goals. One being helping us with our solid waste transfer station. So this year, a couple things we're doing with the 50,000 or part of the 50,000. We are looking to improve the management of the used motor oil and stuff that is in a corner of the facility. We're going to tidy that up, get some new containers, get a contract so that we can have that hauled off routinely. And also removing specific items. In particular, we have like hundreds of mattresses and pieces of furniture that have been piling up down there. So this is a chunk of money to help us get that out of town. The next couple of years, we're going to do some more work similarly at the solid waste transfer station. And then the other part of this project that has been and is supported by the state of Colorado is helping Juanita with the elder home remodel program. She's had some excessive costs in dealing with asbestos in some of those older homes she's remodeling. So they're letting us take some of this money go in and do assessment and abatement on those hazards in the home before they're remodeled. So working with Juanita on that program and planning that out. So this will allow us to do a couple more of those homes each year going forward. So it can be a roadblock on a project like that to really do it right and do it safely when they say, okay, Wimnuch Construction says the cost for this remodel is going to be this amount, but if we need to deal with this material in there, maybe we have to add $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 on the price tag. So this is what this funding is for. So there's two parts of the project: solid waste and the in-home hazard mitigation.
So does the second one pertain to the Brownsville program?
Indirectly, yes. Yes. We
Okay.
would need to hire the qualified people to do it correctly and safely.
Right, so two items come up on this resolution. One, to address the issue, and each one of you know what's going on down at the transfer station, and then trying to get some of these homes that they're remodeling so that they don't have no lead, asbestos, things of that nature, to try to get them taken out. Then they can go ahead and do the remodel, correct?
Yeah, and actually, in this year's funding, I hadn't included mold in that, but I've had 3 calls from people in homes in Toyuk in the last year regarding mold issues, so I added mold, and the state's okay with us dealing with mold in this too.
Okay. Any questions, council members, on this advisory resolution that comes before you today? Councilman Lehigh?
Scott, will any of this stuff be included in White Mesa, or?
Not this particular funding, it's through the state of Colorado, so it has to be used here in Toyuk. But,
Okay, all right, just that thought.
yeah, we have resources through brownfields and other EPA funding that we can help in White Mesa as these issues
All
arise.
right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, council members? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution comes before you today. It's for an amount of $225, no match. It's for 2 years. It's abatement on some of the hazardous stuff, and also taking care of the transfer station and trying to get some of that stuff that's piling up down there out of here. If there's no more questions, is there any action to move forward on this advisory?
Chairman, I'll make a motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a second. Motion was by Treasurer Whiteman, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Secretary? Did you say yes? Can't hear you, Secretary. Did you vote yes or no?
I think you typed yes in the comments. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
all right, thank you. Councilman Lehigh,
Yes.
any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes 650. Anything else, Scott?
Not on an agenda item, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, that concludes the number 5 ratifications. The next one is number 6, also under Environmental Department. This is more of an information.
We have some more folks coming up. This is Rebecca and Jenny from 4Corps, and they're going to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Hill. I'm the Executive Director of 4Corps, which is the Four Corners Office for Resource Efficiency. We're based in Durango, Colorado. Both Becca and I live in Durango, and we are a small nonprofit, local nonprofit that focuses on providing climate solutions for people in Southwest Colorado. This includes anything from energy efficiency upgrades. We have a green business certification program, and then also our clean transportation program, which this program currently falls under. What we're going to be presenting to you is part of a grant fund that we received from the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, to provide youth tribal electric mobility education and awareness. And this is one component of this overall grant program, where it's a tribal listening session to hear from you on what you would like to see for electric mobility needs within the tribal lands. I will now introduce Rebecca Hunnell, and we will have if we can get it up, we have a short presentation.
Well, I think the presentation is not going to work on the computer, but we're going to still present nonetheless. And thank you very much for having us back in your community. We were so fortunate to be here for your Employee Appreciation Day, as well as your departmental fair. So as well as we had the opportunity to sit down with the tribal staff to have what Jenny had to talk about, which is the listening session. And so between those three things, this really serves that purpose, as well as to get feedback from the tribal council. And so this project really does focus on outreach and engagement for all generations on zero emissions vehicles. One of the components as well is identifying, led by the tribal members, key locations for considering what charging station installations could look like for the tribe. And then the other piece of this that we just did a youth focus group over the Thanksgiving break is on a educational curriculum component. So working with the middle school and high schoolers, we did a focus group to understand a little bit more of what would they like to learn, what do they already know, and what would they like to know, and how this impacts their generation. And so this is a piece that we are continuing to work through. So we're taking what we learned from that focus group and creating something that we will be able to work with within that age demographic. So that's a very exciting piece of this project. So what we have today, so I kind of went through just a short what the slide deck would have been, which is what is the project. And this is with CDOT. This is a grant program. And so the listening portion for today, I had slides, but I'm just going to go through the bullet points. And so we have looked at what came out of that and created themes. And so some of the themes that were identified during that listening session was transportation challenges and needs. And you guys very well know what your needs and challenges are for your community. And so some of them that I would just highlight that were mentioned is just transportation between the two communities being one of the top themes that came up. Transportation between Toyac and Cortez for different educational, whether it's higher education, for activities for your high school and middle schoolers, as well as transportation needs for, as it relates to appointments, hospital visits. And so what our question is for the tribal council, when we look at that, is identifying those themes. How does that align with the overall priorities of the tribal council? And I ask these questions in context with what they're trying to gain from this is, how do we take what we learned from this and then be able to provide grant funding opportunities that might align with that, to be able to continue to move the needle forward as it pertains to beneficial electrification on tribal lands. And so this is meant to be for us to listen so that we can help advocate on your behalf to the Colorado Energy Office, to CDOT, to other organizations that we might be working in conjunction with Scott and Janice, who've been a pleasure to work with on this project, to really continue to move this project forward. So I would give you that first question to help us better understand what the priorities are of the tribe.
Yeah. Thank you for that. You're exactly right, and we talked a little bit, you and I think you've talked to some of the staff and some of the other council members. As we start to envision renewables and how things are moving, EVs right now, electric vehicles, need charging stations, but we need to educate everybody that different types of chargers. There's chargers that are quick chargers, there's some that are a couple hours, and there's some that are overnight. Where do we actually put these? We are in a unique place where tourism is in our area, so if we look at the casino, do we need to have some at the casino? On the enterprise side, looking at the grocery store that'll be coming up, but also from a service provider side, and you mentioned some of these challenges for Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. One, how do we do something that doesn't go very far, not too long, because we don't really know where some of these vehicles might stop based on running out of electric, based on battery storage. So between the two communities of Toyac and White Mesa, definitely something that we can get things going so that we can do that. We at one time looked at trying to develop a transit system from White Mesa, picking up people through Montezuma Creek, Annette, and bringing them to Cortez, and Toyac would be one stop. That was a transit bus that we thought of a long time ago, but it didn't really come to fruition. But it's something that we can really think about again and see if it can be reintroduced. Transportation for education, we have the KCA here, we have students going to Cortez, we have them going all the way down to Mancos Creek. So how do we develop something maybe here locally and maybe even in White Mesa for the students over there? So education is one area. It's not a long distance, but it is something that provides transportation. Then we look at healthcare. As tribal members go to their health appointments, Farmington, Durango, something local, same thing for White Mesa to Blanding, or White Mesa coming this way, or us guys going the other way. I know that some referrals for White Mesa go all the way to Salt Lake, but don't want to go that distance yet. So if we can develop something on healthcare here. Thank you for giving some of the employees, and I don't know if any tribal members did, but they got a chance to drive the, was it a Lightning Ford pickup, so it does have a lot of power, it does get up and go, and it was good to just test drive that and get a feel for it. I think you came out here twice, once for the employees, and I think the other one when we had that departments over in the recreation center, so thank you for that, really appreciate it. There is a need, but how do we go about it? Department of Energy, working with the environmental department, can apply for some grants that help put these on. I think also the planning department is looking at the casino and travel center to put charging stations there. So as it becomes more and more open to people and communities, states, tribes, governments, then we need to look at what the future has to hold. So with that, at this time, I'll open it up to council for any questions, comments on the presentation today. Secretary?
Yes, thank you for coming. Thank you for making points for vehicles and awareness. And I'm for it. The only thing is the maintenance part. Anything electrical. So that's, I like to do my own oil change and do my own wiring and my own vehicle. That's something that kind of sets people off when they hear about the maintenance for anything electrical. So that's kind of the downside. But anything electrical, anything to help out environment, I'm very much for it. Thank you for being, thank you for bringing that information to council. So Chairman, council, this is my comment.
Thank you, Secretary. Anybody else? Council members?
I would love to address your comment, and that is another one of the themes that came out of the listening session was workforce development and the opportunity that there would be for doing EV repairs, being able to charging station maintenance, to be able to have workforce development that works with the local tribe to be able to self-administer. And there is grant funding opportunities around workforce development as well. And so, yes, this is definitely a thing that came up in the first listening session, and it sounds like it's on everyone's top of mind.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also appreciate the question, the comment, Secretary, on maintenance, because total different than gas engines versus electrical. But yeah, the knowledge of it, if we're going to move forward, and your battery life, and the storage on those and the quick chargers, because if you're traveling somewhere and you pull into a charger, how far can that take me? I had one of those electric cars stop between Cuba and Farmington. It was just sitting out there, ran out of juice. So just things to think about as we move forward. So with that,
I'd like to say something. My son owns a Tesla, and right now I think the only place is Farmington and like Tuba City, Moab, and Telluride is the only place that has the chargers. And it would be really good for our tribe to get that kind, because, you know, like you said, they got the fast chargers, they got the EV ones. I know Tesla comes and they rotate the tires for us and do the maintenance for us and everything like that. We just gotta call them and let them know when they come and do it. But, you know, it would be good for our tribe to get fast chargers, because either you're gonna sit there for an hour, because it takes about an hour to charge, sit there an hour and go eat, and think, are you gonna sit in your vehicle and watch movies and stuff like that? But I think it is a good opportunity for our tribe to get into that, you know, and how we're talking about, he's talking about going long ways. They go 200-300 miles. The Rivians go 500, you know, I know that, you know, and it'd be really good for us to get into that kind of stuff so that we could save money. You know what I mean? I just wanted to come in and tell you guys that when I heard you guys talking about it and stuff, it's a really good opportunity that our tribe needs to get onto it as soon as possible, because I hear Cortez is getting some too and stuff, and, you know, it'd be good for us to get on that. I just wanted to say that, Chairman.
thank you. Okay, Rachel?
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
I would say he really spoke to what is considered as a charging desert that we have here, which brings the opportunity of other grants, so that are able to fund fast charging chargers, level 2 chargers, because of where the land situates between the four corners and the multiple roads that you pass through here. So it is definitely something of consideration of there being a lack of chargers for people traveling through.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Any other questions, council members? Anything else, Scott?
Did you want to mention the upcoming events or community?
Sure, yes, I would love to take the opportunity to do that. As part of this grant, we have a additional ride and drive community engagement event to be able to participate in additional education, outreach, and awareness, as well as working with the youth, and whether that is working with your K through 4, your middle school and high school. And we had spoke with Scott and Janice about doing that in conjunction with Earth Day, and doing a bigger event that incorporated fleet for the ride and drive, vehicles for the ride and drive, and an e-mobility component such as e-bikes, because that was another theme that was addressed as a theme, is e-mobility options as well. And so just wanted to bring that up, that we are working on that currently, as well as there is the opening of the Charge Ahead grant process that is opening on January 13th. And so just wanted to bring that to your awareness, because this is a great opportunity to submit an application for grant funding for EV charging stations. And I have submitted to Scott, but we'll put together a report of what were the key locations that came out within the surveys, as well as the tribal staff listening session, so you can see where your community had denoted as key areas.
Okay. Is there any other questions, council members?
Just a quick question. On the
Councilwoman.
survey that you gave out, what were the spots that the community members thought would be best for the charging stations?
They were varied, but I would say one of the top ones were the travel center, the casino, the intersection of 160 and, what's that other? Yes, and 490.
Okay.
Yes, so those were the top 3 that came from them.
So down at Chimney Rock, 160 and 491. Okay. All right. My last question is, What does it take to develop something? Does it take a single phase on electric? Is it a 240 plug or something bigger? And how long does it take if we got award for putting in chargers? How long would it take to put it in?
These are very weighted questions because it depends. Level 2 chargers do take a 240. Level 1 do not. I've heard of people that are in multifamily housing that use an extension cord. So, and then fast chargers absolutely would require working with utilities.
Okay. All right then, well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Scott?
I wanted to add a couple more details. We have a few things that are working in parallel with this project. We had an opportunity presented to us from a company called Stellantis. They're the Jeep and another motor company. Chrysler, Jeep. They had an issue with air emissions in California, violating their state emission standards with their vehicles. Well, their new vehicles couldn't meet the state standards. So they came to an agreement with California to offer up some funding for electric charging stations. Well, Colorado adopted similar regulations, and so they're in the same situation in Colorado. So they reached out through the Colorado Energy Office, connected with us, identified the charging desert that we have out here, and said, hey, do you guys want some help getting chargers? So I talked with our casino GM. He was hesitant. There weren't enough details about things like branding. What are these things going to look like? Is it going to have a big Jeep sign on it? He's wary about branding and it conflicting instead of enhancing the casino brand. So we didn't go there with that opportunity. However, our economic development director, Beth, is on board with doing this at the trading company in Cortez, which is, these would be slower chargers, first of all. But it's just a short walk from the big hotels in Cortez, so people could plug in, go back to their room, or go in and shop for some pottery or something like that. So Beth's on board. We're probably going to pursue this as the trading company gets reopened. So just a tidbit on that. I want to engage the casino GM as far as Casino Travel Center on the charge ahead opportunity coming. So I think we'll be going down that road. Also, one of the kind of fun things I think with the kids are the e-bikes and the electric scooters. I see an appeal probably with the scooters around town here too, with the youth in the community. So we're going to showcase those on the Earth Day event. And Rebecca was brainstorming earlier about potentially some opportunities to get some e-bikes and create our own little e-bike library or fleet for the kids here in town, so they could learn about them. And that would also, we've already talked about like taking care of them and maintaining them. So we're thinking through that program now. As far as the Tribal Center Visitor Center, Tribal Park Visitor Center, Chimney Rock, that's been on our radar since Sun Bear. Our partners at Sun Bear have talked about helping the tribe rebuild that facility, showcasing the solar project, as well as the tribal park, and putting in charging stations there. So that's all on our radar, and so we'll be hopefully moving forward on those.
Okay. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Councilman Lehigh.
just that thought that you guys are talking about, don't forget about White Mesa. We could utilize a lot of those things from our employees to our tribal members to kids that don't have bikes. They could ride that. Kids that utilize to go to our education from home to do their homeworks and stuff like that. Just that thought and frame of mind. Thank you, Doyle.
Thank you. I think Councilman Lehigh brings up a good point over in White Mesa. think on last Friday, we had a meeting with the company that's supposed to look at the right-of-way. And they're supposed to put in a bike on the shoulder as they start to come through there. So electric bikes, just going from the residential over to the travel center, I think would be something we've been talking about too. But yeah, some good initiatives, good questions, comments. So if there's no more comments, council members, thank you for the presentation. Rebecca, always good to see you. Jenny, thank you for coming. Thank you. Have a great holiday with your families. Thank you,
all
Scott.
for your support. Peter, good work.
Thank you. Okay, we can take one more before we break for lunch. Higher education, can you come on up, please? Introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, good afternoon now, I guess, everybody, Chairman, Vice Chair, council members. Glenn May, Director of Higher Education Department. And I'm here to present the Memorandum of Understanding with Pueblo Community College. We were here previously, but there was just some little language tweaks and things that especially the former Vice Chair asked for, so we've put that into this agreement here for your consideration. The purpose of this really is to try to do a little closer coordination with PCC in terms of delivering courses here in Toyac. Instead of the kind of build it and hope they will come idea where classes get scheduled and then we try to fill them or whatever, this helps us to coordinate more closely with PCC in developing course offerings, especially here for this agreement in the area of building trades education. We hope this model will be successful and we can widen it perhaps in the future for other areas of education. But for now, we're trying to both help the tribe meet its need for skilled labor in the area of housing construction, and also provide employment opportunities for tribal and community members in this field. So there's some elements here that we agree to provide on both sides. And on the agreement here, on the elements of the agreement, the tribe will, just a few highlights, make classroom and computer labs available for having classes in this field. We've already begun this. We started December 3rd. We began a new basic building trades class Tuesdays and Thursday evenings, plus Saturday lab sessions. And I'm happy to report that it was actually oversubscribed. We had 13 people. We kept raising the number of people we were going to let in the class, and so we're at 12 right now, which is full because we only have 12 computers in our lab. But I'm very pleased that the community turned out for that, and we're now in our third week in this program, and it's going well. We had our first lab session on Saturday, safety with ladders and harnesses and that kind of thing. So we will also lead efforts to recruit for this program, which we've done, as I said, it's turned out well already. On C, on the second page, we have some carryover money that I put in the budget this year for some scholarships to take part in this program. The first part, the introduction class, is grant funded from the PCC side, but in January we're going to start carpentry classes, and this was the class where last time we did this class they actually built a house, and we're going to work soon, right away after Christmas, to identify a new project here in the community for the carpentry class. So we have money for that and money for supplies under D there, if we need steel toes and that sort of thing. And also, we put in the budget some stipend money. Students, once they pass a certain level of certification, we'll award stipends to the students to encourage them and help them pay for gas money, you know, to get to classes or to work sites or that kind of thing, or for whatever needs they have. And we have been, we put together a wide group of collaborators on this project. Archie House, Archie, Housing, Weemanoosh has also been an active partner. So we're going to try to identify a housing unit here this year as a sort of pilot project for rehabilitation. Working with economic development also on that. And we will also provide office space. The PCC recently hired Sherelle Lang as their Native American Student Success Coach, and she's in our building 1 day a week to help us recruit and also fill out applications, financial aid, all that kind of thing. PCC agrees to give at least one building trades class per term here in Towaoc, and as I said, we've already begun that. And they are also contributing under B scholarship money that they found available for building trades education. And they are also, our Saturday lab classes, they have money available to pay stipends to students in addition to ours. So when they're there working on a job site, on a project, the students will earn stipends for that. D is the staff member, 1.5 day each week here. That's underway. And E, this is important, identify, train, and certify one Ute Mountain Ute Tribal member to teach future building trades classes here. And we have been fortunate enough to find Mr. Arvin Wall from Weemanoosh to do that. And he has been, he's in training right now in our class we have underway, so that he will be able to teach classes in the future. And also, obviously, he's very, very helpful in recruiting Weemanoosh employees who need some training, need to, are good for, ready to raise their skill level. So that's been a really, really effective partnership, and really glad to have him. So we hope this model will continue in other areas. PCC is dedicated to identifying talent here on the reservation and getting those talented individuals that little piece of paper they need to be an instructor at PCC. So we can have people from Towaoc teaching people in Towaoc. So this is the general highlights of this memorandum, and it's we look forward to further developing the relationship with them. So
Thank you for that, Glenn. Really, really appreciate that opportunity in working with Pueblo Community College on scholarship awards for students to gain a skill. I know we have a lot of opportunity here, especially on housing and electrical, plumbing, welding, CDL, whatever the case may be. It makes a tribal member feel more able to become part of the labor force. So really appreciate the work that we're doing. So council members, on page 33 in your packet is the MOU. Is there any questions, comments at this time from the council members? Secretary?
Hello. Hello, Glenn, how you doing?
Good. Good. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing this up. And the one thing I'd like to stress out is work school credits. Because a lot of our people have worked in the same department for a lot of years, and they have a lot of experience. They may not have college credit, but what they got is work experience credit. So the next MOU that you have with whatever college you bring here as a workforce development, put that in there. I would stress that a lot, because a lot of our people have worked in the same department. They have all this knowledge,
and let it be worth something, especially toward a credit, couple credits. And I'd like to ask that you bring down the 101 classes down here. That's the start. English, math, bring that down here, so they can say, oh, this is the start, at least I got this going. Because when I went to PCC, that definitely helped. That definitely helped me out taking those general classes. But I'd also like to thank you for bringing up Arvin, Mr. Wall. So that's really good. I got to talk to him this weekend. He said he's doing really good. He really joined the classes, and he said I'm learning a lot of stuff that he didn't know about. So thank you, Glenn. Thank you for what you're doing, and for Sherelle too for coming down here. And as one of the Councilwoman Knight and myself were the education liaisons, use us, put us in these meetings, invite us and say, hey, I got this going, because any backup that you have, especially for education, I definitely want to be, we would like to be part of that. So Chairman, Council, those are just my comments.
Yes, thank you for that, Secretary. Really appreciate that. Any other comments? Council members? Councilman Knight?
Good afternoon, Glenn.
Hi.
Thank you for all your work that you're doing, especially with PCC. You know, this gives a pathway for the children, not children, the students who don't want to go to the big colleges, that just want to stay local and work their way on getting some type of credential, especially with our future projects that we have in Toyac. So, thank you.
Yes. Any other comments, council members? Thank you, Councilman Knight. Okay, seeing and hearing none. This is not a resolution, but I would like to go through the process of consensus to go ahead and move forward with this MOU. It is on page 33, as I mentioned. If you're all in agreement, we can go ahead and get consensus, and I can sign this and move forward with this, if that's okay with you, Glenn.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and go to the council members. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, we do have consensus from all 5 council members to go ahead and move forward with this MOU with the Pueblo Community College and bring in more opportunities for our tribal members. So with that, thank you, council members. Let me sign this.
Thank you very much, and that will be signed by the new president of PCC very shortly as well. He's visited here already and is familiar with our plans with building trades, and he has a background also in that area and developing those fields. So.
Okay, with that, council members, I did sign the MOU and we'll go ahead and move forward. Thank you, Glenn, for all you're doing on the higher education side.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks.
So at this time, council members, I'd like to take a break for lunch. Lunch is here. You may come down and get one. It is exactly 12:32. So at this time, we're going to break for lunch and we'll resume our council meeting at probably around 1. Thank you. It is.
Past.
I haven't yet.
20 acting? Why every time I see somebody's different name on there?
And these, some of them are old. We had a I know that. I have the same thing.
Right?
My daughter likes it. Her roommates come home with their first rooms, and then they're back.
Praise. I'm cheap.
Crazy. What's her name?
Native Swan. Type in Native Swan, SW.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. It is 1:12.
How fast it went, I had to pay.
Call the scope and council meeting back to order. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and move into new business. And under new business, number 8 is the Recreation Department on the agenda. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record and your team.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council, community. My name is Kaya Whiteskunk. I'm Recreation Director, and we're going to let the ladies introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Elisa Williams, and I'm a senior designer with DHM Design.
Hi, my name's Cami Lewis, and I'm the project manager on this project for DHM Design. And then we do have 2 other people that were part of this project on the design team with us, and that's Brian Fagerstrom and Lisa Jaliff, and those are with Amic Tulik Studios, and they've worked on several projects out here before, and they just weren't able to be here today from the design side of this project.
And we have Sherelle Lang, Tribal Liaison.
Richard Fulton, KCA representative.
Okay.
So the outdoor recreation program is a grant through GOCO that we applied for, and it was to create a planning and capacity grant. This was not an implementation grant. That would be the next phase, but this was a grant we applied for with the main focus of two pocket parks in the community, and we designated some areas, and we've done some environmental assessments through TIPO and through Woods Archaeology, and trying to get the two pocket parks in North Toyoak and then one for South Toyoak near Rodeo Drive for that community. And how that came about, those locations, is Sherelle and I went kind of door to door, and there were some areas that Bernadette helped us pick out, and we went to see how many youth were in those areas before we really chose a spot to an area that we thought would be impacted. And so Rodeo Drive, I believe somewhere about 30 kids from 12 and under, and so that's why that area was selected. And we've done quite a few community engagements to gather a lot of this information. We did one during Bear Dance time, and we did one, and another one for the kids and parents, and I can't remember, we've done 3 though, total of community engagement. So really getting the community's input. We've set up at the Elder Center, we've set up at the Rec Center, we've set up at the Community Center. Sherelle's given some information out at KCA to those parents. And the other part of it is the outdoor parks for KCA was a part of this, in this master plan that we started to create.
Okay. Anybody else on? Go ahead.
Yeah, the public process, like Kay was saying, was quite extensive for this project. We did do the 3 different community engagement events, and one was in March at the Rec Center during the Spring Youth Fair. So we tried to kind of partner the public events with other events that were going on to get as much input from the community as possible. We had one that was during the Beer Dance Festival. We had a little booth over during the by the post office, and then another larger community booth over there by the Rec Center. And then the third one was in September, and we partnered with the 504 workshop that Bernadette was kind of coordinating for housing. And they had that at the community center, so we went adjacent out front of the Rec Center, and we had a bounce house and lots of fun, engagement activities and food at all of these events to inspire people to come talk to us. And we had a very, large stakeholder group that gave us input on a monthly or bi-monthly basis throughout the process on this project, that we would go to and talk to them and kind of get guidance based on, their thoughts on how the project should move forward. We also had 2 surveys that Kay and Sherelle even went out and, talked to people individually, and we had over 150 people write their survey responses, and one was a youth survey and one was an adult survey. Lisa went out to Fozzie Farms and talked to the elder group, and we were able to get in touch with Mark Wing, and he put us in touch with the youth organization that he's with, so we got to meet with the youth of the community as well. So it was a really fun and engaged public process where we were trying to get as much guidance and influence from the community members as possible.
I think as well as setting up a planning and making sure that this was a part of the plans that Bernadette has going on, as well as the community development, especially on the south side too, is just making sure that we didn't have to go back and move something, but being sure that, she connected us with the firms that she was working with as well, so that way we could meet with them and it could all coincide together.
Yeah, I mean, we did, per what Kay is saying, we did meet with several of the different planning efforts that were going on, and we also reviewed the past planning efforts that were going on. So within the master plan, we met with the community master plan, HDR worked on that. We also were able to meet with the Ferguson Pyatt architects who've been working on that new KCA.
Education
design.
quadrant, yeah.
And those were projects that were kind of going on simultaneously with what we were working on. And we also referenced past master plans, such as the Housing and Open Space Master Plan, the Cuyahoga Community Academy Master Plan that was done in 2022, as well as the Education Campus Master Plan. And these did kind of help us figure out where people were picturing parks were going to occur at, because there was reference to outdoor parks and trail connections in these other master plans too. So we tried to work with these other firms and planning efforts and coordinate with Bernadette to make sure that we were, being complementary with each other and with what the other visions that have already been kind of prepared for the community in terms of outdoor recreation space layout. So we are going to get into like what we put into the council package for you all, but we did want to mention that there was a lot of other things that people wanted us to make sure we included in this master plan, because the overall goal of the master plan is to act as a guide for the development of the outdoor parks and recreation and trail system for Toyoak. And towards that end, with the GOCO grant, the overall goals of that were to promote like health and well-being, and not just for physical health, but also for like social interactions. And so a lot of these park spaces were influenced by those overall goals. And then to make sure that these parks have longevity, people really wanted us to look at maintenance. So we have several sections in the master plan regarding, what that could look like, how many personnel it might take, different ideas for how these parks could be maintained. Could it be, like different day labor program, or could it be like hiring an outside company, or what would the cost of these things be? We also looked at costs of maintenance equipment and even like storage spaces for the maintenance equipment. We made sure that we included costs for like surveillance to promote safety in our cost estimates that we prepared. And then we also looked at like fencing around the parks, because a lot of people mentioned to us about dogs and outdoor recreation. They wanted us to be considerate of that. So we did look at a lot of other things that we included in the master plan. Something people also talked to us about was how do we make these parks feel like they're part of Toyoak and part of this community. So we have a whole section in there about how you can do that with physical elements in landscape design, such as using colors or pavement patterns, and thinking of these things as the designs are further developed once you get to the implementation part of incorporating these parks. And so we did, based on what Kay was saying, there's like park locations that we're showing, and the environmental assessment has already been done for these park spaces. And so, one of the kind of next steps that would be great in terms of like actually taking this planning overall guide map and getting it built is to, kind of discuss you know, which of these, because some of them, we have like 2 different spots that were kind of like looked at and, you know, vetted and the assessment was done for. So I think it would be good to look at those a little closer as we move into the implementation stage. And then Elisa was going to go through our kind of amenities, yeah, for each park. So I'll scroll to that section. Okay, here we go. So this is the North Pocket Park.
Sure. So one of the first parks that we worked on was the North Pocket Park. This also has a sister park in the south area. They both provide similar amenities. In the North Pocket Park, we've got a playground area with freestanding equipment and safety surfacing. We have a small boulder play area. There's a small restroom and storage shed. And also, it also includes a small shaded community gathering space that we like to call the storytelling area. We also have proposed fencing with double gated safety entrances throughout this 1 acre site. There's also accessible walkway surfacing, as well as a gravel parking area and basketball striping and goals, goal and hoops. And as Cami mentioned before, we have itemized breakdown estimates for each of these parks available inside of our master plan document. At the South Pocket Park, like I mentioned before, the amenities are similar to the amenities at the North Pocket Park, and these include the playground with the port and play surface, boulder play area, a half-court basketball court, and multi-use game area. We also have a small restroom and storage area, and we also included a sand volleyball court area at this location, as well as, again, the fencing with the double gated entry. And throughout, we have the walkway surfacing that makes the entire park accessible. There's also a perimeter walking path around it, and again, this is about 1 acre in size.
And the goals of these smaller pocket parks is really to create some outdoor recreation opportunity that's more sized to like those individual neighborhoods. Like, what could be an outdoor community gathering space for, you know, all the generations? Like, you know, can the parents and grandparents go sit at the shaded picnic area, and the kids can go to these different play areas? And we really wanted to focus on like creating those social settings for all these different ages in the community to gather together and experience, you know, being outside and having some place to interact with each other.
And building upon that, one of our largest park that we have proposed, it's broken into 5 phases, and I'll go through each amenity per phase. But the community park here just has amenities that help the overall community connect and do large events and small events. So we have like a picnic area that serves like over 50 seated people, in addition to other areas for gatherings. So for the community park, the first phase, we've listed this as the playground area. And this has a playground space for kids up to 12 years old. But there's also other areas that go up to 5 years old and 2 years old. The boulder climbing play area is also available to multiple ages. There's a small picnic area with shelters, and there's also a concrete loop path. For phase 2, next to the playground, we've got a community gathering area. And this area includes a stage and amphitheater for community events, including a feast house with a large shelter for community events and a food preparation area. We also have other small picnic areas in this area. And the next phase would be phase 3, which is the multi-use sports field. So at this sports field, you can have multiple sports, including soccer, football, and lacrosse. And this also has a picnic area. For Phase 4, this is the baseball fields and the flex field space. So at the high school baseball field, this includes dugouts, shaded bleachers, and a press box with a PA system and restrooms, as well as a batting cage. And for Phase 5, this area focused a little more on the elder community specifically, in which we included some pickleball courts, some shaded outdoor exercise areas with workout equipment, and some just like buffers to help buffer noise that may come from the park, and also a small fenced dog park area. Altogether, this community park is about 23 acres and has a walking loop or compiled paved and unpaved trails that are more than a mile.
And with this overall park, like Elisa was saying, it's very comprehensive. We're trying to visualize, like a grander park space, more centralized in a location, for the entire community to use. And because it is, kind of a large area, we're picturing that it would be at least 5 phases. It might even be more, and built over a period of like 10 years or so. You just pick one phase as you can acquire grant funding, and what the grant funding would match with. Like maybe you get like a playground grant first, so that's Phase 1. Or maybe you're able to get like a grant phasing for like a multi-use sports field, and that ends up being Phase 1. But the idea is, it's such a big park, that you would build it in the different pieces over time to create a comprehensive whole that would be a fun, athletic, multi-activity area for everybody. And we did try to consider materiality for a lot of these designs, like all these multi-use sports fields. We were thinking they'd be artificial turf, and trying to think of things that would be as easy to maintain as possible. So, and then we also looked at trails, because that's a big factor in like promoting overall health, and then like creating connections to all these different park spaces. And we did look at the HDR community plan and try to see where they had trails, and try to connect these different park spaces and match, some of the trail systems that they put together too. Do you have anything else for that one?
Sure, we can talk a little bit about the trail system. Like Cammie mentioned, the community expressed the desire for safe pathways to connect different parts of town. So our proposed trail system connects the north and south side of town with the center of town. So this is a series of trails. The first being the sidewalk extension through town, and this would just be a paved trail, and also just fixing any damaged and inaccessible areas is a Mustache Road Trail, which leads into town. The second type of trail is the regional trail, and if you're looking at your graphics now, it's the one in red. But this is the trail that's about 10 feet wide. It does provide an experience of families being able to walk side by side together from one part of town to the other. And the next category of trails we have are soft surface trails, and these are indicated with the purple line. And these are just trails that are going to be adjacent to existing roadways, and these just work in partnership with the regional trail. And along these trails, we've got the regional trailhead, and that is located sort of toward the end of Mike Wash Road. We also have the trail storytelling spaces, which are also dotted along the regional trail. We also have small trail overlook areas. And along this trail system, we also have a mountain bike skills loop, and then also a horseback trail and a fenced dog park area.
So the important part to note about the trails is that we're looking at the comprehensive network of how the parks could relate to other kind of outdoor recreation amenities. And then if you look at
when we have a printed version, and we can make sure this gets emailed to you, we do have a site implementation kind of section of the report that talks about, you know, the next steps needed to actually take these ideas and, you know, implement them, which is to like pick a project, get, you know, the grant funding for it. You probably need to look at the requirements of the grant that you're choosing and make sure that you have the matching and make sure that the park location is selected, and then, you know, get the implementation grant. We have all these different programs and grant opportunities listed. We have examples of other communities that have kind of used like GOCO as a grant opportunity to get these implementation grants and develop parks. And then in the appendices, we do have breakdowns of what these kind of large, you know, overall numbers that you saw in the council package for each park, like what the breakdown that comprises those are. And so that's kind of the gist of what's in the master plan. And we try to make sure that we capture everything that the community is telling us and all the different, you know, items that they wanted us to make sure that are included that can really lead to this being something that we can implement. And I think that, I mean, Richard can also speak to this a little bit, but I think the next step after, you know, you're able to look at this and maybe approve this package is like, we'd like to go after like a implementation grant from GOCO, potentially even in August. They have different cycles throughout the year, and it's called a community impact grant, and there's a little bit of matching that goes along with that that's required from the community. But, you know, if TOYOC, or, you know, you get a donation or something and you're able to get like the 10% match or whatever, it like is exponential the money that you get from GOCO if a community impact grant was won. So, and one of the parks that seems to be kind of like maybe the first step is this North Community Pocket Park. It seems like this one we've been in good coordination with the planning department on the location for it, and it seems like it's right in the cost range, the whole park, from like a GOCO community impact grant. So anyways, that's like the next, looking forward to the next step. But is there any questions?
Okay, appreciate the presentation. Any questions, comments, council members? For me, I think we've been trying to create a park here in TOYOC for a long time. We've had the Veterans Park there, but it doesn't really fit what we need for youth. There's a swing set there, and then we have the skate park, which we have over here, and it really doesn't meet the needs of the skaters. They have to have the ones that have the bowl. I think that design would be better than what we have currently. So I think that's one area that we might take a look at as a potential, something to take out or move it to another place. Then behind the Head Start is the bike. So they're kind of scattered in a sense. If there was some place where we can identify it, talk to, I think, BIA and our fire department. Up past on the north side, there's some areas in between homes. This coming summer, we're going to clear cut all of that up there. So those are also potential sites for anything in the residential area. Planning department and the council have been working in the past to identify something on the other side of the Bear Dance ground. It didn't really come to fruition. We wanted to build some place for an arbor to bring the feast over, to bring it there. Tribal members could have picnics there, but we had some opposition from the residential area, and that didn't really come to fruition. We did find the money for it, but it didn't come about. Down at the racetrack is always a good option, because housing development's gonna be starting to go down that way, so it's good to look at that area, not only just by the housing, but within the rodeo grounds itself. It's something maybe we can look at too. White Mesa, is this funding only for Colorado, or is this?
It's
White
only for
Mesa?
Colorado for
Okay.
the GOCO grant.
Okay, the GOCO grant is good. We also talked about trying to utilize GOCO money for Pinecrest. That's the ranch that we have up by Gunnison, and we want to build a new cooking area, because I took GOCO and some others from there, from the Department of Natural Resource to the Pinecrest Ranch, and trying to develop something that we can rebuild that, possibly look at the boys camp, because we moved it from that other part over to here, but we never really opened it up. And the supplies we stored in there are gone. They tend to got legs and took off. So, but we've also been talking with Telluride, and they also want to dedicate a land that they can have camping for utes. And same thing, I was over in Alamosa at the sand dunes. There's a place called a Zapata Ranch. And I also talked to them about putting some of that land into trust for both the Ute tribes. They also want to do camping over there for tribal members to go over, bring elders over. There's a herd of about 1,700 head of buffalo there. So they're coming to the end of their contract and agreement, and they're wondering what the next steps are if the tribes want to be involved in it. These are Aboriginal lands of the Mawach and Capote and Weenooch, the three bands, that means Southern Ute Mountain. So Chairman Baker and myself went over, looked at that last week, so that's something that's on the horizon too. But we've also reached out to Aspen when they proposed Camp Hale up there for the veterans that were there, that they wanted to recognize them. I think it was World War I or World War II. They gave them a training there for the winter, and they created that group infantry there. But that's also Aboriginal lands of the Ute people. They also wanted to develop something for the Utes, all three Utes, for camping up there too. So there's a lot of opportunities. But mainly talking about here on the reservation, then we need to develop something that meets our needs. And we do have a lot of visitors coming. They stay at the casino. There is a designated commercial area over there. Is that something we would envision for maybe the casino area, if you wanted to reach out to the enterprise and say, is there something, because if kids are playing, mom and dad can go play in the games. So trying to look at it from the revenue side and keeping the kids going, but also trying to envision how can we build the casino bigger and better to bring in revenue. We talked about a movie theater, we talked about a bowling alley, but that's separate. That's enterprise and visioning how we move forward with that. But your plans are good. I thought that one that you had, the spreadsheet, I don't see it in our packet. The one with all the funds.
So we
Yeah.
developed this is kind of a synthesized version, because this master plan is over 100 pages.
Yeah.
And so, like, in the overall 100-page master plan, these little cost breakdowns that we put are more detailed out of what is creating this cost. Where did that estimated cost come from? So, for example, for like the North Pocket, within the playground, there's, the safety surfacing, there's equipment, the cost of like what is making up the sand volleyball, where did that number come from, or the climbing boulder play area. So we just thought for the council package that we put kind of an overall summary of the kind of round number totals to keep this at a reasonable length, but there's background, more detailed information for your reference, more comprehensive.
So one question, when you talk about artificial grass, what's the life of it? Is it have artificial turf? Is it 10 years, 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's usually, 2 10 years and then it can last longer. It's similar to the artificial like playground surfacing. I think it's about 10 years, but you know, if it's like properly maintained or like, you know, I don't know, the maintenance of like checking the little like things that go into the grass, I think it can last longer than that. I think the warranty is like 10 years or something.
Yeah, and earlier we had a presentation from the environmental department on EV bikes. If we're going to start to introduce that, and I see your trail plan that goes all the way up to the north side, going up the mountain and come back around. That's good, because that gives them more time to explore up that way. That place caught on fire a while back, and if we can utilize clear cutting some of those areas, maybe even a rest station. There used to be a spring that came off the mountain when we had real good winter, and it would come right through that, and it would come down to the old reservoir where the housing development is now. But that would be a really prime area to put in some EV bike trails. We usually go backwards, back this way behind the Head Start now, going over some hills over that way, but it's kind of challenging. Some of those hills are pretty high, but with these EVs, I think they can climb them. But it's all about exercising, recreation, getting people out, not only just our youth, but even something simple for older folks like me. If I wanted to go out, then I can probably try, I'd rather ride horse, but bikes are okay too. But any questions, council members?
Just some comments.
Councilwoman?
I really like this plan. If we just all won the lottery and put this money down, this would be really awesome, but it's a good plan. And just thinking outside the box, like Chairman said, like maybe the dog park by the travel center, because I know a lot of the truckers have little dogs, and that would be an advantage for us compared to Mavericks or Loves. And that's good.
And I think when we first applied for this, it was more investment into the community. And, you know, that's why we picked something small like 2 pocket parks, the north and the south and KCA, because we hear it when we go out and do surveys. Community members are like, oh, it's another survey, it's not gonna happen, like we've been asked this, and so that's why when Sherelle and I would talk to the ladies, we'd let them know, like, let's keep it realistic where it's something that is reachable. Like one of the parks, I think the total is $418,000. Like that's still a lot, but also we wanted to show, and the reason we put a lot of the amounts on there, showing the community, because these boards were here in the tribal office, and then we have some at the rec center as well, is to show the community how much these parks will cost, so that, you know, they can kind of understand why they're not being built right away, is because we do have to look for that money. And but like Cammie said, you know, there's a round coming pretty soon, and I know Richard wants to jump on it, and we would like to keep the momentum going as well. As you know, we got the information, and I don't want it to be a project that we start, but we don't get it. It's not implemented into the community. So that's kind of why we were thinking the pocket parks might be somewhere to start, because we used to have them. And the north park that we're looking at is right there by Reservoir Drive, where the family apartments are, and then the Elder on the other side. And by near the casino daycare areas where we're thinking for the north side. So I think it's a good start to get them going, get these pocket parks, and then start adding on to other areas, like, you know, having something near the casino, because that was something we talked about in the beginning. But listening to the membership, that's not something that was on the front radar of, we want something at the casino that was more into the communities.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate the small steps instead of taking big strides. If we can make it reality, I think there's also some state grants that can look toward recreation too. I think we've talked with CCIA, Lieutenant Governor and their office, and we can probably identify funds through them. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I think, can also help out from a state side, and even the diabetes program, because they do a lot of walks.
And so that's been part of our stakeholder group is Rita. She's been on there, Scott's been on there, Bernadette's been on there. So really getting the input as well, as not just from the community, but from the other departments that, you know, work with the community.
Even working with BIA, maybe their wildland fire, and they can clear cut some of these trails as part of their training. If they can do something like that, and that gives them opportunity, because they're always waiting for a fire, but in between fires, they can go ahead and start clear cutting some of these. If they have a plan, a design, all your clearances are done, your environmental archies, then they can go ahead and go up and do that. So I think it's a good plan, but let's, as you said, Kara, make it realistic, something that we can achieve, small steps, and eventually get to that point, and eventually grow from there. So, yeah. Any more comments, council members? Vice Chair?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that presentation. I think these presentations that can offer a lot of more amenities to our tribal members are a really good conversation, and really getting them engaged in what would be beneficial for our membership is really good as well. As I'm looking through the plans, I'm hearing different departments that would be involved. And I think it's important that we all do this collaboration and teamwork. My concern is maybe the maintenance side of that. Who's going to keep maintenance of these areas? And the reason why I say this is because we put up these weights out, these weight set scales going down Mike Wash Road, and as I go down, I see all these weeds around there, and I don't like that it's an eyesore for things that are supposed to be beneficial for the community. I think that's important. And as we talk about the bike trail or the bike setup that we did behind the Head Start area, and how that wasn't really well maintained as well. I think when we talk about these type of projects, it's important to know who's going to be handling the safekeeping and the upkeeping of a lot of these areas, because we develop these projects only for them to get the weeds and to be vandalized and things like that. I'm not trying to be negative about these things, but I'm putting out the true reality of it. Who's going to be responsible for those? And I think it takes all of us to be responsible, especially if we're all working towards one vision together and really making sure that things are being well maintained for our membership. Because, as I was taught, the things that you get, you got to be respectful of, because, as quickly as you got it is as quickly as it can be taken away from you. And by what I mean of that is just the defacing or not even taking care of it. I think we could, really be successful in those manners there, and really have a lot of things that would portray us as a tribe and the achievements that we've done with these different type of trails. I would really like for a lot of the tribal membership to get engaged in these trails, because as we're seeing now, diabetes is one of the worst disparities we have in country. So I think definitely these trails will definitely play a role there in people's health, whether they're young or they're old. But the thing about it is just the maintenancing. That's my concern there. Who's going to be responsible for these maintenancing? I know Public Works is stretched thin here and there, but how are these departments going to step up to the plate too, or even just the tribal community? Because again, we want to have these nice things, but we need to make sure that they're well taken care of as a community as well. So that's my only concern there. It's just the longevity of these things that we're trying to implement within the tribe, whether they're play structures, whether they're bike trails, whether they're walking trails. So one thing I'd really like to see maybe is a track here, because a lot of our tribal membership enjoy things like that, especially when it comes to the spring and summer months. They like to get out of the house and go walk on these tracks. It's a stress relief that plays a role in the health aspect of there. So, I just wanted to make my comments there as we move forward, and I think this is a great idea. I want to see our community change into a lot of these things where our tribal membership could get engaged in and go for a walk if they need to, take their kids for a walk if they need to, just knowing that everything's safe. But again, their safety is my concern as well as we move forward. But thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Any other comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, is there anything else, Kale? Richard?
I'd like to add something.
Sure.
Just as we were thinking about not only our community utilizing these spaces and our community growing, like what you brought up, BIA, we see them running too. We see them come working out. The firefighters, they come work out. I see them running the back, and then as we're growing, we're trying to bring in programming, outdoor recreation programming with GoCo, with Generation Y. Like, these are opportunities that are out there where now we can create something here we're also providing, bringing in, you know, maybe Medicine First has students, bringing them in here, bring in, you know, different people, Bobby's Farm, you know, they have students that go up there. So not only our community, but also thinking about how we're growing and like the schools growing, that it's going to be something it's obviously needed, but it can be so valuable to many people.
Yeah, thank you. Richard, do you have anything else to add?
No, all I'd say is GoCo is a willing partner. They're excited about, as Jerome mentioned, funding not only facilities but programming to go alongside of it. So I think this master plan, if it's approved, would signal that TOYAC's ready for, you know, and has this baseline of a plan. So I think future funding is very realistic.
Thank you. Anything else, Kayla?
Did you have anything, Bernadette?
Sure. So from the planning side, this is Bernadette Cutler, Director of Planning and Development. So from the planning side, that we've been working on this grant for quite a while with Kaya and the working group, and gathering the information from the community. It's really important to get a good understanding of what their needs and their wants are, because I think it goes deeper than the Ute Mountain Tribe. There's a lot of people, you see the truckers, you know, walking the walk trails, and, you know, of course the BIA staff is here. We want to make it more of a community feel. So, and I think, you know, some of those things that we look at often is, you know, we can do the rentals of each of these spaces if we need to, if we need to generate dollars for the maintenance side of things. There's always ways we can be creative about thinking about how to take care of it. No, it's not the answer to everything, but I think it's a start to think about how we can either market it or either make it sustainable. But I do think that, you know, we're looking at things in the future here, and we're looking at possible expansion of public works as well, and with their equipment. So, you know, we're looking for another building for them, a new building. So all of these things hopefully will grow with the ideas that we have as well. So, and I also like the fact, it is my recommendation in the second phase of this project is to look for the funding, and also to bring on HDM as a historical consultant to starting this project and continuing on until we get it constructed. So that's my information that I'd like to bring in as far as working with one consultant that has all the information rather than starting from a new perspective. They have the information that we've gathered from the community, their thoughts. So, and I think, you know, more importantly, that we're trying to enhance or make our community better. So, so adding these amenities, you'll see any other community, if you go into a city and a town, they have these amenities to them, but the tribe does not. So we're hoping to change that perspective. So, but thank you to the hard work that you've done, and we'll look forward to the second phase of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that from the planning department. Anything else from you guys? Okay, council members, we do have a resolution that they requested respectfully to move forward with this master plan for recreation and KCA here on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. It is on page 37. Yes, page 37 in the packet. Is there any other questions or comments, council members, on this resolution that's being proposed? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action to move forward with this request for a master plan for recreation in KCA?
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Chairman.
Thank you. There is a second. Motion was by Councilman Knight, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Treasurer,
Yes.
Secretary,
Yes.
any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes unanimously, 650. Thank you, council members. Anything else from Recreation or? Thank you so much for presenting this. This helps us move forward in a good way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day and have a great holiday. Okay, next we'll go ahead and move on with our next agenda item under new business, which is number 9, our Variety Program. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Juanita Plentyholz, Director for the Tawahi Program. And I am here today to present the Topeka Fund Native American Housing Initiative grant that was awarded to the tribe. So a little bit of history. Back in 2015, when we got our Tawahi funds, along with it came some HIP funding. So under Tawahi, we received $280,000 a year, and we didn't get it every year. So, but with that, we were able to start our HIP program in 2019 when I came on board. So to date, we have been, as you know, we have over 500 privately owned homes in both locations. And so with that, we're trying, every one of our homes needs some kind of upgrade and some kind of refreshing, because they're overused. We have multiple families living in one home, multiple generations, and we haven't kept up with new construction to keep up with our growing community. So our homes are stressed, and so with our little Tawahi funds, it's not enough to address, maybe 1 or 2 homes a year. With that amount, it'd be a long time before we were able to address fixing up a lot of the homes. So we've been applying for different funding, different grants with our grant writer. And so this is one of the funds that we've applied for through Topeka Bank. And they have awarded us $500,000 along with Southern Ute. We each got $500,000. But in order to accept the funds, we have to get chairman to sign this acceptance letter. And with this acceptance letter, there's clearly a waiver of sovereign immunity in it. And that waiver only applies to in the event that we do not use the funds for HIP, which is not going to happen because all the funds we use for HIP go toward HIP. So in the case that we don't do that, then Topeka Bank comes back after their funds. That's when this waiver will hit.
Okay, thank you for that. Has the legal department reviewed this?
I don't know, have we? Did it go through a transmittal?
Yes, and Bernadette sent me the transmittal. She was working with you on
Oh,
it.
this is the one that she emailed me about
Yes.
earlier, yes. Yeah, we looked at it, this is the one that has a waiver in we consent to Kansas law or something like that. Is that the one that, yeah, I apologize. She had sent me an email earlier about this one.
Okay. Any questions, council members? The resolution is on page 54 in the packet, council members.
And with this grant, it's proposing to renovate 4 to 6 homes. But in reality, you know, with how much one home has been costing, it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 homes, depending on the cost. So our homes have been, if we do total renovation, our homes have been averaging 120 to 130.
And who's going to be the construction company? Is it Weminuche? Have you even tried to bid outside of Weminuche?
No, we haven't. We've talked with other companies, and they've kind of looked at some of our estimates that we received from Weminuche. There was a company in Cortez, I forgot what it was called now. But we started talking with them, and they were kind of just looking at our quotes and that, and they said it's average. It's about what they would charge as well.
Okay. What is the timeline on these 4 to 5 homes?
2 years.
2 years? And to be eligible for this renovation, is there a process?
That's always a challenge. With 500 plus homes, it's hard to decide which homes you're going to fix. So when we initially started this, as I mentioned before, we found a map that was already sectioned. So we just numbered it 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've only gotten to number 2. And, you know, we've run out of funds. And so with this other grant we applied for, it asked for a different type of process. So we decided as a group that instead of looking at, you know, that map and sectioning it out, maybe we look at the age of the home. Because, you know, those pre-HUD homes probably need a lot of upgrading. And that's what we look at first when we go into the homes. We upgrade electrical and plumbing. And then from there, we go on to the other areas of the home. So with this other grant that we have received, it's limited to $70,000 per home, which is going to basically be the upgrading and a little bit of something else. It won't be total renovations. So we decided we would look at the age of the homes and looking at the pre-HUD homes, those homes that were built in the 30s and 40s. And so I've already talked with the Brownsfield program manager to see if any of those homes were on their Brownsfield's list for demolition and that, or if they've already been cleared for any contaminants in that, and they're not. So our next step is to get with those homeowners, because along with this, they'll have to provide their ownership documents saying that's their homes, and the owners have to be living in the homes. And then from there, we'll go on. They'll do the testing to make sure there's no contaminants in there. If there is, then we'll have to mitigate before Weminuche can go in and do renovations.
Okay.
So it'll be a process. But we've already identified the older homes that people are living in.
Any questions, comments, council members? Earlier, I was looking at this and I asked CFO, and I also asked, I think, the grants and even Mr. Trocek, do we have a spreadsheet of all the funding that's coming in for housing? If we do, what is it targeting? Is a majority of them targeting renovations, like a HIP program? And is the HIP program targeting, in these renovation dollars, to do is a basic, like foundation, electrical, plumbing, doors and windows, walls, floors, basic stuff before you do a remodel of everything? Because if somebody says, well, I want to add another room in, I understand that because of the number of people living in one housing unit. But priority-wise, to utilize the money the best way long-term then should we look at a basic model and cap it at this? Well, we really can't cap it based on square footage and the size of the house and what the need is. If it's something that, and do you guys have a committee that it goes through for approval, or is it just your department that approves it? It's just a question that I'm putting out, that we have 2 council members that are on the housing committee, and have they made recommendations? Have we looked at future funding, any funding that's coming down, timelines? As you mentioned, prioritizing the older homes versus the younger homes. Some of them older homes date back to the 50s, even before some of these NAHASDA funding came in and started building some of these structures. But some of these housing units that were part of the NAHASDA, the model was not fit for this climate, based on our value of insulation, based on the structure. So these 2-story homes that we have that are apartments or homeowners, they have as an overhang, and the plumbing is inside that. So if that plumbing is on the north side, it's always going to break, have a water break. Then you start looking at the type of materials you use. Older homes way back in the 50s used galvanized pipe. Then they moved to copper. Then now we have this plastic that we start utilizing. So some of these, when you start to look at that, and then your homes, a lot of them were the 2-wire, Romex wiring. Is it up to date based on electric code, plumbing code, structure code? I know that we try to follow it to the best of our ability to look at it from that standpoint, but just some questions I had and how we're going to try to move forward with this housing plan that we have.
So I do have a spreadsheet that I maintain with the funding I receive. So I'm just taking care of the renovation. And I'm working under Tawahe's HIP guidelines. So under those guidelines, we can't do new construction, we can't purchase new homes. It's just working with existing homes and bringing them up to code, up to par. So that's where my funding goes, it's just to renovate.
Okay.
I'm not involved in the new housing construction. No.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, council members? Do you have any comments, Beverly?
No, I would just say that, just so the tribal council knows, the money that we have available for housing rehab, and I've made a spreadsheet of all the housing grants, but just for housing rehab alone, we have $300,000 from Colorado Hope Foundation. This is for 2025. We have $300,000 from CHAPA, that's Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. We have $600,000 from DOLA, and that's the Prop 123 funding. We need to spend the Prop 123 funding first, because we're eligible to reapply for that again next year. So as long as we have spent a year, we can apply again for 1 year. So 300, 300, 600, and we have 500 from the Bank of Topeka, and 281 from Tawahe, which is 1.981 available over the next year. So I think that should take care of what we have the capacity to get done. DOLA is the only one that limits it to 70,000 per home, so we'll have to use the other funding to make up the difference where it goes over 70,000.
Okay.
And as I mentioned with Tawahe, we didn't always get the 280,000 every year. And that's where, working with our national Tawahe coordinator now, when we have our meetings with National BIA, they say this is how much money you've received to date. But then when it gets here, from area to here, we don't always get that amount. And so our national coordinator, we're going to set up a meeting, she's researching it now, to see how much we've actually gotten. Because I told her I like to keep it separate. I keep my HIP funds separate from my social service ICWA funds. I keep those all separate. And our JPT dollars, those are separate. So I have a line item for each of those. And working with grants, I always ask for those modifications because, like I said, I keep track on my spreadsheets and I'm lacking modifications. And so I think with BIA, they're kind of sending the mods down differently. That's what I've heard. But our national coordinator, we had a meeting a few weeks ago, so we're working on that, getting those exact dollars to make sure that we're getting what we're supposed to get.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, Councilmember Superintendent?
The only thing I would say is she is very absolutely correct, and I only say that because I've been looking at their budget, and you've had so many actings that, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it really isn't. So I started looking back into 23, and I did talk to Ron Scott for a second. I'm really trying to make sure that you guys are getting the money that was due you. There's no other easier way to say that. And the regional director, she let us work late one night. We worked till 8:30 at night because she had a deadline to meet because the headquarters was going to take that money back if we didn't obligate it. So we're still working through S/4HANA. Unfortunately, we started a new accounting system, so it's not user-friendly. Not that FDMS was, but it's a newer system. We're learning it, but yes, she is absolutely correct. There are some dollars out there that were not paid to her, so it's a good thing that you did do that initiative. And so hopefully moving forward, we'll stay on top of that.
Appreciate that, Superintendent.
And
Thank
I
you.
think part of it is because people are still confused about Tawahi. And, you know, the other Tawahi tribes, they've just incorporated it to their social service. So their social service program took over their Tawahi is in their social service program. So they just embedded their dollars in there. But here we're separate, where we're outside of social services, but we work with social services because we receive pots of money to support social service equivalent.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members? So recently we used some ARP funds to each one of the council members, and they each had so much money for programs, furnaces, windows, doors, construction, plumbing, whatever the case may be. Will there ever be developed something similar to that, utilizing some of these dollars for replacing like appliances or something like that, roofs?
So with that, a few years back, we kept hearing from the community that, some of our elders were without, their water heaters went out and they don't have the funds to replace them, so they went months without that. And so in response to that, in our plan, I asked that we put some money aside and assist our adult services program to replace some of that. And so I put in a plan, we sent it to DC and they approved it. So that's our adult services plan, our project. So with that, we replace exterior doors, windows, we replace furnaces, water heaters, we put in ramps. The latest thing that has really become a hit is the walk-in showers. So those are the 6 things we put in that plan that we're using those funds for. And that was in response to, because social services was helping families that had children, but there was no support out there for the families that didn't have any kids. So that was our response to that, is that we'll help those families with these services. So when the funds were being talked about with BIA, when they submitted the plan, they submitted our adult services plan. And those were the dollars that you all received, was based on the plan that we had submitted. And so on top of that, we had also asked BIA for ARPA funds to do that same thing. So when you guys got the funds, I was like, well, I asked Patrick, I said, well, we applied for those dollars. We utilized our adult services plan. And he said, yeah, that went to council though, so council is going to split it up. But our plan was still in there. But we did finally get our ARPA dollars, and we're using it now in both locations. So we've used up half of those dollars.
Is the deadline for that still on the 26th?
I didn't see no deadline date in that plan.
Okay.
But we are utilizing it, and that's become a hit, so we use that in both locations. Unfortunately, with our Colorado state funds, we can't cross state lines. So I've asked Malcolm, when he goes to his state Utah leaders meetings, ask who we can tap into up there to apply for funding on the Utah side.
It's called HEAT, H-E-A-T. They will supply water heaters, furnaces, anything that has to do with energy in the home, residential.
About HIP.
Oh, a HIP program.
And our Colorado partners on this side are tapping into the Utah side, trying to figure out if we can tap in and apply on the Utah side through their sister corporations.
Malcolm and I will ask.
Yeah, it'd be good, then we can put in applications on the Utah side for those homes.
I think Gwen researched that once already. Might have to reach out to Gwen and ask her. Okay, any other comments, questions, council members? Anything else from staff? Bernadette?
So Chairman, again, Bernadette Cutler, Director of Planning and Development, in supporting the housing and housing rehab, that we do have weekly or monthly meetings with the rehab advisory group, who is Juanita, myself, and Priscilla. And we do work with, we do invite Archie, and he is on the calls anywhere from the state, federal level. And we currently are working with Housing Authority on the multi-family housing at Reservoir to install those walk-in showers for the elders, and there might be some scattered sites that he has recommended for the walk-in showers as well. So there are people in the community that have those needs because they have a handicap or they're up in age. So we're trying to accommodate that list of people that he's provided to us. So we are working with Housing Authority on that as well. So the other thing too is that with the understanding that we do send out this once a month invite to the two council representatives to attend. And, you know, we do our best to go ahead and provide them with minutes if they can't attend as well. But with the clear understanding that these are pockets of money, and it has, some of them have caps and some of them are flexible, like the nonprofit. The nonprofit, we were able to complete those 8 infrastructure sites in White Mesa for the mobile homes. So that's what we used, was the nonprofit dollars there. So we're doing the best we can. And I think Malcolm has a request for possibly 2 stick-built homes over there. We've identified the area, the site potentially where it could sit. Maybe it's going to be one of those homes that, 2 homes that are going to provide for temporary housing when we finally get there, to get some of this housing rehab dollars in the state of Utah. So we're kind of looking at that as, you know, a potential, you know, preparing for that next step for the community of White Mesa as well. So, so the other thing is that, you know, just keeping in mind that the grants do have limitations to it, like the cap and how you can use it. But we're kind of like pairing it to make it happen. The other thing that I've gone to the advisory group, we're not an official committee or anything. We're an advisory group, and my recommendation is to make sure that the house is completely fixed or rehabbed because of the fact that what happens a lot of times is if you're concentrating with a cap of dollars, you know, something will always happen and you have to turn back around and refix something. So it's best to get in there and do it right. And, you know, and it could last for 10 years plus. So depending on their maintenance of the family, of the home. So, you know, that's just a recommendation I put to the advisory group. You know, as a recommendation, it's up to them to make that decision, you know, to do it. So, but those are just my thoughts into this, so thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, council members? Okay, at this time, this resolution comes before you today on page 54 in your packet. It's authorizing for the Utah Tribe of award of Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka funds, Native American Housing Initiative grant program, the amount is $500,000. So at this time, council members, what is the wishes to move forward? Is there any action? I'll ask for the motion again if there's any action to move forward with this. This will be the second request for action.
Chairman, make the motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Johnson.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Vice Chairman. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Anything
I
else?
just wanted to add, you know, earlier you were talking, Turtle was talking about the maintenance on some of the equipment that we put up. There is outside resources as well. There was like a youth group, youth conservation, like a YCC group out of Durango, and my daughter was a supervisor for one of the teams, and they hire youth, and they cut trails, maintain some of the trails, but also they kind of look for work out there. So my daughter asked them to call me when they were looking for work, and I told them, yes, I do have that bike park back here that was overgrown with weeds. So they came and they cleaned that all up. And they're always looking for work. So they said they've always wanted to work with the tribe, but they didn't know who to contact. And so this summer they'll be coming out and working in the tribal park area as well, cleaning up some of those trails and that. But they're willing to help with our stuff too, with our bike park and whatever else we have out there. In addition to that, we do have our job training placement dollars. We can train people on how to do maintenance work and that. It's just paying the individuals, but we can provide the training for them and the tools. And they can maintain all of our areas out there.
Sounds good. I think the Vice Chairman, go ahead.
Juanita's Malcolm. So you talk about these kids or a group of people coming out and helping with that, even help in White Mesa, or is that just in Colorado?
It's probably, I can ask. I will ask.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask, because, you know, that would help too in White Mesa, even if they were kids that need to work or anything like that, just to help out too. So just that thought, thank you, Paula.
Yeah, I think they can apply for that because we've had some of our tribal kids here work with them as well as the neighboring tribes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll maybe get with Gwen and have her get with you and see if we can get some of the applications or something, to see if we can get some of the kids to apply for those.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to our next agenda item. It's under new business number 10. Energy Department, please come on up, introduce yourself for the record. And you have 4 items.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, council, everyone. David Ballou, Tribal Energy Director.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks. The first item I have is a Department of Interior Orphan Well Program Office. Just want to let you know that the tribe has an opportunity to apply for some plugging abandonment reclamation assistance. This is all under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed under the Biden administration, the Energy Policy Act of 2005. The goal of this is, it's focused on rebuilding America's critical infrastructure, tackling climate crisis, addressing legacy pollution sites, advancing environmental justice, and drive the creation of good-paying jobs. The type of assistance they are offering is that the tribes may request that the Secretary of Interior administer and carry out plugging, remediation, and reclamation activities related to eligible orphan wells on behalf of the tribe. We have to submit a request. It's phase 2 of the program in lieu of grant assistance. There's $5 million in available funding. It's going to be subject to the number of applications they have for those funds. The application deadline is midnight Eastern Time on December 31st of this year. The eligibility requirements, it's limited to tribes. It does cover plugging, abandonment, reclamation activities. Orphan wells are defined as a well that is not used for its authorized purpose, a well at which no operator can be located, and a well for which a locatable operator is unable to have the resources to plug the well. And then it must be on tribal-owned land, in our case held by trust by the United States. So the tribe has a number of abandoned orphan wells from some bankruptcies recently. I've been working with Scott Clow on, defining a list of the wells. I've identified 15 wells that I think are good candidates. Their last historical production was 0 to 2 barrels a day. So what we will need to do is I will provide a letter of request on tribal letterhead for signature of the tribe's governing body authorized representative, providing the well information, lease number, well name, location data, and what the associated environmental risks are to the environment and tribal membership. And then we will turn that in December 31st, on or before, try to get our share of the grant in lieu of grant dollars. So I just wanted to inform the council of this initiative and make sure that the council supports it. And if you've got any questions about the program, be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Ballou. Any questions, comments, council members?
Chairman.
Go ahead. Secretary.
Thank you, David. Thank you for looking at this. I've been sitting on these orphan well webinars. So you missed the first round, now the second round right here. So I definitely said, David, can you look into this? And we need that. So definitely get those plugged and see what we got. And oil is our revenue. Oil is our royalty. So I definitely would like council to consider to approve us applying for this assistance. So Chairman, council.
Thank you. I also see in the packet on page 69, the Minerals Committee voting record, and it looks like all of them voted in favor of the topic that we're discussing today?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments, council members? This is not a resolution, it's just a consensus to go ahead and send this letter out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if there's any other questions, comments, council members at this time, to go ahead and look at the orphan wells in lieu of the grant application, applying for funds for plug-in orphan wells, and identified 15 orphan wells. Seeing and hearing no questions or comments, I'm going to ask for a consensus to go ahead and move forward with this. So I'll start with the vice chairman. Are you in favor of moving forward?
Yes.
Thank you. Treasurer? Treasurer?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
No opposition? Seeing and hearing none, majority of the council and consensus to go ahead and move forward with this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll get that letter prepared.
Okay. The next agenda item? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir.
Superintendent?
I tried to get your attention before, but that's okay. I noticed these are all in New Mexico. Have you reached out to the Bureau of Land Management, because they actually have an orphan well program that, still go ahead with trying to apply, but reach out to, his name is Matt Warren. He's in charge of that program for New Mexico. Reach out to him, see if they can do any of this.
Yeah, that would be a great idea, because we've got 40 potential.
And I only know
wells.
that because I came from Bureau of Land Management, so.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent.
Yes, sir.
Your next agenda item?
Yeah, we have a right-of-way, approving of the right-of-way fees from a force majeure request from Sealy Oil Company. This has a little bit of historical context to it. Back in October of 2014, and I think in your packet there's a timeline that I've kind of put together to help explain the major steps of how we got here. Sealy submitted a right-of-way renewal for a pipeline that they were utilizing to move gas from tribal lands to processing off the reservation. In October 31st of 2014, that right-of-way renewal was approved. It was a 10-year term with fees totaling $349,800. What was happening during this right-of-way renewal process is the pipeline, Aneth Pipeline, that took this gas to market was being abandoned by Anadarko Company. And then leaks were discovered in the pipeline, and it was shut down. Because Sealy Oil could not move their gas to the marketplace for sale, they declared force majeure, their inability to move the gas to market, on October 20th, 2015. Subsequent to that activity, the BIA did notify Sealy of not making the payment for the right-of-way in 2017. Sealy came to the tribe, sat with the Minerals Committee, and explained the activities that happened, why they declared force majeure. And then in July 14th of 2021, the BIA requested that the Minerals Committee consider a reduced right-of-way fee for the time that Sealy actually had this pipeline in operation. That would have been October 31st of 2014 to October 20th of 2015, not quite 1 year. And then January 11th, earlier this year, the Minerals Committee approved the recommendation for the Tribal Council that it seek a reduced right-of-way fees for Sealy Oil of $33,925. So what I've done is put together this history and created a resolution seeking a request to collect that amount of fees from Sealy Oil. Do you want me to read through some of the whereas?
Yes, please.
Because this is a little complex, so if there's any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Ute Mountain Ute Agency, approved a grant of easement for a right-of-way to Sealy Oil Company on November 18, 2015, with an effective date of October 31st, 2014. Whereas an invoice was generated for Sealy Oil Company and approved by the tribe by resolution number 2015-0 2024-177 with consideration based on $3,000 per acre multiplied by a total acreage of 116.6 acres for the sum of $349,800. Whereas, as of November 12, 2024, the invoice remains outstanding and the payment has not been received from Sealy Oil. Whereas on October 20th, 2015, pursuant to the right-of-way agreement, Nathan Sealy of Sealy Oil Company informed the tribe in writing that it must shut down the Anasazi pipeline due to force majeure conditions created by the inability to transport natural gas to the San Juan gas processing plant through no fault of Sealy Oil or the tribe. Whereas, had the right-of-way matured for the full 10 years, Sealy Oil would have owed $349,800. However, the right-of-way did not mature, and a force majeure was declared before year one had passed. Whereas, the BIA recommended a reduction in compensation to the tribe from the date of the right-of-way was approved to the date Sealy Oil Company notified the tribe, calculated as described below. 354 days of right-of-way use between October 31st, 2014 to October 20th, 2015. That's 61 days for the remainder of 2014, plus 293 days partial 2015, for a total of 354 days total right-of-way use. 354 days divided by 365 days in a year is .6986 active right-of-way years for Sealy. That percentage active right-of-way years divided by a 10-year right-of-way term is 9.6986 of the total right-of-way amount of $349,800. That equates to $33,925 prorated right-of-way fees. And whereas the Mineral Committee on January 11th, 2024 approved recommending to the Tribal Council that it reduce the amount owed by Sealy Oil Company to $33,925.
Thank you for that, Mr. Balloon. Any other questions, comments, council members on the resolution?
Sure.
Secretary?
Thank you, David. Thank you for bringing this up. So I know this was last January when we talked about this. So this is the 4-year time, so thank you for bringing this back up. So it did go through the Minerals Committee. We did agree on this, on what Sealy was, they really tried. So I'll let Chairman, Council know about that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, council members? Looking at the timeline that it was in production, it was about a year, somewhere right around there. So the total cost of the agreement, it comes down to about 10% of what the total was.
Correct.
So that is what is in the resolution right now. Superintendent, do you have any questions, comments on this right away?
No, sir, not at all. I think it was really, they should only be billed for what they used. So I totally agree with not only the timeline, but the amount as well.
Okay. Any other questions, council members? Seeing and hearing none, this comes before you today on page 76 in your packet. Is there a motion to go ahead and approve this for the amount that is requested at, how much was it,
33,925, I believe.
Yes, thank you for that. 33,925. Is there a motion to go ahead and move forward with this?
Chairman, I make the motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Chairman.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jackett, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Your next agenda item.
I'd like to introduce two gentlemen from Mossman Healing. Gentlemen, come up, please. This is Howard McLaughlin of Mossman Helium LLC and Tim Reinott, geology consultant and advisor to Mossman. Is that fair? We have an opportunity today to move forward with an IMDA agreement with Mossman Helium. It's going to require a couple of steps to get there, however. In December 21st of 2022, there was a tribal resolution 2022-190 that approved a mineral development agreement with Four Corners Helium. The agreement was executed by Four Corners Helium on September 21st, 2023, 9 months after the tribal resolution was passed. It was subsequently executed by the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe on October 11th, 2023. This IMDA was never sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for review and approval.
That's exactly the information I have, so I agree with that.
Okay, yay. It's always a good one, we agree. It's been nearly 2 years since the tribal resolution was passed, and Four Corners Helium has not demonstrated any activity under the agreement terms that got that IMDA started. They have not paid the lease bonus, nor they have completed the NEPA or NHPA Section 106 evaluations for the acreage they wanted to lease. Four Corners Helium, some of their investor challenges they had. Tim Reinott was the owner and founder of Four Corners Helium. He was a geologist and a drilling prospect generator. He's got significant experience with Red Willow on the southern Ute Tribe as a senior geologist. He is currently developing some significant helium projects in southeast Utah. He is also doing some consultation for the Hickory regarding their helium exploration opportunities. So Four Corners Helium needs investors to provide the exploration funds, the drilling funds, the development funds. When the Four Corners Helium IMDA agreement was executed, there were no active investors to provide that funding to move the exploration forward. Howard McLaughlin of Mossman Oil and Gas was introduced to the tribe through Four Corners Helium in later this past summer, 2024. The tribe and Mossman have negotiated a new IMDA agreement under the Mossman Helium LLC legal name. They're a publicly traded company. The agreement should be in their name rather than under Four Corners Helium LLC. In terms of comparing the Four Corners Helium LLC agreement to the Mossman Helium agreement, I think we have very similar commercial terms. The Four Corners Helium was a 5-year agreement. The Mossman agreement is going to be 10 years, 3 years exploration, 7 years development period. We're seeking a similar lease bonus payment of $75 per acre. A little smaller acreage footprint with Mossman. I think they're a little more focused on where they believe the helium reserves are going to be found. So it's about 48% of the same acreage footprint. The first well of the Four Corners Helium was to be drilled within 12 months. Mossman, we're going to let them look at seismic data and evaluate their acreage. We're going to ask them to drill a well within the first 36 months following the exploration, and then likely there will be a multiple well drilling program. Royalty interests are the same for oil and gas. I'm proposing a increasing helium royalty interest rate to increase over 11 years from 14% to 19%. The total tax burden for royalty and tribal tax is the same for any oil and gas discovered, but also increasing over 11 years from 14% and 19%. From 20 to 28%. The original helium bonus on the Four Corners had a $50,000 per well earmarked for community enhancement. The new agreement with Mossman also has that, but we also have an additional, if there's a successful well, and we define what that is in the agreement, there's an additional $25,000 to be paid to the tribe. Bonding, we're a little stricter in the Mossman Helium. We think that's very important to protect the tribe. There's going to be a review after each well is drilled, subject to a 10% increase every 5 years if needed by the tribe. Any of the royalty for gas used on well operations will be assessed under the Mossman agreement. And we added some additional BIA approved language regarding how NEPA and NHPA Section 106 surface activities will be evaluated. That really did not exist in the Four Corners Helium agreement, and I think it's a really good improvement for our IMDAs. So the original acres for Four Corners Helium was 8,960. If you've got that graphic in your packet, there's a red outline there showing the total acreage there. Mossman Helium is about 48% of that, with 5 project areas for them to pursue. So the required next steps, how we get this all ready to get the Mossman Helium IMDA approved, is we need to, Mossman wants to lease some of the same acreage that was granted under the Four Corners Helium IMDA agreement. The tribe cannot lease the same acreage to 2 different companies. So the IMDA agreement with Four Corners needs to be mutually terminated through the terms of the agreement to allow the IMDA for Mossman to proceed. And then the resolution 2022-190 that approved the minerals development agreement with Four Corners needs to be rescinded and then replaced by a new tribal resolution for Mossman Helium so that they can move forward with their exploration goals. This was presented to the Minerals Committee on 11/14/2024. There were 5 votes yes, there were no votes for no, and there were 2 individuals who did not vote.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments, council members? Secretary?
Chairman, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing this up, David. This has been talked about for so long, and membership was wondering, what about the helium? When it's going to come? Who's going to do it? And now we can say we got somebody going to do it. We got a timeline, and this is what's coming our way. So thank you, David. Thank you again for doing this. And if somebody's going to come to the reservation and they're not going to do any test for anything, then we should move on to the next person. Say, hey, you got us a good deal, and we'll go with our energy people because that's who we hired to do our business. So, Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members? Councilman
Good
Knight?
afternoon, David and representatives. It's good to always see representatives here in front of us. And I really appreciate the work you've done, the PowerPoint and the slides, the comparison, because that gives us a little bit more description and detail of what we're looking at. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members? So, correct me if I'm wrong, but your first resolution is going to be the Four Corners Helium. They did not utilize the lease that they had in agreement with the IMDA. That first resolution will be to rescind it.
To terminate the agreement.
Terminate.
There's a clause in the agreement that both parties need to mutually terminate the agreement. So we would send a letter to Four Corners Helium saying that we would like to terminate the agreement. If they agree, they would agree, sign it, and then we would have that achieved.
And the second one will be to rescind
the resolution for the mineral development agreement with Four Corners Helium and replace it with the Mossman Helium LLC agreement.
So, is there a third resolution that says we're going into an agreement with Moss?
Well, I put them together.
Put them together, I see that.
So it's just rescind A and then approve B.
Legal, your opinion?
We've bantered this around for a while.
Yeah, and there's a few ways to do this. This is the solution that the Minerals Committee came up with, and there's no problem with it. It's okay to do it this way. We originally thought maybe we'd come to the council, rescind the Four Corners Helium, and the next time come and do the Mossman. So that didn't quite work the way we anticipated, so the Minerals Committee met and decided to go this route. I see no problem with it. I think it's suitable.
Okay. Superintendent?
I see no problem in it, and just this time, can we get a copy of the IMDA when it's signed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We want this.
We didn't get a copy of the last one, so I just want to make sure you get a copy of this one. I DOT gets it. Okay, that's, and I love the new language, because that is correct. So thank you for putting that in there. I really appreciate that.
Thanks to Stephanie for finding that.
Mhm. And we have a
Okay.
new NEPA person, her name is Stephanie Henderson, so she was,
Yep, I need to meet her in person.
yes, and we can make that happen, so.
Okay.
Okay, with that, council members, is there any other questions? We'll have two resolutions. One for terminating the agreement that we have with Four Corners Helium. And based on the recommendation from the Minerals Committee, that'll be the first resolution, is to terminate. Second one is to Mossman Helium, the new IMDA, which will rescind and make it the new agreement that will be going to contract with Mossman Helium. Any questions, comments on that, council members, before we move forward? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the first resolution for the Four Corners Helium, and did not exercise the right to the lease, so we're going to go ahead and terminate that based on our agreement. So with that, I'm looking for action to go ahead and terminate the agreement with Four Corners Helium. Is there any action on that?
Chairman, I make a motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Chairman.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. We have terminated our agreement with Four Corners Helium. Next agenda item is the agreement to go ahead and rescind, plus also in the same agreement in the resolution, we will agree with Mossman Helium to go ahead and move forward with the new IMDA. Any other questions or comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action to move forward with this resolution?
Chairman, I make the motion.
There is a motion, is there a second? Is there, there's a second? Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
The next agenda item?
Yep, the last agenda item I have is Preon Energy IMDA agreement that was approved, I think, a couple of sessions back. In talking with Preon Energy investors, we identified some areas where we could better define or clarify some.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. We could better define some of the definitions in the agreement. The second thing is, there was some specific language provided by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which we wanted to include in this IMDA. We think it's very important for kind of paving the way of how we approach the environmental assessments. And then Preon Energy and the tribe wanted to further clarify their drilling obligations and just make sure that we're spelled out more accurately. So this represents the First Amendment to the IMDA. The summary of amendment changes and the definitions were just to clarify or add what a development period was, what a drilling obligation period was, what an obligation well was, what spud meant, what a subsequent drilling obligation was, and what a tract was. We also made some minor definition changes to definition terms of a first drilling obligation date, then calling it a period instead, a subsequent drilling obligation, again, defining that as a drilling period, not just a single activity. The NEPA and NHPA Section 106 language that the BIA helped provide for the IMDA basically specifies that the secretary must ensure under the agreement that all the environmental studies are prepared as required. They need to make sure that all necessary surveys are performed, the clearance is obtained. They need to seek the comments of the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, ensure that the property is avoided and that adverse effect is mitigated. So what this really does is, prior to any activities that are conducted by the exploration company, it just spells out how the assessment's going to happen and who has to approve that. And I think this is really important to add to the agreement. And then under drilling obligations, we added a section C and D to Article 3.02. Basically that if Prion Energy did drill multiple wells during a drilling period, those did count towards their drilling obligations. And that after drilling a well, the grantee or Prion Energy must act in a prudent manner to run logs and test to determine if completion of the well is viable. If they determine it is a discovery, they must run casing over the production formation before the drilling rig is released. The concern here was that a company could come in and partially drill a well, count it as an obligation, and then be done with their activity. We want to make sure we hold them to some additional activities to make sure they evaluate that well for payable production. And then the last, and the addition of these two subsections are to clarify that one, drilling multiple wells during a drilling period is credited, and then two, rather than requiring every well drilled to be completed, it requires a series of actions to determine whether the completion of the well is viable, and the goal is outlined in Article 3.04 is to complete earned wells to hold acreage by production. And realizing that not every single well drilled may be in paying quantities and therefore may not be completed, but we will at least evaluate the potential to do so. Also included a list taken from the amended agreement showing what we're specifically changing. That would be in page 3 and 4 of the extraction from the agreement. And so it's really just some minor edits to the agreement in terms of definitions, in terms of language around environmental assessments, and then just further clarifying the drilling obligations for Prion Energy.
Okay. Any questions, comments, council members? The resolution is on page 164 in the packet. This is, it's my understanding, it's more for exploratory purposes, and they'll be drilling so many wells.
I mean, they will be drilling wells, exploring for oil and gas.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, council members? There is a process that we have to go through to get to the point of actually making a agreement on any type of funding, but first they got to examine, go through exploration process, and clearances come with that too. So with that, is there any questions, comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution comes before you today on page 164. Is there any action to move forward with this with Prion Energy LLC?
Chairman, I make the motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Chairman, I'll second.
There's a second. Thank you. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Treasurer Whiteman. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Anything else, Mr. Baloo?
No, I hope this time around I tried to put together a lot more information on the topics to make sure everybody's informed, and I hope that paid off for everybody. It was a pleasure to put these in front of you today.
It did. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And you just need the amended?
Yes.
Amended? Okay.
I did forget to ask Superintendent, did you have anything else?
No, sir, I'm good. He knows. I've had discussions, so we're good.
All right.
Stephanie will probably come next month sometime, but I'll make sure and let you know well in advance when I know she's going to be here.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, moving on with our agenda. Have a great day and happy holidays to you, Dave. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item under new business number 11, Planning Department. Please come on up. Is this on mainly informational at this time?
Yes, informational. So, good afternoon, Chairman and Council, Executive Staff, and community. Bernadette Cuthair, Planning and Development Director for the Umatilla Tribe. So, I come before the council today on one agenda item. So, we're here to present this project, Rocky Mountain Power, Camp David, Four Corners, 345 kV transmission line. And I do have two guests with me today, so I'm going to ask them to come on up from Rocky Mountain Power and introduce themselves. So Chairman Hart and Council, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Brian Young, and you can reintroduce yourself.
Thank you, first of all, for taking this time on your agenda today. My name is Brian Young, and if you remember, I came before you 5 years ago, and we were negotiating the Camp Williams to Four Corners, the compensation for the right-of-way grant. And at the time, there was a man that came with me, his name was Dick Garlish, who is the general counsel, the VP and general counsel for the company. He has since been made president of the company. And I want to introduce you to Marie Durant. She is the new vice president and general counsel for Rocky Mountain Power. And we decided that we would like to come before you together, and just so you know that the executive team is involved in these negotiations.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
So, as we've been looking at the right-of-way grant, if you remember, the right-of-way grant that we had last time was for a 5-year period, and we paid $3 million for that. And as we were looking at that, we wanted to do a calculation based on that, just so that we can understand that we're coming with similar figures to you. And so, as we're looking, we were going back and forth as a team, looking at would it be better for another 5-year, or if would it be better for a 20-year term? And it came back as through our discussions that a 20-year term would actually serve all of us better. Then we don't have to, we can understand what revenues we're paying and what you're going to be receiving in turn. So the offer that we've been asked to present to you is, so we're looking for a 20-year term, and we would like to offer $3.35 million for every 5-year period. So initially in 2025, we would pay $3.35 million. And every 5-year period after that, we pay another $3.35 million. And what was the total was?
The total was 13.4 million over that 20-year period.
20-year period.
I think one thing we would like to add, we saw, as Brian said, we saw the 20-year period as hopefully a win-win for all of us, where that would give us some certainty going forward. It would also give the tribe certainty in this revenue that's coming in. It would be coming in every 5 years, a substantial chunk of it, and we hope that would enable you to better plan and count on things and use that in your budgeting with a known quantity going forward. And Brian can explain this better than me, he runs these numbers, but that represents is that this correct, this 2.5 annual increase? Is that how you got to the 3.35? Rounded up to the 3.5. You can explain that better than me.
Okay. And that's the proposal you're putting on the table today?
Yes.
So Chairman, can I provide a little bit more context to
Yes,
the
please.
summary? So with the understanding on the agenda request form that I submitted here is, I'm going to read a little bit more about the project. So the Ute Mountain Tribal Council approved Rocky Mountain Power, predecessor company, Utah Power and Light, a right-of-way easement in April of 1970. That allowed the company to construct a 345 kV line across the Ute Mountain Reservation. This is known as the transmission line that is behind Ute Mountain. So the Bureau of Indian Affairs then granted a right-of-way easement a month later in May of 1970. The right-of-way easement will not expire until April 2025. So this is the reason why we're before the council, just to give you introduction and also introduction to the renewal process or the proposal. But Rocky Mountain Power would like to work with the Ute Mountain Tribe in renewing the right-of-way easement for another term before the right-of-way grant expires. A few more facts about the transmission line segment across the Ute Mountain Reservation. So the right-of-way and the power line name is Camp David, Four Corners 345 kV transmission line, and the Rocky Mountain file number is 2310, parentheses 325, and also the linear foot of the right-of-way is 106,513.77 feet. Linear miles of right-of-way is 20.18 miles. Right-of-way width is 130 feet. Right-of-way acres is 317.878 acres. So ownership is Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So just giving you a little bit of context of this. So Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments, council members?
Chairman,
Councilman Lehigh.
I know we talked about this several years ago, but, you know, for my input on this, I would rather, I know we always look for revenue. And at that time, that was the decision that we made to change the revenue process of it. So in my eyes, I think that, I think 3, to me, it would be, this is just my thought. I think I would look at 4, and because, you know, we as a tribe were growing, but we always need revenue, so that would be my take on this. You know, if we're going to be negotiating again, you know, in all the areas, as we know that everything is going up and cost of living is a lot nowadays, you know, even just getting gas, fuel, everything. And we have to travel these landscapes, and, you know, our tribal members do too. So just that thought would, in my mind now, that I would, that would be my thought on it. You know, that 3.5 is good, but to me, I think we always look at revenue for the tribe, and we're looking out for the tribal membership. So just that thought. I just thought I'd throw that out on the table. Thank you. Goya.
Thank you. Any other comments? Secretary?
Thank you, Chairman. Your line back there, is it underneath? Are you going to be repairing anything back there here pretty soon? Lines or towers?
I don't know of anything, but I can find out. I can follow up and check out their operations.
Okay.
I would imagine, you know, the ability to be able to repair is something that is part of the right-of-way, and that could happen periodically. We check, we ensure that the lines are in good shape. We have ongoing regimens to make sure that they're functioning and working properly. So I would just say we can anticipate that there would be some of our people going out at different times to at least check and look at the line, but it would be not often. It would be, I don't have an exact time to say.
And I do know, just to build on what Marnie's saying, I do know that they have what they call line patrolman that goes out periodically, like she was saying, like once every couple of years. But what they do is they're looking to make sure if there's any damage or anything that they need to repair. And then if there is anything that is major repair, then we would come before you and let you know that is happening. Just to get permission and let you know and give you all the details of what is going to happen. So if it's a major, minor, whatever that may be, then we will come before you.
Okay, and then my last question is, if we had a project, something like solar, would you guys be able to work with us to get onto your line?
In fact, we actually had that as a point of the discussion the last time you were here. And we had the vice president over our resource development, which would take that into consideration. He met with I think your solar developer, and explained our process, and where we just couldn't give you permission. There's a process that has to take place that is set up. It's rules that we operate under. But with that being said, I know Ryan DeGraw, he has since left the company, but whoever's taking his place could provide information on that process, on how best to navigate through that. So.
And I think what it would be, and this is something that's hard to explain, but we have a purposeful division between our transmission, our transmission duties in PacifiCorp. We're required by FERC to keep those separate from our generation and electricity provision function. And this is not our service territory, and so we have limited authority out here to be able to do certain things. And so anything to get into that transmission system has to go through a process that's FERC approved to get onto the transmission system. And it is really difficult and lengthy, as you probably already know if you've done a solar project. And so by law, we're not allowed to put any weight or have much influence on that process. We can certainly help explain and work to help you navigate the process, but as far as influencing the process, we're very limited.
In fact, if we have our own project, we have to go in the same queue as anyone else.
And we're hearing that on a broad basis. It's a time-consuming and expensive and difficult process all around. So we know that's a frustrating issue for a lot of people right now.
So Conrad, I have a little bit more context to that. So in my experience with planning and development with the WAPA line, what they'll do is they'll do, I think it might be like a, 5-10 year assessment of the line, the actual line, and they want to make sure that the road is clear for any kind of, if they have to come in and do any repairs. WAPA came in and approached the tribe, and that is entirely up to Rocky Mountain Power to do the same. They came to the tribe and did a proposal and said, can we use WCA to do that maintenance cleanup work for the line? And they went into an agreement with them between the tribe and WCA to use the construction company to do that work. So, and kind of give them a project to do that maintenance work out there for the line.
In the right of way?
Yes,
Okay.
so to clean it up and things like that. So I think that we're open to ideas like that, to use our construction company in those cases as well. So if you would keep that in mind in your going back to your team and presenting that as well. So the other thing is, when we're applying for any of the solar projects, there is a lengthy process to that, and they call it, you have to get in the queue. It's kind of like you put your application in, and you could be in there, like, there could be 10 or 15 people, like companies before you, but the companies actually rate you, and they kind of put you in that queue, and the scoring can either push you up or it can keep you, disqualify you. So there's quite a lengthy process within FERC, so, yeah. So anyway, just some context to it, so.
Chairman, my last comment is, I'm a Councilman Lehigh for 4 million, and to keep it 5 years, every 5 years. I don't want to tie down the next council people, or the next council can be here the next 10 or 20 years. I don't want to lock them down to something on that. So those are my comments. Chairman and Council.
Any other comments, council members? I would like to make a recommendation that we take it back to our Minerals Committee, to have a discussion with council. I have some similar interest in revenue for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. In the past, when we first came and Rocky Mountain came with their first right-of-way agreement, that first one that we had before we negotiated this last one, it was for 50 years, long time, and the royalty was only $1 million. That was not even nothing. That was a drop in the bucket. So that's why we renegotiated it, and I've told the council, do short-term right-of-ways. That way you can come back to the table and negotiate, because right now, tribes have been taken advantage of. There's a consumer that's going to be at the end of that transmission line that's going to be paying Rocky Mountain. So looking at your revenues that you guys have as this transmission line, then it's something that I'd like to counter proposal. We have 4 solar projects on this reservation, 1 in New Mexico, 2 in Colorado, and 1 in Utah. And we're looking at possibly, how many gigabytes is that?
We're looking at 2.5 all total.
2.5 total. One of them,
Gigawatts, excuse me.
Yes.
Thanks.
so when Secretary mentioned the connection, what you call an interconnection, tying into the grid, we are having a little bit of problem right now with MS2, Sun Bear, and what's going on with WAPA. We have to jump through a bunch of hoops and regulation stuff, and I understand FERCA and all that, but it's a right-of-way you guys are requesting. You say you have very little authority for negotiations on the interconnection. I think it's something that, as part of the right-of-way, we can agree to something that can, because this second one, in this one, it's bigger. It's actually 1 gigabyte or more. It's huge. And we're trying to follow the laws and how things are happening with global warming, with climate change. So renewable is on the horizon, and opportunities are on the horizon. But if we don't negotiate things now, when we're talking about the right-of-way, then it's going to fall on deaf ears. It's going to fall on a process that's going to take time, a long time. By that time, other companies, other tribes will get their interconnection. As Bernadette mentioned, there's a lot of them on the waiting list, depending on who has the best project. We have a very good project, and we're starting them. I've also wanted to talk to you about White Mesa Community. That's the 4th solar project. White Mesa Community is having so many issues with Rocky Mountain in paying their bills, getting things done, and they've almost shut off some of these tribal members. If we include White Mesa Community through this right-of-way agreement, that in the future, once this is agreed on, nobody in White Mesa will ever pay an electric bill again. I want that in the agreement as we start to look at this. So what I'd like to do is get back with the council and do a counter proposal.
Okay.
Your counter proposal or your proposal right now for 3.5 and then over 20 years and coming up to a total of, what'd you say, 19 or is it 13? 13.4 over 20 years. I think it's something we can work out better for the future of this tribe. So if you don't mind, I say disrespectfully, let us counter proposal.
Yes.
Let us include things that we envision down the road. Because right now, if we just say we're going to go with 4 million and we agree to the 20 years, I think we're falling short of our future. So as solar projects are coming about, not only solar, but we also have a hydro project in New Mexico that we're looking at. We're looking at the water rights on that so we can create the power to tie into the grid, but that's a separate transmission line. So I'd really like to see if we can relook at this, reevaluate, present the counter proposal to you as we go through this. I'm looking at 5 million a year.
And if I could just say a few things, we would welcome your thoughts and your counter proposal and would look that over and would like to discuss those ideas with you. I do think a couple of things to keep in mind, as I mentioned, I think with the interconnection queue, the type of things that we could help with would be helping prepare your project to get into the queue so it would be more solid, and I'll have to check on all of these things. But this is from my limited knowledge what I think would be the things to focus on. We are unable to influence the queue process and getting through the queue more quickly. I mean, we've worked with big, huge nuclear projects, different things like that, you know, really pushing us, wanting us to get them in the queue, and that is just out of our hands. But as far as advising, giving you information, looking over proposals, giving suggestions, things like that, you know, that might be something that we could work out. And I think with the White Mesa community, you say they are served by Rocky Mountain Power, and so are they in Utah? Is that okay?
Something like that.
Okay, you know all this.
Sorry, I should have told you.
Yeah, my apologies. Okay, yeah, I mean, that would be something I'd be interested to look into a little more and hear, you know, what the situation is, and maybe you already know all this.
I don't. In fact, when you send our counter proposal back, would you mind adding some details to that?
Sure.
So we understand what the problem is, and then it'd be easier for us to then get to the bottom.
Yeah, and it's a very small community, not very many houses, so it's a fraction of what you guys would be looking at on the revenue side, but still supporting this tribe, especially that community. Right now, they're going through a lot of issues with uranium tailings and the White Mesa Mill that's north of it. So it affects the quality of the water. So it affects the health. So we're looking at an epidemiology study to look at the cancer that's arising in that community. So how can we have equity when they're one of the tribes that are being really looked at from a nuclear standpoint? You're right, Marie. Nuclear is the new outcome of Congress. Right now, they doubled the budget for nuclear reactors, nuclear generation of power, because they're trying to get away from fossil fuels. Fossil fuels right now make up probably 60-70% of total energy development in the country. So with the new president, incoming elected president, he's going to be opening the doors back up to oil and gas. But what reserves do we have left that's in this country? There's probably a huge, but it's time to renegotiate. It's time to put things on the table. Interconnections are one of them. Give us the opportunity on solar projects that would help us out. Our oil and gas, we are a fossil fuel tribe, but our oil and gas is depleting. We look at every opportunity we can to increase our revenues from whatever's left of our reserves, but we also want to look at opportunities, look at solar projects or renewable projects, hydro, whatever the case may be. We are in a 20-year drought here in the Colorado River Basin, but we also have opportunities through water rights for tribes so that they can develop things and help out the tribe on revenue. So this is the time to negotiate. This is the time to say, well, they got a good point. They have a large land base. They can create solar power without having to look at fossil fuels. But still, at the same time, look at fossil fuels and whatever's left, but still look at how the outcome is going to be 20 years. If we agree to it, I think the council will say, okay, 20 years, but let us agree to a number, maybe the term for the agreement, but let us do a counter proposal and relook it, and you guys can take it and evaluate it, whatever details you need, then just ask for it in our counter proposal.
Yeah, and I think that'll help us see what the realities of where we can help and where we might be limited, and then we can have a discussion. That
Yeah.
sounds good.
All right. Anything else, council? Council members on the Zoom, anybody? Okay, with that, Bernadette, you have a comment?
So if there's no more further comments, I just wanted to, with closing comments from the planning department is, my understanding is that we did do a land appraisal through the BIA with the last right-of-way. And in our future negotiation, that we'd be waiving that land appraisal with BIA this round. And what I'd like to recommend is, as Chairman said, is a counter proposal to Rocky Mountain Power. And this is a new term that we're looking at. We do have a resolution that states that we have 10 years for any business type of negotiation or terms. However, I think, the tribe itself can make that decision and negotiation with this Rocky Mountain Power to go to 20 years. However, it would be my recommendation to, for the first 5 years, as Chairman said, is $5 million for that first 5 years, with the escalator for each of those 5 years that are coming in. So with the understanding that, the tribe is growing, and we have this hydro project that within that 20 years that it will have the growth, and we have to keep up with that and match it. And also, I'm sure on Rocky Mountain Power side, they have initiatives that are going to be growing as well that we're not aware of. But, at the same time, this is a major hub for them to get down into New Mexico and service those individuals, those customers down there through PNM. So those are just my thoughts today. So we will regroup again and do something in writing for that counter proposal. And as Chairman said, meet with the Minerals Committee and get their recommendation as well. So that's just my thoughts today, Chairman, Council.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members? Any closing comments, Marie?
I would like to just maybe add one thing, so you understand also the constraints that we're under as far as the amount, and that is, we have to get approval from our commissions, and so we don't have a blank check, and so we're looking for something that we can present that will be reasonable. We're supposed to do least cost, least risk terms, and so those are going to be our constraints that we're looking at this through. And I think, with the things I'm hearing here and the counter proposal, there may be a lot of different things that we can move around to get to a place that will work for all of us.
Yeah. And that's the process we went through last time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. If there's nothing else, Superintendent, do you have any closing comments?
No, sir. All I say is that I don't know how long that appraisal will be good for. They might want another one because that right-of-way expires in April, so they might want another one. But all we'll require is that they pay the minimum of what anything else negotiated is between the tribe and you guys.
This will be way more than the appraisal.
I know. So I'm like, I didn't want to say it, but that's our requirement, that's our policy, so, yeah.
So I would have to put it back to you if you can find out when.
Yes, I will get you an answer,
So-
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I have that written down, so I will
Okay.
follow up with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, if there's no more questions or comments, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, friend.
Happy holidays to you and your family
Same.
and everything. Hopefully we can work something out that benefits both of us.
We will.
Same to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to come out to this beautiful area. This is
Nice to meet you.
a nice place to have to come to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on with our next agenda item. Thank you, Bernadette. Well, number 12, under new business, that's CFL Courts. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman, Council, Executive Staff, Community, and Superintendent. So my name is Priscilla Blackhawk. I'm the Court Administrator of the CFR Court. And I have Attorney Robert Cole with me to answer any questions in this criminal code that I'm going to discuss. Today, it's just a discussion on the criminal code. There's no action to be taken on the code today, it's just a discussion. And the Adult Protection Code was listed, but that's already been adopted and approved, so that won't be discussed. Okay, so when we look at the criminal code, I had sent that out to John to get that to you today. And so in this criminal code, I understand that there'll be resolutions presented before council on reinforcing regulations prohibiting the discharge of firearms, air guns, etc. We haven't seen those resolutions, but I understand they wanted it to be a part of the criminal code because what Peter be presenting would be the civil side of it, and then I understand that it needs to go into the criminal code as well. So that would be a firearms section in the code. So I'm here today to ask, how does the tribe want to state the firearms section in the criminal code? Is what we're here to discuss, because this is just a draft now. What we have that you guys were given is a draft. So pending on this, and if the council wants a firearms section, then we would have subsections in regards to what the council wants to go in that code. Yeah, so that's why we're here today.
Okay, talking about the firearms, it's an amendment to a section that's in there. And all we're doing is adding an amendment for anybody that fires a weapon in a residential area. They can use their guns for hunting, exercise their right to weapons when they need to, but we're trying to protect the community, safety of the community from somebody shooting a gun inside the residential area and commercial area. So that's kind of the proposal. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ortego.
That's correct. That there's a provision in the Law and Order Code that prevents the discharging of a firearm within the community, and so the resolution will be asking for the prosecutor and the courts to be robust in enforcing that rule.
Okay, and with that, then it would need a firearms section in the criminal code, and which we, need council's wording on how they want to word that in the code. And once I get that, then I would submit that to the two attorneys, the law and order attorneys, to put in the draft form from that. So that's the discussion today in regards to that. So.
Okay. So the process that we want to do, what you're asking is, we would pass something by resolution saying that we want to amend it into the for the criminal code.
Yeah.
And then you guys would take it on and add it into the criminal code that's being worked on right now. And then once we finalize this, then it'll already be included by resolution from the council.
And then we would need the council's language on how you want it written in the code. Because this isn't the court, it's a code or anything, it's the legislative body. So we would need that from the council in order to move forward.
And that's something that legal, our general counsel will be working on the language to implement that into the criminal code.
Okay, and then the other thing, or is there any questions on that, because I have Attorney Robert Cole here, if there's any questions you might have, Peter or council, in regards to that.
Is there any questions, comments, council members?
Chairman.
Secretary?
Thank you for bringing this up. I don't know weapons, but I know better to not shoot them up in the air. I know better not to use them against a person. I teach my kids, I said, this is a dangerous weapon, you never point to it at anyone. Shooting a weapon just as it's alive, you put it down. But definitely, what's your recommendations here? The registration fee, yes. If you want to own a weapon on a reservation, yeah, it won't be like a high fee, like $5, you know, to own a weapon on a reservation. Registration, yes, who got the weapon? It wouldn't be information up for the whole community, it would just be right here for council, or just in this office, that's it, who got the weapon? But there's some people who shouldn't have weapon. Those people should not have weapon at all. If you're a felony, I'm sorry, if you're a felon, I'm sorry, you can't have a weapon, that's just the way the rules are. And if you're gonna be negligent about it, then you definitely don't, definitely should not even have one at all. But definitely, there's whatever, what you've written down here, yes, go for it. Start pinning it down, and we can start seeing what we want in there. But definitely, I definitely support this 100%, and it's good for the community. It's good because it's, what just happened, it's tragedy, shouldn't have happened, and this person shouldn't have it, if this person shouldn't have had a weapon, then something should be done about it. And also, something to think about is, there's something in there about a spouse. Some people, some couples, one of them got a felony, the other one buy them a gun. But it still needs to be registered, and that weapon needs to be handled by that specific person, no matter what, especially for hunting or whatever. So, I'm for this, do it, get it done as fast as you can, so we can get it here, because there's a long time coming. Remember that said, well, you guys wait till something happens. Well, we're gonna do this right now, so it's good. Something that happens again, we're prepared and we say, this is what needs to happen. Especially if they shouldn't have a weapon, this is one way that we'll know. And that law enforcement, that BIA will know, hey, that person should need to have a gun. So, Chairman and Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members?
Yeah.
Councilman Lehigh?
On the ATVs, how do you guys deal with those ones?
What do you mean, like?
ATVs that are, people are driving ATVs around and law enforcement stopping them and telling them they're gonna take their ATVs away from them and telling them they're gonna put them under arrest. You know, things like that, tribal membership are asking. Why do they want to arrest us? What reason for just driving it? So questions like that are popping up now, and just wondering how we're going to deal with those issues. If they're not really doing nothing and kind of just doing what they need to do, or wearing the helmet, or just being out there driving around and law enforcement sees them and just happens to say, well, they're not doing or obeying by their rules and regulations of the tribe or anything like that, and just happen to stop them and ask them questions. But not only that, but interrogating them right on the spot, you know, and trying to harass them, things like that nature too. Those things are happening, so just wanted to ask how we're going to deal with issues like that with law enforcement, or is that up to the courts to deal with those? So just that thought.
Okay, Chairman, can I respond? Okay, with that, there's a resolution, you know, that's on ATVs. Peter, do you remember? Can I let Peter kind of address that?
Yeah, the council passed a resolution. This was right around the time that they got the settlement in the Cobell case, so this was in 2012. And the resolution sets forth several rules, about a page full of rules about ATV use. And so I don't know those specific instances you're talking about and whether that's a violation of these rules, but there are a set of rules that are specific with driving an ATV.
Could we get a copy to him?
Sure.
We'll get you a copy for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, going back to our agenda on the courts here, CFR courts. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Priscilla and Mr. Cole. Thank you for that presentation as we're moving forward with amending and updating our law and order code. I think this subject is really, really important as we're talking about the shootings that are going on. I think we really need a work session when we have these law and order codes passed with BIA, so that way they're up to par with a lot of these changes that have been made. because quite frankly, I think BIA isn't really holding anybody accountable for these laws that have been broken. And we have a series of resolutions that have been passed prior to the amendment of these law and order codes, and we haven't seen that really being upheld. I think with the drastic events that have happened, BIA's got to make the tribal members that violate any of these laws accountable for their actions. So I really think that, as we talk about cultural sensitivity and all these things for the tribe, I think this aspect needs to be brought in too, and BIA really needs to be aware of what's going on in these laws, because we get a lot of turnover here. Just because we don't have consistent BIA officers for a lengthy period of time, while people come in for a week, 2 or 3 or a month, and then they transfer out. So I think it's really important that a lot of these law enforcement officers are aware of some of these laws that are out there, because again, we did have that ATV law that was implemented, and still you see people driving around, and where is BIA? I mean, I've seen a BIA officer beside somebody that was riding on the ATV, and it goes to that full of extent as well. BIA has to play their responsibility and be out there and being visual and making sure that they hold people accountable for these things, because we can pass all these resolutions and we can say that they are law, but who's actually going to carry them out? I know you all carry them out on the court side, but the regulatory side of it, whose boots on the ground? And unfortunately, we haven't seen these things from the BIA officers, and there's a lot of excuses that are being brought up from them. Lack of officers. Well, you got to work something out. We've got a chief there. We've got all these other people that are under there that could potentially be riding around and watching everything that's happening, but it really comes down to the regulatory part of it. We can put all these laws together, but unless BIA truly enforces these laws, then we're going to get nowhere. So I think with all of these things that you're presenting here, you got a huge responsibility as the courts, because you've got the responsibility of carrying these out once the law enforcement officers arrest these individuals. So we need to make sure that they're doing their job the best way possible too, so that these individuals can be held accountable for their actions. There is always repercussions for negative actions that are done out there, and we really need to be on top of that, because if not, it's going to be the Wild West, and people are going to be shooting guns, doing what they want. And I completely agree with Secretary Jacket. These individuals that are buying these guns for these individuals that have felons or are unable to purchase these guns should be held to the fullest extent as well, because that's where it starts from. They purchase these things for these individuals that aren't allowed to get them. And look at with things that happen, not just here in this community, but in the United States. We're seeing gun reform, we're seeing all these issues with guns, and what are we doing to be a productive community to say we're right along with them? So I totally agree. I think that should be the maximum sentence for anybody that has any threatening actions with guns, because like we say, New Year's is coming right up. I tapped into my camera last year, and do you know how many guns that I heard going on all around my house? So many guns. And it just, I can't seem to fathom the thought that people are irresponsible and shooting up in the air and not caring what happens. What goes up must come down. And I think that's what a lot of our tribal membership are afraid of, are those things, and people not being held accountable for their actions. So a lot of this really comes back to BIA. I'm sorry to point that finger there, but that's, as a councilman, that's what I see. So I think some type of training when we get all of these law and order codes passed, some kind of training between council, maybe you as the courts, and BIA need to be there so that way they're aware of all these changes and how they can hold people accountable. That's my number one thing that I'm not seeing there is the accountability. Even with the smallest violations, with somebody with alcohol violations, I see it. A lot of these officers won't take these people in, and I hear a lot of the brunt of the complaints from my tribal members. And as a constituent, I have to listen to them, and I have to voice their concerns, because that's why I was put here. So I put a lot of the brunt of it back to the accountability of the BIA law enforcement and how they hold people accountable for their actions, because if they don't do it, it's never going to happen. But I want to thank you for all the work that you've done with all these codes that are being devised and developed, because it's been a number of years, and now's the pivotal point where we've got to make people accountable and really enforce these laws that are being passed. Because if not, what are we doing our jobs for? So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Robert?
One thing that we want to add that's not on the outline that was presented before would be something called red flag laws. So let's assume that council enacts some new firearm provisions, registration, safe possession, who can own a gun. A red flag law are laws where someone legally owns a gun, but something happens with that person where you want to take that gun away. Say they have a mental health issue, or there's domestic violence and alcohol involved, or there's some other issues that come up in the family that make that person continuing to have a gun dangerous to the community. There is provisions in the red flag law where petition, if you enacted such a law, petition could be filed with the court where that person's gun could be removed until that person corrected whatever the reason was that that was unsafe for them to continue to have the gun. So I would just put that as an additional item to add to what was provided to council before.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, council members? Silverton.
Good afternoon, honorable representatives, chairman, and general public. My name is Silverton Sunbear House White Horse. I am a tribal member here. I am glad that you are bringing this up for our protection of the community as a whole. What happened was hurtful. No words can describe as to what has happened for this young individual. My heart and my soul is just shaken to the core that if one child can get hurt, how many more children and elders are going to get hurt from these neglected individuals in our tribe? Now, in understanding that previously sitting on our law and order code, we don't have regulations against banning assault weapons. One thing that I've seen looking up and doing research is that when the United States made its Constitution, it did not include the Native Indigenous Americans in their constitutions. We do not have access, or we do not have the same legality as owning rifles, guns here on this reservation. This reservation has a constitution of its own that gives us, the people, to incorporate these laws within our tribal lands. Now is the time that we must act and ask the people, this is what's going to be done. Things are going to change. And maybe when we learn to heal our hearts and our souls from the anger and the pain that we have, from colonizations, from racism, from all of mental health has to bring to us. We also need to incorporate silencers, 3D weapons, anything that can harm our people here. We also need to make sure that all these weapons are accountable within this tribe. That way, when someone gets hurt, we have the ability to say, who, you did this, you are going to be held accountable. The weapon is under your name. You have obligations to protect that weapon. I get scared for New Year's every year because you know when weapons goes up, it comes down. It's going to hurt somebody. A personal experience of mine, my neighbors, he brought a non-tribal woman to our tribe. They had mental health. They fought when they were drinking. I was outside listening to someone scream. Little did I know that that individual was shot by his woman because of mental health. That shouldn't have happened to anybody. Nobody should be listening to someone get shot and scream out for help. We are a small community here. We need to stop hating each other. We are a tribal member of families, of relatives. We bleed the same color. If you want to shoot a gun, save your money. You want the right to bear arms? Once you leave the tribal borders, you are obligated by the United States Constitution. Then you can own your weapons and shoot them and do what you must. But here on this tribe, we are sovereign. And we say that all the time, sovereign. Our Constitution needs to bear that, to show that we are going to be leaders in this community and within our tribal nations. I have seen other tribal nations try to enact banning weapons on their tribes. It is hard to do because you have individuals that are uneducated, thinking that we do have rights under the United States. Each tribe has its own constitution. We want to have weapons, we need to amend our constitution and incorporate that. But as of now, I don't think we are ready for that. Our tribe needs to heal. We need to educate ourselves on how to properly handle weapons. We need to educate ourselves about mental health, how one word can flip a switch and your mind is gone. You pick up a weapon, no thought, you shoot it. The action is done. What has been done cannot be taken back. All the sorries in the world is not going to count for a human individual that the Creator created for us. I hope everyone supports what our chairman is doing for our tribe. A lot of us fight with each other, but you must remember that when we put these individuals here as leaderships, we give them that responsibility to read the Constitution, to read what the laws are here to help and protect our tribal membership. We are a 2,500 member plus tribe. Our responsibility is to protect each other. When we go out those boundaries, we need to protect each other as well too. Protect the communities as well. Maybe when we enact these laws, we can help other tribes get that courage to enact these laws like Navajo Nation has done. It's just hard to bring all those words together to bring the right, correct, caring, passionate words. My heart is very wanting to say this in front of everyone. So please, tribal members, don't get mad. There will be a time when we can amend these laws. We can incorporate these laws to help us. But now, these shootings need to stop. Hurting each other needs to stop. We need to go back to our cultural ways of love, Mother Earth, the spirits, praying, teaching our children our language, our traditions, our cultures. So, thank you for giving me that time to watch, all of you. And with the holidays coming, please take care of yourselves when you're out there buying gifts. People are just not paying attention to what's in their world. You know, we have a lot of things going on. Car accidents happen. But you know what? You do hurt someone's family when you put someone in the hospital. So remember that. Just be cautious when you're out there. Try to educate yourself on your mental health. I can honestly say I've had 10 plus years of working with Access Healthcare. I've seen an improvement. I still have my voice and I'm still learning. But if I can do it, tribal members, you can do it as well. We need to show our children that progress is capable and that when we want it, we can grab it. If you want help on your mental health, get the support from your family, because I couldn't have done it without my family. Make sure you have people who love you and who will understand that we all are going through something. Just remember, be kind. So thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
Well, thank you for your words. Appreciate it a lot. Okay, with that, going back to our agenda, The discussion today is the process, is what you're requesting. So let us go through our process for the rest of the agenda.
Okay.
There's some resolutions that are in there. The one that we were talking about, firearms and the discharge of it, will be probably included into the process for the tribal law and order code on the criminal side. But let us get the resolution passed if that's the direction of the council. Okay?
Yeah, I have another thing. We talked about there's a resolution for opposition to transport of hazardous materials across the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. And that part of it, that's a civil kind of, part of it, this resolution. But I understand that was wanting to, to be put in the criminal code as well. So that one, we would need probably further discussion on that, because right now the court, we applied the state traffic code based on 25 CFR 11445. That's what we're basing on. I was under the impression that we adopted the code, but we didn't. It's not there, so we're using this in order to handle traffic situations. And based on that, the council needs to look at if that's what they want to adopt, do their own code and include this in it, then we'd have to look at other areas. And I did talk to Peter a little bit about it earlier, but it needs more discussion too on this hazardous materials across our lands. So I'll probably get with Peter and Nikki in regards to that, right, Peter, on that, yeah.
I think the challenging part is what Navajo Nation is running into. Cameron is over by the Grand Canyon, and Energy Fuels is developing uranium, and they're coming out of Cameron, they're coming across Navajo Reservation up to the White Mesa Mill. When the president stopped that and having these trucks to turn around and go back, the challenge he was facing is, where did the funding come for that highway? If it came from federal or state, even if it was Arizona State Highway, they have no jurisdiction over it. So on the right of way, and I don't know if that's correct on a legal standpoint, but I think that's what Navajo ran into, was based on what the right of way was and the agreement that they had with Navajo Nation. We also have an agreement that we've been working on for White Mesa. Last Friday was our agreement that we had to look at the O&M, the transportation of uranium tailings coming across that.
Yeah.
But who goes back to, as the Vice Chairman mentioned, who regulates it? Is it BIA? Is it State Highway Patrol from Utah? Who really regulates that? When I asked the Highway Patrol from Utah, they said, we're not going to do it. We don't have an agreement to do that. But that's part of your right-of-way, I told them. So Malcolm and I have been really trying to get that recognized over in the state of Utah. It's something we might have to go up to the governor's office or to the legislative body to look at. How do we really resolve this? Utah's going to always be in favor of uranium tailings going to the mill. That's revenue for the state. We in turn are looking at it from a health standard. It's not in the best interest on the water quality. Although we do test it, we did put in a treatment facility. People can look at it and drink it now, but is it really meeting 100% of the access to clean water? So there's two areas that we really need to address and how we try to move forward. So I'll put it and leave it there. Council, do you have any more questions on the proposal that Peter wrote up on uranium tailings coming across White Mesa right away? Maybe we can talk a little bit more about it, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
and then go forward from there.
Yeah, because I think it needs further discussion on how, it will apply, and we did, talk to Peter, and so we'll get with him and Nikki in regards to this.
All right. Thank you. Anything else, Robert?
No, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, with that, thank you for coming today.
Okay, you're welcome.
Have a good
We'll talk later.
holidays.
Okay, and happy holidays to each and every one of you. Okay, see ya.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on with our next agenda item, number 13, under new business. This is the Justice Department. Just please introduce yourself for the record. I think you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 agenda items.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and go with number A as the approval of non-disclosure.
Thank you, Council. Peter Ortego, General Counsel. On page 277 of your council packet is a resolution. This one goes with the next resolution, that they're both related, and they're done in this order specifically. Some NGOs, particularly the Nature Conservancy and the Grand Canyon Trust, have been working with the state of Colorado to assist the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe in obtaining funds, in particular towards water issues, towards resiliency, towards making sure that in the future the tribe has the funds it needs, it has the development that it needs. I would remind you, for instance, the Nature Conservancy gave the tribe money that created the tribe's water department. And so all the funds that go towards that department are currently coming from the Nature Conservancy. So the Nature Conservancy, Grand Canyon Trust, and the state of Colorado would like to continue to work on those types of projects to see what the tribe needs. In order to do that, though, the tribe needs to provide information to Grand Canyon Trust, the Nature Conservancy, and the state of Colorado. And so what this agreement does is it approves a non-disclosure agreement that the parties would sign. The project is called the Needs Assessment and Funding Pathways Project. So this is a non-disclosure agreement for the Needs Assessment and Funding Pathways Project. The reason we need this non-disclosure agreement is to make sure that when you give information to the other three parties, that information is protected. As you know, a lot of times, in order for tribes to participate in certain programs, they have to provide information about the tribe, and that information is very rarely confidential. When you apply for a grant, or you apply for some other program with either the state or the feds, or even sometimes even a private grantor, you're releasing information to them that would otherwise be confidential, and that you may not always want to have out into the community. And so the purpose of this resolution is to approve the attached non-disclosure agreement between the Nature Conservancy, the Grand Canyon Trust, the state of Colorado, and the tribe. We have to keep in mind, though, that with the state of Colorado, we need to be a little more careful than we will be with the Nature Conservancy and Grand Canyon Trust. The state of Colorado has a law, the Colorado Opens Records Act, which would allow a citizen to petition the state of Colorado to get certain information that the state possesses. Just marking a document confidential is not enough to make sure that the state of Colorado can protect it. So as we're working through this process with the Needs Assessment and Funding Pathways Project, we need to make sure that when we provide documents to the state, that we're understanding that it could be divulged to a third party at some point, different when we're providing to the Nature Conservancy or the Grand Canyon Trust. So this resolution is approving the attached agreement, Chairman, and I'm presenting this for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions, council members? As mentioned, the resolution is on page 277 in your packets. It's an approval of a non-disclosure agreement between the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, Colorado Department of Natural Resource, Colorado Energy Office, the Nature Conservancy, and the Grand Canyon Trust. And this is a needs assessment and funding pathways project. We're trying to partner in a good way that helps us to also do the protection through partnerships. So with that, council members, is there any questions, comments on this resolution that comes before you today? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action if you wish to move forward with this resolution today? Is there any action to move forward with this?
Chairman, I make motion, there's no questions.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Lehigh, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Councilman Lehigh,
Yes.
Councilman Knight,
Yes.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
Treasurer,
Yes.
Secretary.
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Peter?
Thank you, council. And the next one is, like I said, this is a related resolution. This is for the memorandum of understanding. This resolution is on page 285 of your packet, and it approves the MOU that follows it. And again, this is an MOU between the same three parties, and this sets forth what we're going to do with the information, how we're going to work together to try to identify projects that may be able to benefit the tribe, particularly projects that relate to water resiliency.
Okay, any questions, comments, council members? This just makes us have a MOU in place between the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, Colorado Department of Natural Resource, the Energy Office, Nature Conservancy, and Grand Canyon Trust to participate in the needs of assessment for funding pathways project to help us to move forward for the water resiliency that we're trying to protect our natural resources. It's also a partnership that we're moving forward with this. Any questions, comments, council members? Is there any action to move forward with this, if you wish to?
Chairman, I make a motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second it, Chairman.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Councilman Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Your next agenda item, Mr. Ortegon?
Thank you, council. The next agenda item, there's a resolution on page 297 in your council packet, and this is a resolution that amends the Membership and Enrollment Act to allow disenrollment by the tribal council. The tribe passed basically an enrollment act some time ago, and in there is a process for disenrollment. However, that process does not include the unique and unilateral ability of the tribal council to disenroll. It sets forth a process for involuntary disenrollment, allows for appeal, and so what I'm proposing by this resolution is to add a new section that allows the tribal council to disenroll, and then it has the appeal would come directly to the tribal council. So if the tribal council decided to disenroll somebody, instead of going through the appeals process that's set forth in the agreement, which has them go to the enrollment committee, this would go directly to the council. So it's a matter that would stay entirely within the tribal council.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments, council members? Go ahead.
I have a question. So that wording that Peter just read, is there stipulations added on there? If this were to happen or occur, then this would be disenrollment? Or is it just opening the door just to say, okay, the council can just go ahead and disenroll person X with no questions asked, or nobody else to be involved? Is that how it's written?
Yeah, shall I go ahead and read it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm just asking because what if down the road, or just what if a council is just against somebody and they just want to get rid of them, and they could, the way that's written, right?
what it says is that if the enrollment action has to be done by resolution, and if the resolution does not specify itself a right to appeal, then there is a right to appeal to the tribal council.
And nobody else involved, and again, same way the council could say no.
Yes,
That's it.
that's correct.
Okay, well, I would rather have somebody else involved, like the enrollment committee or something, because right now, if everybody ganged up on you, they could just disenroll you. And who else would stand in the way to support you? Say everybody got mad at you and they could do that. I'm just putting out a scenario that is foreseen. Today, you look at everywhere today and, everybody still carries hate. You see it. And, and they wonder, why? Why is everybody mad? Or why is this? Well, it comes from each individual person that portrays it. If you do something to somebody, they're going to do it right back. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening today. So, I would rather have somebody, a third party or individual or some kind of party implemented in that wording. Because if just everybody all of a sudden turn against you, you're out of here. And where are you going? That's it. And who's going to listen to you? The same people that voted to get you out. So, I'm just saying, I'm not against anybody. I'm just always like to be fair. The background I came from, you had to be fair, law enforcement. And if somebody done something their own self, that was their own doings. That's their fault. If anybody loses their job, they get written up. That's their doings. A person's got to answer for their actions. But that's fairness, and I always like things written to be fair to everybody. And to have this one just right out of, no, I would disagree. Because there's nothing written in there. I'm just being fair. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Treasurer. I too was thinking the same thing when I was reading this resolution, that there needs to be a process in place. In it, it says, you tribe for any reason can go ahead and disenroll. I too also think that it should go through a process, and if you can write language in here that maybe we refer it to like an ethics committee or a committee that has maybe an elder, a tribal member, an employee, somebody from the judicial, if it's some infraction that breaks the law, then this committee will make the recommendations to the tribal council based on what the issue is. But also in this resolution, also adds language in there if somebody challenges it, that they come back to a process of grievance. So we have to look at this and really be fair about it. That way, as you mentioned, if a council member didn't like a person, then they have the authority to work with the council and get that person disenrolled for no reason. But we want to set up a process where we have a process in place that it goes to a committee that makes the referral to the council. So I do agree with you on that. Anything else, council members? Councilman Knight.
This is a step forward in moving to protect our people with the incidents that have been happening. And I would like Peter, if he could read the whole resolution, that way the community is able to hear what is on the resolution. It's not just for us to say, oh, you're disenrolled, we have a grudge against you. It takes more than just one council to approve it, disenroll. So I just want to base that off of this resolution, that it's for the safety of our community members.
Sure. Okay, starting with the second whereas, Whereas the tribal council is responsible for ensuring that those persons enrolled as a tribal member are suitable for the membership. Whereas the Tribe's Membership and Enrollment Act was approved on July 13th, 2017 by resolution number 2017-71. Whereas the procedure for disenrollment does not include the ability of the tribal council to disenroll an enrolled tribal member on its own authority. Whereas one tool for ensuring that the community is safe is the ability to disenroll an enrolled tribal member who poses a threat to the communities of Toyac or White Mesa. And whereas the action taken by this resolution is in the best interest of the tribe. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby amends the Membership and Enrollment Act to add the following provision, 9.2.3, disenrollment by the Tribal Council. The Tribal Council, acting by official resolution, may disenroll any person enrolled with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe for any reason. The disenrolled member must be notified of the disenrollment in writing. If the action to disenroll is silent on the appeal rights of the member disenrolled, then the disenrolled member may request a hearing before the Tribal Council to appeal the decision. Such request must be in writing and addressed to the Tribal Council Chairman. The Tribal Council has discretion to accept the request and set the matter for a hearing or deny the request without explanation. Be it finally resolved that the Tribal Council authorizes the Chairman to sign this resolution and further authorizes him to take such action necessary to carry out the intention of the resolution.
Thank you for that, Councilman Knight. Are you okay with that resolution?
Maybe like what you guys are saying, not just for any reason, those particular words.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask Peter, does this need a correction? I think in your Ute Mountain Ute Membership and Enrollment Act, this is under 92.3. There is a 92.3. Do we need to change it to a 92.3 or 92.4, page 309 in the packet? Or does that, is that a part of 92.3?
Good question. I may have the numbering wrong. It was intended to be part of the, you're right, there's, it should be 9.2.4.
Yep. That's what I was looking at too. And I made a note of that. Anything else, council members? And is the wording on the first sentence under the 92.4 disenrollment by tribal council, is that the wording you want to have in here? Because somebody could interpret it a wrong way, that if they read this enrollment act, so should we change this to where it says it goes through a process?
Now typically, you would want a process. I mean, you want to ensure your tribe members have due process, just like you were saying. You don't want the council just going all crazy on somebody and taking away their rights without acknowledging that they have those rights. So I would encourage you to enforce the due process aspect of this. It's sort of in there in a way that they can appeal to you, but I agree that that's like, you know, appealing back to the same person who made the decision in the first place. So I understand what you're saying. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we can get together and talk about how you'd like for that to be different.
I'd like to see if we could come up with the language now. And I'd like to ask council if we can go ahead and get this passed today. Just wording it right. Everything is good except for a few words in this resolution under 9.2.4. Due process, as you mentioned, is something that could add into the language. Does council members agree on what I'm just recommending?
You're gonna ask down the line?
Yes, but Councilman Lehigh has a comment first.
Yeah, I was just looking at this because this would be similar to when we talk about our handbook and stuff like that, when we deal with issues like this with departments and implementing. I know we're having a hard time with trying to do that at will, putting that into our handbook. This would be similar to that too, in a way, but that's just my thought though, because I think, you know, when we do have issues like what's going on now, I think to me that when we do these things, I think recommendations that have been brought to the table, I think would be good to implement it in there so that it doesn't fall back on tribal council. At least we have a process, as chairman says, that we do have that in there and changing the numbers to it too, because we're looking at 9.23, it's kind of relating to that too. So just my thought, because I know that we have a lot of issues sometimes that arise, and then we need to take action sometimes, because I know we've done that in the past, but through the process of, having petitions put out by tribal membership, just for their safety, to elude into issues like this. So I just wanted to say that too. So thank you, Toya.
Okay.
Chairman,
Secretary?
I do believe in the due process, but in this wording, it says for any reason. I think it should be for specific reasons that it would come to a council decision committee to, where it's so severe to where we have to say, we gotta let this person go. So for this reason and this reason and this reason, that's it. Because it's really open right there, that word any. Some council can come in and like, hey, we're all the same minded, let's get rid of him. So it's just really broad, but I think this needs to be, I would really like to get this through, but I think we need to be specific about how we would get rid of somebody. For what reasons? For what reasons? That'd be my comments. To define any reason, it's even more specific. Chairman, Council.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members? Okay, with that, Vice Chairman, do you have any recommendations on wording? And then I'll just go down the line.
So I think this resolution is really called for on some of the things that we're trying to do with these individuals that commit such crimes. I mean, there's got to be some type of threshold of a committed crime for the tribal council to want to exclude somebody from the reservation. I think if we put that specific wording in there as to which crimes, like we're talking about harming another tribal member, these gun effects that we're trying to do. I think if we specify something in there, it'll really underline the threshold that it leaves any tribal council with no choice to exclude somebody. So I think the language part of that has to be really specified as we're moving forward, because I don't want anybody to just come in, if we do pass this resolution now, to say, okay, because of any type of grudge or even the littlest crime you committed, you're subject to exclusion from the reservation. I mean, there's got to be a criteria level there, but like I said, I think this resolution is very important for us to pass. That way we have the teeth to exclude such members in the event that they commit such heinous crimes or acts of hate or anything like that. Because, I mean, we live in a modern day society now where there's all kinds of crimes that a person could be held accountable. It's just specifying them under this resolution. And again, who's going to take the regulatory measure of it? That's my number one concern there, is when we pass these resolutions, who's going to enforce these? I mean, if we're going to pass something like this, BIA has to be on top of this, and I'm going to keep throwing BIA under the bus because they have a responsibility to the tribe that is unfortunately not being met. I think the Office of Justice Services really needs to step it up. And if we pass these things, who's to say that they're able to carry out these resolutions in the next couple of months if something happens? So those are my concerns right there. Is we can put as many resolutions out there, but it's got to have the specifications, and we got to make sure that we have the support of the regulatory on that side. So I'm fine with the resolution, but with the inserted language that specifies a threshold and beyond that threshold for a person to be excluded. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Treasurer?
Chairman, I agree. We need to add the teeth to it, but right now our teeth are just scattered out, and trying to put them in order. I agree, but I would like the wording to be in there before I pass anything. Today I wouldn't support it. I would ask to table it And again, even if we tabled it and passed it next round, you know, and whatever's there, you can still address that. You would have these measures already in place. But right now, no, because it's, I don't want to say, okay, yeah, let's pass it, and hear something come out that's not what you want, and you already passed it, you're still trying to put it together. So I support it, as they say, whole heart, but doing it now, no, I don't support it at this point. I want to table it and address it more, and look at it and say, okay, yeah, we all agree. Does the council all agree right now? Right now, I feel like I'm pushed against the wall. Yeah, hurry up, get done, hurry. That's how I feel. And this is a large order. You're talking of a livelihood of a person, even though crimes, yes, they're there, but we have to address that and address that with the BIA. You know, there's a lot of work to be done. And in all, it comes back to each individual tribal members. Behave. If you don't behave, these are going to happen. In the past, it was never really pushed to that. And I used to be a police officer here, and I seen that firsthand. And it's there. And like the saying goes, hate is taught. And we see it today. A lot of these people don't talk to other people because their family hate each other. That's wrong. You know, we need to address that. Come off the high horse and behave. You know? So, because look what we have today. We have that because somebody wasn't listening. They don't understand. And then it gets worse. And so, with that, that's why I feel the way I feel. Not just to say, okay, I'm going to do this. This is something serious right here. So I would want to take a better look at it and to see everything in writing there. Or, you know, so that's what I look at. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Secretary, do you want to add anything else?
No, this is what I said about any reasons, but to be more specific about what reasons.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Nothing to add.
Councilman Lehigh?
Nothing to add.
So what did you come up with, Mr. Ortega?
I don't know who to appeal it to. What I can do is, on the for any reason, I mean, we can either make it so that they've been convicted, and then you do the removal, or there's an allegation they've committed a certain level of offense. I mean, do we want them to be convicted first, before you do the removal? And then we can specify the type of crime that they're convicted of. I assume it would be a crime against a person, crime against a child, crime against an elder, maybe a gun crime. I don't know which ones else you might want to add to that.
So it seems like we need more discussion, as Treasurer mentioned. So based on the discussion we had today, maybe we're premature in getting this one going based on language that still needs to be added, a process that we still need to develop. So maybe based on what the Treasurer's recommending, is it okay with the council to table this one to the next council meeting? That way you add the language in, pass it by the council members, see if we can go from there. If that's okay with the council. Vice Chair?
Chairman, I did have a discussion with Treasurer, and we're looking at trying to set something up for the Law Enforcement Committee meeting, because we need to get back on track with that. I would really like to maybe get their input. We'll try and set something up before the next council meeting. If not the next one, then maybe the one after that, to see what those recommendations are, because maybe they're seeing something that would really affect the community in either a positive or a negative way, and I think all aspects need to be exhausted and put on the table before we make such a drastic decision here, because this will really affect individuals that do that. But I do believe that we need to set something up in regards to this resolution to keep our membership protected. because nobody should be doing any type of negative action against each other on this reservation, because again, we're all tribal members, we're all community members, but I do believe that something of this magnitude needs to be passed, and let's not try to prolong it too long, because we need to send a message out to the membership that, you know, your negative decision makings do have repercussions, and you will be held accountable to what this resolution says in the event that it harms a tribal member or a community member in a negative way, because it's time we start putting our foot down. It's time that we start making examples of individuals, because that's what the membership is really looking at us for now, is that guidance and the strong leadership here. So maybe that's what we can do. Let's try and work at setting up this law enforcement meeting, so that way we have some reasonable recommendations as we move forward, because I want to make sure that we spearhead this the most positive way, so that way the outcomes are best for everybody when trying to pass this resolution. So that's my recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Treasurer, do you also agree to table?
Yes, I do, Chairman, and again, as the Vice Chairman did address, we was discussing the Law Enforcement Committee already before this, and I know there's some drafts from some of the pueblos that what they've done in the past. I was going to get a few drafts sent, so we kind of just look that over just as a resource draft. Just saying that that's where we're at this time, but I agree.
Okay. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilwoman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yeah, can I make one comment?
Comment?
I just want to say, hopefully we don't do the same thing as we did with the noise and all that ordinance that we were trying to pass and it never happened. So just that thought, but I would rather move forward, because I know our tribal members are tired and want some action done. Just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, at this time, we have a majority of our council members wanting to table this, refer this to the Law Enforcement Committee. They can meet, make their recommendations back to the full council. So with that, at this time, we'll go ahead and table this.
Thank you.
Your next agenda item?
The next item is a resolution on page 314, and I'm going to start off by saying that I don't know what to do about these resolutions anymore. I don't know how many more times the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe has to go to the BIA and request assistance with law enforcement. This is a page and a half of just listing the resolutions that you've done merely over the past 30 years. You did them a long time ago too. And honestly, Manuel, I don't know what to do. Other than maybe suing people, other than starting to, I mean, you've done your own law enforcement, you hire your own officers, you IPA them to the BIA because they're short officers. You still can't have somebody in White Mesa. You still don't have enough officers on the beat at a regular interval. You don't have enough people there to be able to do what they need to do. The officers who are here, I assume, are doing the best that they can. And the people here are doing the best that they can. The people at the region are doing the best that they can. Somewhere it falls apart. And this kind of resolution just frustrates me. I just don't know what else to do. But for the tribal members, so they know what I'm talking about, this is a resolution that's entitled Demanding that the United States Provide Adequate Law Enforcement Services in the Communities of Towaoc and White Mesa. And it goes through a page and a half, almost 2 pages, of listing all the resolutions that the Tribal Council has done in the past. Everything from requesting funding to saying, okay, look, it doesn't have to be a Native American, we'll let you hire non-Indians, to trying to do their background checks in a different way. We have supported the BIA every time they've asked for your support. The BIA Office of Justice Services, the BIA Law Enforcement Services in the beginning, and yet still they can't give you a safe community. The communities around you are safer than yours. And I don't know what to say about that. But the law enforcement's not doing their job. This kind of resolution is just frustrating, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Peter. I requested this resolution and had Peter draft it up. I'm glad he done the process and what we try to do. I also sat down and talked to him and I said, could we do, and we already have a hybrid right now where we apply for COPS grant, we try to get some money coming in, but they fall under the guidelines of the BIA's law enforcement. So what if we just said, okay, BIA, you have your law enforcement, we're going to create a tribal one. We don't have to go through the process of going down to Artesia and getting them certified. We're going to take this on ourselves. And the way to do that is to get funding from Congress. Congress is going to say, well, have you guys done all you can? Yes. Here's the resolution that identifies it. Every time we've done it, here's what happened. And we still have 4 officers for 600,000 acres. We have 2 communities. One has an officer for 12 hours. That's it. We've done everything we can. We've reached out. We've met with Tibbet. We've met with Assistant Secretary Newland. We've done what we can. Can we get funding from Congress to create our own tribal law enforcement? Working with MOUs, working with cross-deputization. If this is what we need and the direction we need to go, can we start something that's probably never been done? Right now, they can ask the Department of Justice, say, okay, tribe, do a 638 contract. I don't want to do a 638. I want them to still do what they can. We just create a tribal law enforcement, which enforces it for us. They have issues on their HR process on hiring. Takes a year for background checks. We can do it faster and expedite it and create our own law enforcement, working hand in hand, but we follow our tribal law and order code to the T in how we work it. Right now, a good example is our curfew. We've asked several times, BIA, stop people, just do a courtesy stop, anybody out after 10 o'clock. They've not adhered to that. They've not listened. They let people go. As Vice Chair alluded to earlier, they stop people that are drinking. Oh, that's okay. Go ahead, go home. We need to be able to have more teeth, as Treasurer mentioned, as the council members mentioned, but we need a new process. We've gone to security companies to come and do something. People here won't know who they are, and they have to have cultural sensitivity. So let's look outside the box. Let's create something that maybe another tribe has not created yet. I know the North Dakota tribes are really running into this same issue. They brought a resolution in trying to sue the federal government on their lack of inherent responsibility on BIA law enforcement. So how do we really move forward? We keep putting this on the table, as you mentioned. You're frustrated with all these resolutions you keep writing. They're not doing nothing. Then let's think of a different way to do it. Let's think, how can we move forward? Maybe just creating something separate. We have law enforcement all over this country in these different states, different ones that are for different things. I know BIA down in an area has money for traffic control. Do we apply for that just for traffic? That way they stop people. We can have roadblocks, we can have people stop, but we have to adopt certain traffic codes. Right now we adhere to the Colorado Traffic Law and Order Code by resolution. So let's see, how can we do this separately? How can we do it differently? And just thinking that way. So that's why I asked you to draft this up, to see if we can find a way. Yes, we can go back to DC, meet with the Secretary of Interior and say, this is what's happening here, or Department of Justice, and say, this is what's happening. You guys are not doing what you're supposed to do, but we've done everything we can from our side. We even got cameras out of the ARP funds. We asked for that money. We used it for the betterment of the community, and we're asking for more. If we didn't have those, then we don't know where we would be with this case that's going on right now. The tribe done that. The council done that. So we have to figure things, how can we make things better, and looking outside the box and saying, let's take another look at it. How can we move forward? Malcolm's community over in White Mesa, really concerned about that. That's why we're putting in more cameras over there, more lighting, trying to look at the right-of-way, trying to see how can we make it more safer over there. So trying to look at how to move forward and utilizing this resolution that we're trying to pass today to really look at the next steps forward. So just my comments, Councilmember, and how I'm thinking about this and how to try to relook at it. We can use federal agencies as some of the wildlife or tribal, or what do they call them, the state parks or national parks. We can use them too to come on if we requested it. But let's see how can we move forward. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions, comments, council members, and what my thoughts are and how we should try to move forward. So I'll open it up to anybody that wants to have any comments. Councilman Lehigh.
When I went to tribal leaders meeting, there's a group out of University of Utah that came out and they do cameras, and they did a presentation up there, and that guy, these are just little cameras and they can identify time, the weather, what kind of vehicle, the description inside the vehicle of the individual that's driving. It can show all that infrared at night. It can still see the same thing again. I thought that was really interesting that when I went to tribal leaders, they did a presentation, and I asked them to come here and do a presentation because they used that. I guess they started out in Canada and then went to Oregon and did it up there. And these little cameras, they're real little. They're not even that big. They're about that big. And it's got all this database, and it can catch law enforcement, wildlife, fire department, everybody. It can, in this little camera, has all that information database, and they can, they run it off the satellite. And I thought it was really interesting that they can sense car accident before it even happens too, when they see the movement of the vehicle. And even when you're passing a vehicle, they can see that and sense that there's going to be an accident that's going to happen. And this little camera and the database that they have already sensed that, because he showed it on an intersection, and the vehicle came and he ran the red light, and he tried to stop and didn't stop, but he went, and then the vehicles going the other direction started, and they hit into each other. And database like that, and it reads their license plate, and it can even read the individual, who he is, who the driver was, and who the passenger was. And if there's people in the back, or even if there's a dog in there, that camera and that database can catch that. I thought that was really interesting, and I asked him to come and do a presentation here to our tribal council, because they said they utilize that in Salt Lake, so from the University of Utah, and I thought that was really interesting. And I asked him to come because we could utilize something like that. You know, you see things that it's almost like it predicts what's going to happen, is what he was saying. It can predict what's going to happen before it even happens in that little camera and the database. That technology that they have nowadays is more advanced, he said, and I thought that was really interesting, and I thought that would be powerful for our area here, because you know, we find it after the fact and trying to figure out what happened. But with this stuff and the database that they got, they can predict these things already before it happens. So I thought that was interesting. I asked him to come and do a presentation, so I just gave the card to Chairman, and he texted me today and asked me, and I told him, yeah, maybe we can get him to come on the next council agenda. So I gave him John's phone number to give him a call to get on the agenda. But that was interesting to see how technology had advanced now to things that you don't realize that are happening. And even at night it can do the same thing too. So I thought that was really powerful. But just that thought, you know, because we're having so much incidents that we can't even figure out who's who. But with this database that they have, they know who the driver was, and they can identify him too. And I thought that was really powerful. So just that thought, Chairman, thank you, Toya.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members on this resolution? Secretary?
I would like to sue BIA for them not living up to them not giving us the law enforcement we need. And this is backup. Let's go all back to the resolution you got. Yeah, it is. Back to 1976. And it seems like every 2 years and we're asking for this and that and still nothing. So they got a big area office down there. They got a big area office down there, went down there. And almost every level, I don't know if they're special agents or what, but they all carry on guns. They all got, they're police officers. Why can't they come out and patrol too? So it's kind of like what Trump said with the FBI. Why are they all in the office? Put them out there. They're police officers. Let them patrol. Let them be out there. So, and when I was down there, they had a whole freaking car lot, like 3 car lots of vehicles. Some of them aren't even using, just sitting there. So when me and Treasurer, when we went to up north to see these the security consultants, they were saying we can ask for funds, we can ask for this from them, and that's what they were going to do. That's what they were going to advise us to do. So it's sad. It's sad to see, and a lot of the police officers here, they're military. They were in Iraq, and right now they're under 20 years. They can actually retire. They can retire and get their benefits. So, and then there'll be nobody after them. There's nobody after them. And nobody wants to be a police officer too. It's a shortage, just like the bus drivers. We don't got no bus drivers. That's the reason why everything the way it is. Not just us, it's up in town too. So we have to do something drastic. Because BIA is just wavering us off, going, no, you guys a little reservation, whatever. Well, we'll keep ignoring you and we keep asking for this, but we'll give you what little we can. And it's sad to come to what has happened in our community, the shooting. There should have been somebody on patrol, at least 3 officers on patrol. And in White Mesa, 4, they can take turns. So they owe us that much. They owe us that much, and I believe it's written down too that they're supposed to provide us law enforcement, and they're not living up to it. And if it was the other way around, the government would sue us. They would take us. They would take our land, our water. Like, you guys didn't live up to your obligation. We're taking this and that. So I think it's our right to do something drastic. And I think it would create a lot of news, because we're not the only ones being mistreated. Up north, they're being untreated fair. So I think you now need to stand up and say, hey, we're doing this. You're not living up to your expectations. And if it was the other way around, you would be honest. You would take stuff. You would just destroy us. So I think we should take the lead on this, on law enforcement, them not living up to their expectations. So, Chairman, Council, those are just my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, does the council wish to move forward with this resolution that comes before you today on page 314 in your packet?
Chairman, make a motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Vice Chairman Turtle. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. The next agenda item.
Thank you, council. Now, the next resolution is something that we can do about it. This is on page 319. This is entitled Reinforcing and Amending Regulations Prohibiting the Discharging of Firearms, Air Guns, etc. In the tribe's law and order code, there is a provision which criminalizes discharging of weapons within the community. It reads, Any persons who shall willfully discharge any type of firearm, air gun, spring gun, slingshot, archery bow, or similar weapon, unless in a designated area inside the residential and business areas of the village of Toyac or within 300 feet of any inhabited building or home, or in any place where there is any person or property to be placed in danger, or from any public road or highway on the Ute Mountain Reservation, shall be guilty of a violation, and the weapons shall be confiscated until released by order of the tribal court. Not a lot of teeth in that, they're simply taking the weapon, but nonetheless, this is your current law on discharging firearms. What this resolution does, if you were to approve it today, would add the White Mesa community to this because it specifies the Toyac community, so we would also add the White Mesa community. But also, it's a direction to the prosecutor and law enforcement to start to enforce these provisions more so than they have already. I don't know the efforts they've made so far to enforce this provision. Maybe they would come to you and tell you, look, we've already done as much as we possibly can. But at least this is some direction you can give to law enforcement and to the prosecutor to let them know that you see this as a major concern. You're not telling them to go out and prosecute this guy or go out and prosecute that woman. You're just saying, here are the problems. Please go out and do something about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ortegal. Any questions, comments, council members on this resolution that comes before you?
Chairman.
Secretary?
Peter, can you just add in that? Can you just add in New Mexico too, just for future references?
Sure.
Chairman, those are my comments.
Thank you. That's a good comment. Add that into the resolution, include state of New Mexico, our tribal lands on that side.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just as for an informational purpose to the tribal membership watching, because we are broadcasting over YouTube right now, do you think that Peter can go over some of the criteria within this resolution that would get somebody in trouble? Just so that way there's that transparency and that information that's there for the membership that are out there.
Sure. So this relates to firing off any firearm, an air gun, a spring gun, a slingshot, an archery bow, or a similar weapon. And this applies to what's referred to as the village of Toyac, but we know it means the community of Toyac. And we'll add the community of White Mesa, and we'll also add New Mexico. If you're within 300 feet of any building or a home, you can't discharge any of those weapons. If you're a place where a person or property may be in danger if you were to fire those weapons, then you can't fire those weapons, and you can't fire them from any roadway or highway. So basically, on the reservation, if you were to discharge a firearm and you're not acting in self-defense, I think that if someone was to be charged under this and they made the defense that I was doing so to protect myself, that would probably be a reasonable defense under this charge. But if someone is simply firing off a firearm for whatever other reason, this makes it illegal to do so, and your weapon can be taken from you by the court.
Is that okay, Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to, so even with the resolution that we were trying to pass prior to this would really carry up the teeth with this particular resolution that we're trying to pass, correct? I just want to reiterate to the tribal membership out there, just because the New Year season is coming out, and a lot of these gunshots go on about around that time, because like I told you last year when I logged into my cameras, I heard so many shots around my house, and what goes up must come down. So I'm just curious as to what if we pass this resolution now and somebody does that on the eve of New Year's, what can some of the things, what can they look forward to as far as repercussions handed down to them? Because I think now we really need to make this statement, because it puts innocent people's lives in jeopardy now, with the guns going up and coming back down with the bullets. So I just want people to know that we are serious on this matter and trying to move forward in identifying these issues and holding people accountable. One thing that we really need to specify and encourage our tribal members to do is to, if they see something, say something. And I throw this back out to the tribal members, because we all play a role here when things like this happen, sometimes people are afraid to go and talk to the police officers for retaliation reasons, but that's why you have confidentiality. That's why these officers and the law enforcement that you make these complaints to, I'm hoping they really abide by that confidentiality to keep people safe in their everyday lives when something like this happens. So I just want to say that to the tribal membership. If you see something, say something, because you know what? We all play a role here. If you don't say nothing, we can't do anything. If you don't write statements, we can't do anything. These cameras can only go so far, and let me reassure you that they do work. So I want to put that out to the tribal membership that are out there and do these careless acts of negative behavior out there and go shooting their guns while they're intoxicated or even just shooting their guns. You will be held responsible for this. And I just want to make sure that the tribal council reiterates that we have these laws that will really hold people accountable for the actions that they do, because I'm tired of these gunshots. I'm tired of what has been going on these past couple of months. It's got to stop. And this is where it starts now. So tribal members, take heed to this warning. You know, you will get in trouble if something like this happens. And some of you may be laughing on the other side of the screen, but when it comes to you and you do this, gonna say we told you so. So, you know, I just ask everybody out there to make responsible decisions, and especially the ones that get guns for these individuals that can get guns. The Federal Bureau of Investigations is really stern and they're really precise on their investigations. So just remember that they can trace anything back to whoever if it's registered. So please don't be doing any careless acts out there, and just make sure you think before you do these actions, because it could really change somebody's life, whether it's a person that's innocent or the person and the families that are shooting. So I just want to put that out there. We really need to be stern on a lot of these laws, and BIA, I hope you're listening to law enforcement. You've got to really be out there and be really visible, because you play a role here too. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments, Vice Chair, because it falls on not just us as council, but our communities about Toyac and White Mesa. If you see something going on that you know that the law is being broken or somebody's shooting, report it. That way we can take care of what's going on. We can address the issues in the communities. If you don't report it, then it's going to be status quo. It's not going to go nowhere. So if you see something where somebody's drinking, and some of you have said, yeah, we called law enforcement, nobody responded. We know that's going on. That's something we'll try to work out with law enforcement and dispatch to see if they can work and push that a little bit more. We do have some more officers up here right now, but that's something we'll try to address too. And you're exactly right. Some of our tribal members do call the law enforcement. They call 911, but their time is sometimes really late getting there, especially White Mesa. White Mesa is really lacking in that area, but let's continue to see if we can continue to work together. So appreciate the Vice Chairman's comments. Anybody else, council members? Seeing, go ahead, Treasurer.
You know, we always get calls from our people regarding these incidents. And as council, we travel to Albuquerque and we talk to the special agents down there in charge of District 4, which covers our area here. And in the past, they said that, you know, we had more officer positions here. We lost 3. I think we had total 12 or 13 positions. We lost 3, and now we're struggling, and they still have openings, and we can't fill our tribal positions. And when it comes to a crisis, everybody's crying out, where's the officers, where's this, where's that, why is this, why that? Well, some of the answers come back to the people, that they have to make reports, they have to write statements, they took 3 positions, the DIA away from the tribe because the positions could be better down in New Mexico, Pueblo land, because they only had a few statements written out from tribal members. So if we don't write statements, nothing's gonna be done. We need to stand up as people. You know, we need to do away with what's going on now and stand up together, quit being afraid. Make complaints. You know, what's going on now that's wrong. And I always stand up. I always believe that. If I have to make reports, I do. And you know, I'm not afraid because what is going on is wrong. And I'm tired of it. Whoever else wants to stand up, then stand up. Quit hiding. Because I get calls, oh, can you call, can you? No, next time you call. You know, and I tell them that. We need these numbers, these complaints, so they know there's 8,000 reports done at Toyac instead of 5. Why are they going to keep taking our positions away? That's what it entails. It requires that. These statements for facts. That's what we call facts. That's what it is. So, make statements. Rise up. And, you know, stand with each other. That's what it takes. And I always do the same. Stand up with everybody. However it's got to be. So with that, thank you.
Thank you for that, Treasurer. Anybody else from the council? Okay, seeing and hearing none. We do have this resolution that's coming before you today. Is there any action to move forward? It's reinforcing the regulations prohibiting discharge of firearms. This includes White Mesa, but we also added in to the motioning party if they wish to move forward to include New Mexico side of the reservation in the resolution. So is there any action to move forward with this, council members?
Chairman, I make the motion with the addition of New Mexico being added in.
Thank you. There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Chairman.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Your last agenda item?
Thank you. I'd like to ask Matt Thorpe to come up, and also Stacy Coleman is on the, I believe she's on the Zoom. Yep, there she is. This next resolution for your consideration is on page 322 of your council packet, and this is a resolution addressing 2 matters. One is it's approving a concept about a process to allow Ute Mountain Ute tribal members who reside in White Mesa to be able to hunt in Colorado without having to pay an out-of-state permit. The concept limits that to Pinecrest, and there's good reason for that. So I'm going to have Stacy and Matt explain that to you shortly. And then also, the second thing this resolution does is it adds 2 parcels to the Pinecrest Ranch property. Right now, you're given authority as the owner of the ranch to hunt on 2 parcels. Well, there's actually 2 other parcels that are also available to the tribe. And Matt can explain that better, because I'm not even sure really how these parcels all line up, but he understands it much better than I do. So with your consent, Chairman, I'd like to hand this over to Matt and Stacy and have them explain what the purpose of this resolution is.
Yes. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Stacy. So if you could just both introduce yourself for the record.
Sure, I'll start. Glad to be here, everyone. Matt Thorpe, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Southwest Deputy Region Manager and Tribal Liaison to the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute Tribes.
Thank you. Stacy?
Yes, Stacy Coleman, Colorado Department of Natural Resources. Assistant Director for Tribal Affairs.
Okay, thank you both for coming today. So if you could give him a little overview, Matt?
Sure, Stacy, did you want to start out?
Sure. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Chairman. Hart and Greater Tribal Council and tribal staff just, really appreciate the opportunity to be able to present on a few of these follow-up issues for your consideration. As Peter mentioned, these are really two important issues related to the Pinecrest Ranch. The first being a longstanding issue that tribal leadership has raised to the Department of Natural Resources and Colorado Parks and Wildlife concerning the non-resident hunting license fee charges for White Mesa tribal members. This issue has been ongoing even before my position was created here at the DNR. And indeed, it was one of the first tribal priority matters that I believe you, Chairman Hart, had raised to me. Just so that folks know, we have explored many options internally. At DNR, CPW, and the Attorney General's office, we've all been diligently working on this issue, especially over the past year and a half. The status of the ranch as a fee land created some very unique jurisdiction issues that we had to work through and thread the needle on, as Peter referenced there. It is limited to the Pinecrest Ranch property, and that's pretty necessary on this piece, but we sincerely hope that today's proposal that we are offering will be a good solution, not only for the White Mesa tribal members, but also one that, the agency can actually move forward quickly on. And I also just wanted to reiterate our continued support for the tribe's efforts to convert the ranch land status into tribal trust lands. We are very supportive of that at DNR and CPW, and will continue to be and support the tribe's efforts there. The second issue that we'll be formally presenting on is really an administrative issue, how we look at it related to the hunting parcels of land included in CPW's system for the landowner preference program. We simply want to ensure that we've got all the Pinecrest Ranch parcels appropriately captured in that program. As Peter mentioned, Matt's got all the details on which parcels are related to that and are mentioned in a particular resolution. But before I turn it over formally to Matt here, I also wanted to just thank all in the room for the many different issues that we worked so hard on together throughout the year. I know that, Mr. Ortega is retiring from his official in-house legal capacity with the tribe here soon, but it's been an honor to have the opportunity to work with Peter on a variety of very important natural resource issues that are priorities for the tribe. So I wanted to just take a moment to formally say thank you to Peter. And I also wanted to take a moment to just say that our hearts and minds continue to be with the greater community with the recent tragic events. And to reiterate just Executive Director Gibbs' remarks given at the recent CCIA quarterly meeting, that DNR is here to offer additional support and services that the Ute community may need as it walks through this difficult time, and we sincerely mean that. So with that, I'm going to just pause and hand it over to Matt to talk through this first issue, if that's all right, Chairman.
Yes.
So yes, and like Stacy said, Chairman, you and I have had many conversations about the Pinecrest issue, and I think this is a meaningful step forward. It's probably not as far as we would like it to go, but this is a meaningful step that gets us on that journey that continues that. Something that we've heard loud and clear, and something first off that we understand is that, the Pinecrest Ranch is ancestral lands, the ties that Ute Mountain Ute members have to those lands, the importance of hunting for cultural reasons, for sustenance, for everything else is important. We understand that if you look at license fees for the non-residents, which is what, because of the way the state law interprets a resident versus non-resident, you're looking at an $800 elk license versus a $66 elk license for a non-resident, or almost $500 for a deer license versus $48 for a resident license. We want to remove that barrier to participation. We understand that's a hardship, especially to hunt lands that are owned by the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. So that's why, we've considered a lot of different things, but we really have created an adjustment to a regulation that really makes a very narrow carve out that would allow White Mesa members to be able to obtain that resident license fee. As Stacy said, we want to make sure that the tribe gets the full benefit of all the lands that they own. This is it's called a landowner preference program. which is set up essentially to allow people that own large tracts of land to be able to be guaranteed essentially licenses or vouchers, which in turn can be given to whomever the people would like to give them to. So that's really kind of where we're at, is that, again, we know this has been a long-standing issue. Our goal, with the tribe support, is we would actually put this in our January, is when our State Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting meets. It'll be held then. They would consider it, and so this would, if we pursue this now, then we're guaranteed that by next hunting season, by next fall, this would be in place. That gives some assurances for the White Mesa members. They can know, like, yes, this is something that we can do. We know that we're going to be able to get this discounted price as resident license price. So that's essentially and I'm happy to explain if there's more questions, but essentially that's the concept that we're hoping to be able to present. But again, we wanted to confer. We've already talked to Mr. Ortego. We just wanted to get the consent of council before we push something like that forward to our State Parks and Wildlife Commission.
Thank you for that, Matt, and thank you, Stacy, and thank you for all your words too, and the condolences you sent to our community, and from Mr. Gibbs, really appreciate all of that and the outreach that you guys have. At this time, I'd like to just open it up to council members. Any questions, comments on hunting up in Pinecrest for our tribal members?
Chairman?
Secretary?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you for bringing this up. Would this pertain to White Mesa, or could it be for some of our membership who live in Arizona and who live in other states?
So the way it's structured, and this is based on what I had heard and Stacy had heard, was really the concern about White Mesa. So at this time, the way it's written is specifically for tribal members at White Mesa in terms of including for the resident fees.
Okay, and maybe if you could add in New Mexico, just in case we get a community there, that would be good to have this written in there, that we included New Mexico. Our members who are going to live in New Mexico when we get that community up. So those are my comments, Chairman, Council.
Thank you. Good comment, not just looking at on the reservation, but off reservation. They're still enrolled tribal members, they just don't live on the reservation. So the equity in them to go up there and hunt on their own tribal land is something we need to probably bring up too. So it should include all enrolled tribal members of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
If I may, and you and I have talked about this offline, we're really kind of walking a tightrope in terms of trying to make this expansion, just because, again, in our state law, so this is a change to a regulation, which is something our commission can change, versus state statutes, which are set by the legislature. Those have very narrow definitions about what a resident is. The reason that we are reluctant to try to, and I understand and I appreciate what you all are trying to do, I think that if we were to try to do that, and maybe Stacy could speak to it better because she is an attorney, but the AG's office has told us that we have to be really careful, and that's why we've really carved out a very specific niche for White Mesa members, because because of that. And I don't know, Stacy, if you have anything maybe that you could add to help just explain our rationale?
Yeah, I mean, Matt, you really sort of explained that specific piece. It's how a resident is specifically defined is very narrow. And so this is what we could do immediately at the DPW agency level in time for the next hunting season. It doesn't mean that other approaches can't continue to be looked at all or anything like that. We're just trying to figure out, we've run into a lot of sticky issues with in terms of how a resident is defined writ large, and other jurisdiction pieces that we just want to be really mindful about, regarding sort of really ensuring that we aren't inadvertently causing an impact to treaty rights and things like that. That we realize that this is probably, we've wrestled this for a year and a half, and we know that we can move forward with this path pretty clearly. And so we wanted to be able to advance some steps rather than sort of standing still, but it doesn't mean that the conversation stops at all. It's just sort of where we're hoping that maybe we might be able to give some steps to immediately address this issue that particularly with White Mesa community members that's been occurring with Pinecrest Ranch.
There is a parallel path that we're pursuing as well, and that is I've been playing phone tag with Senator Jesse Danielson. And so what Stacy's talking about with the definition and some of the things that the legislature can do, hopefully she would be able to fix that, and you would be able to look at a broader application. I don't know why it has to be limited to members in White Mesa, but nonetheless, if that's what we're being told now, then there is potentially a way that we can fix that through legislation.
Any other questions, comments, council members? The reason why I was been really trying to pursue this is we as a Ute Mountain Ute tribe, we get these vouchers to call private land vouchers from the state. What I think is we have lack of communication, lack of consultation. Right now, I don't think the state of Colorado has a consultation policy. Do they have one, Stacy?
We have a guidance policy, but it's not something that's actually memorialized in a statute where state agencies are required to consult with, with tribal governments. But they do have a guidance policy that guides us on this through CCIA.
So I think if we're going to ever try to resolve some of the issues, what we have, hunting being one, sports betting, the reintroduction of the roof, all of these issues have been based on statutes or things that have been passed through the state legislatures. It seems to me that the state is above us as a tribe. The tribe is down here. The state says, you follow our statutes and you'll hunt when we tell you to hunt, when to hunt, who's going to hunt. So where is the equity in government to government? Where's the equity in sovereign to sovereign? Where do we come when we talk about consultation? Right now, it is our tribal lands. It might have been started out as restricted fee. Somehow it changed to fee, but originally it came from trust. When we lost our land in New Mexico through the litigation with Navajo and they gave us money to go purchase something, land, it should have went from trust to trust. So right now, we have 3 avenues we're taking right now. The GROW Act that Senator Bennett is pushing and Senator Hickenlooper, we piggybacked on that so we can put it into trust. We can also look at the legislative process which is going on. When I mentioned to council earlier when we're passing the agenda, is we can go through a sponsor who will sponsor us through legislation and say, okay, we're going to go through legislation, and then the current one that's being proposed now is doing the waiver fee for White Mesa, because they're out of state. They have to pay $800 and something for elk license, $500 and something for deer license. So you guys want to waive that and bring it down to the Colorado resident, which is, I think, 75 and 50 or something like that. So all you're doing is just reducing the rate, but still the tribal hunting right, the inherent right to hunt on their lands shouldn't be a state statute. It should be something that the tribe takes on their own initiative on their own tribal lands. They should be able to hunt on their own lands without having to pay any fee. And we did bring it up to the governor. The governor didn't really look at it from a standpoint of government to government. He looked at it from a revenue. Well, we're going to lose money from this hunting right for out-of-staters to come, $800. It's a mere fraction of tribal members that go hunt up there. The state is still going to make revenue from other sources that are coming from outside and within the state, but still the government to government is not there. The consultation, the statutes that were passed were without the lack of consultation to the tribe. So how is it that the state can always say, well, we're above you and you're below us, and these are our guidelines as our statutes were passed by legislation? That's where I'm kind of heading is, there is no equity in that. There is no part where governments become more self-sufficient. How can we exercise our sovereignty? And that's what we're trying to do now is, exercise our sovereignty on our own tribal lands. And that's kind of how Bruno came about. We even proposed to state of Colorado about expanding Bruno into the Uncompadre. If we did that, then that would include the Pinecrest Ranch. Then we wouldn't have to worry about it. It would fall under Bruno. But right now, I think it's more of a federal and state working together with the tribes to say we're going to go ahead and expand the hunting for Bruno up into the Uncompadre Forest. So just my comments, and Stacy, you're an attorney, and I don't know if I'm accurate or not, or if you're obligated to the state as an employee saying, well, I don't know. Just my comments, Stacy.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate those comments, and I value them greatly. I can't comment here in attorney capacity because I'm not in this position in attorney capacity with the state, but, we do recognize the importance of that consultation needs to be meaningful, and there needs to be, actual reciprocal, consent that's happening there. And that, there are pieces of this that really involve, federal jurisdictional issues that are creating these, kind of the jurisdiction quagmire here between trust lands, fee lands, and all sorts of things. I would say that the state very much supports, the tribe's efforts to convert this into trust lands. Certainly it's unfortunate that there has to be a lot of paperwork involved in doing that with your own lands. But the, DNR and CPW are here to support that to its full extent, including going through the GORP, route as well, and other routes that might be possible there. Again, this is just something that we can do, immediately through the commission, so that's what we were kind of looking for in light of these really tricky jurisdictional issues that are coming up with other pathways. So we wanted to at least make a step forward and not just stand in place on this, knowing, how important these tribal lands are to the tribe, and that tribal lands do not, the borders go beyond what we now know as state borders, that all these ancestral lands were across the United States, and that the, ancestral lands were, encompassing most of Colorado and a lot of the surrounding states that are now there. So we recognize that this is a interesting sort of, issue that the tribe's constantly running up against, and we are trying to support this the best way we can at this point in time.
Thank you, Stacy, appreciate it. Any other comments, questions, council members? Councilman Lehigh?
I want to say thank you and appreciate your hard work for supporting White Mesa. We try to do this through the state of Utah for our hunting rights and stuff, but we run into issues too to try to do that for our tribal membership, but always looking at it as tribal ancestral lands. So just that thought is, I'm pretty sure our hunters from White Mesa will be thankful for this because they've always wanted to hunt, but when they draw out, it's just the price that we had to pay. I remember when I drawed out, it was $1,000. And so from 1,000 to 800, it's a little less, and now that the price is a lot lesser, I think more of our hunters will be able to, get their meat for the winter because, a lot of the times, a lot of us work and we don't have the opportunity sometimes to get out there and do the hunting that we need to do for the winter. And so I just want to say that, and I thank you guys for doing what you did for us and chairman and council. So just want to say that. Thank you, Toya. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Lehigh. Any other council members, any comments? Seeing and hearing none, this resolution comes before you today. It's on page 322. Hunting on tribal ranch through private lands, and they want to add a couple parcels to that because each hunting area has a parcel, so they want to add that into this resolution. Any questions, comments, council members on this? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action to move forward with this?
Make motion, Chairman.
There is a motion, is there a second?
Chairman, second.
There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Lehigh, second by Secretary Jacket. Call for the vote. Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Bennett?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Anything else from Justice Department?
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Stacy, for getting on. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you. Matt, thank you for coming down, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, number 14. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Hopkins. Do you have a report for us today?
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Shannon Hopkins, and I work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs at Ute Mountain Ute Agency. So first and foremost, we are working on our fire plan, our archaeologist, which thank you very much for having somebody go with him to the Sundance grounds, because I was actually going to ask him to, he was already here, but I was going to ask him to hold off until I could find somebody from the tribe. So thank you for having somebody show up. I sure appreciated that, because I didn't want him going out by himself and doing anything offensive, and he understood that. So I wanted to let you know, again, I'm always transparent. So Southern Ute asks us for assistance, and it's been like on a monthly basis where they have positions, they just don't fill them, and so they ask us for help. And I talked to the regional director. Some of our staff are not following policy, and it's those staff that they're asking for. And so I have issues because if they are not following policy here, they're not going to over there. So I don't want to set them up either. So I have finally told her no. So I didn't want it coming back to tribal council that I'm not trying to help your sister tribe. I just did not want that. So I'm telling you why, so you know. So if it does come up, that is why. And I asked for a meeting with her. She has not agreed. Their superintendent has not agreed to meet with me. She asked me, I finally had to tell her no before she finally said, well, what do you want to meet about? So I'm like, I explained it in detail, but, so yeah, I'll try to set up a meeting with her at the beginning of the year and hopefully work it out with her. The regional office is really supportive of her creating her own positions and hiring her own staff, because she's saving a lot of money by not filling her positions. And borrowing from us, when I always tell them the detention center is my priority first and foremost, because I don't care if they're criminal, they still deserve at minimum meals and heat. And so, and that's kind of what we run up in, not the meal part, but the heat, the propane. We really need to watch that. And so when she takes my staff, when I need paperwork pushed through, that's where it stops until they come back, because they have that signature authority. So, I did receive, just this morning before I came over, a land status determination for that crime that was committed, so I did immediately forward that. There's a form that needs to be filled out. I requested that to be filled out. I told them, sign for me and just get it through, so that we're not holding up anything. Foxtail Flats, we met with them and we went over our business leasing process and requirements. I did request from the regional office, because I know there's a checklist, can we go ahead and share that with them, and they said yes. So I shared the handbook and the checklist. I don't know if I was supposed to, but I figured one went with the other, so I didn't hear anything back, so it must have been okay. They're about ready to submit their EA for review, so that should go through pretty quickly. It shouldn't take a year. Like some of them have been taking quite a while. It shouldn't take that long. And if you need me to do a bi-weekly report on it, I can, to where it's at in the process. I have no problem doing that. The MS1 meeting, I tried to weasel my way into an invitation, but they they didn't deny me, but they rescheduled the meeting for the first week of January, and unfortunately I have somebody coming up from fire to work with our fire management officer. So we'll make sure somebody's there. If anything, I wanted our NEPA person to go to that meeting, So, and she's on board with going, we just need to make sure that the meeting actually happens and we get it, that person gets an invite, so hopefully she will. Our NEPA training, so regional office sent in the NEPA person just to try to do a meet and greet with me. I let her know I wanted more in-depth training, and I was hoping that it would be okay to use your conference room here, because we don't have a conference room. It's really sad to say. And then I wanted to invite anybody from council, and she was okay with that. She was just like, are they gonna ask me any NEPA questions? I said, we're gonna designate that it's for training. I was like, if you wanna get on the agenda, here's the process. And so I was like, this is just for training, so she was okay with that. I wanted to let you know that I know I sent it over to David Stoner that there's training tomorrow, but with you guys being off, I'm gonna go ahead and I got registered for the controlling invasive wild horse population training that the BIA is giving, and I'll do a meeting summary and I'll get that sent over to David Stoner, and then I'll CC you, John, so you have it as well if you wanna share it with anybody else. And as I reported before, we're working on getting you fiscal 23 money for your contracts. And so we got 3 of the PRs through. We're working on the other 4. Rayma really helped us with that because, like I said, it's a new finance system, S/4HANA, and she kind of has the expertise. She's a young gal, and she figured it out when no one else could. So she's helping us. We just have 4 more to get through, and then we should be able to be set with that. We did submit the 24s as well. I know I talked to Ron briefly, and he was saying that he was looking for some indirect costs from fiscal year 22. I don't know if I can promise that, because they might have taken that back. That's the reason why the RD pushed us for fiscal year 23 to say, she doesn't, and I know she doesn't because everybody was telling me this, she doesn't approve overtime, but she did for that, so she could get that money out. So we, like I said, we stayed till 8:30. I want to say that was last Thursday night, or maybe Wednesday night, but, and so we got those all taken care of. And let's see, we had a division directors meeting a couple weeks ago, and RD Mattingly put at least this UMU agency on high alert that the new administration is going to be really pushing oil and gas, and so she put me on high alert to be ready for that. So what I did ask was that any projects you guys have moving forward, I don't want to stop at this, right here at this agency. So I did ask for another realty person as a backup. So she did give me that, and his name is Aaron, I'm probably gonna murder his last name, Aaron Chineska. But I will introduce him to all the key people that I need to introduce him to. I just didn't want to do that without introducing him first, and introducing that was totally, like I said, I asked RD for support, because I said, well, we have one realty person and one realty, what is she called, assistant, and she's still in training, and I said, I really need somebody, if administration gives them the go-ahead and they want to start pushing stuff through, I said, I really need that support. And right now, I didn't want to set up our realty person to never be on leave. I said, so I want to set the tribe up for success, so I need another person, and she was really supportive of that. So that's basically it for me. Does anybody have any? Oh, thank you all for specifically clarifying the BIA Justice Services and not just BIA. So thank you guys for that clarification to your constituents, because yeah, I heard about that. RD said you might want to ask the chairman if he wants you over there, and I said if he wanted me over there, he'd ask me over there. No, thank you. I'll stay out of that one. I was like, because I know that it's short-staffed. I know there's a lot of complaints. So I was like, I'll stay out of that. But I did. They lost. I'm not sure who she was, but I know they lost somebody, and I did offer support and our staff to go over, because they brought somebody up to speak with all the officers and stuff. So we did for that, and I told them, they could go ahead and go. And as far as I know, 2 of our staff went to the funeral. So, but other than that, anybody have anything for me?
Open it up to council, anything for superintendent pertaining to BIA. Secretary?
Oh, yes, I probably stepped up when you probably did an update on some mayor and the documentation that they're looking for.
Yes, this is the MS1 project?
MS2.
MS1, okay.
MS2.
So they were supposed to set, the meeting for Navajo Nation keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed. It was supposed to be on Monday. They pushed it back to the first week of January. I won't be able to go, but I did have our NEPA person, I did ask her to go from Southwest region, since that's Navajo region's meeting. And she has agreed to go because we're having fire come up to train our fire management officer on budget and stuff, so, and to make sure that I need to follow the process to get on the agenda next month, but we want to make sure we're fine-tune that fire plan before we present it to tribal council, so we will do that next month.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any more questions or comments from the council? I still haven't had time to set up a meeting, to sit down with you and talk a little bit more about like our extended boundary and then some other funding that might be coming about, social service, just a few more things. I just think would be good if we just sat down and talked a little bit more, okay? Other than that, I think we're okay. Thank you for the report.
Yes, sir. And like I said, if you need me to start doing bi-weekly updates on anything, let me know and I'll get that information for you.
Okay. John, getting a little bit nippy in here.
I know, thank you.
Could you get somebody?
I thought I didn't put this coat on, look at you.
I seen Peter coming in with his jacket on.
I've been sitting on my...
And zipped it up.
I don't know why you didn't put a hoodie on.
And I'm wearing thermals.
I know.
So, all right, at this time, we'll go on with the next agenda item, number 15, council updates and reports. Vice Chair, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go through this pretty quick in the event of time. So at the beginning of the month, I did attend CRUA for a historical bill signing to support our chairman and our water committee team. Very good acknowledgement in what the tribe's been doing for many years and finally coming to fruition with some of these asks and endeavors that we've been a part of. So I just wanted to reiterate on that, the hard work that the chairman and the team put forth. We know water is very important, so definitely a good move for the tribe, and thank you for all the advocation from the chairman and the water committee. So, you know, very historical signing there, and I'm glad that we were a part of it. As you Mountain View tribe just shows the work that the Mountain View tribe has done. So I just want to thank the water team. You know, you did an excellent job as well, advocating and doing what you do. So thank you as well, Chairman. The next one, on the 5th, I did attend the hold on, let's see. On the 1st, I did attend the end of term celebration for the Southern Ute Tribal Council members that did have their terms come to an end there. So it was good to see all the accomplishments that were there. Very important to support our sister tribes, to let them know that we stand by them in some of the things that they need support, and so vice versa, they could do that back for us. And we plead a bigger case to who we're trying to plead these cases to. So attending that end of term celebration, and just shows you that, you know, these seats aren't forever. They're a very limited time to sit in these seats, and, you know, you try and do the best that you can within the number of years that you have to try and make those movements in a positive way. So, again, I wish the tribal council members that were outgoing well in their endeavors that they have forthcoming. After that, I did go to the Hickory inauguration. Again, it's very important that we support sister tribes and closely related tribes, and tribes that we're doing business with, to let them know, hey, we're here to support, we're here to be a bigger voice together. So I went up and said some words on behalf of the tribe, and just really wanted to reiterate on that, and especially with the project that we got going on, which we'll be discussing in executive with the Hickory, and I think that was very important to show them that we support them as well, so that way we work together. One of the messages I said out there was to really capitalize on the relationships that we have as Native communities, as was stated by Secretary today about the suing of BIA, OJS. You know, maybe that's something that we need to do in confiding with some of these other tribes that are suing the OJS, BIA because of lack of fiduciary responsibility handed down to these tribes. You know, we had these conversations before, you know, it will take money, but, you know, I think if we really band together with these other tribes that are going through these unfortunate circumstances as well, we can really make an amplified voice out there in Indian country, and especially to the funding sources that have these responsibilities to the tribe, because we as tribes shouldn't be suffering because of the lack of funding that's there. The federal government has a responsibility, and unfortunately they're not meeting it, so maybe those are options that we have to exhaust out there as we move forward. But, you know, public safety is always going to be an issue for everybody. You want to make sure that you have adequate manpower there. You want to make sure that the regulatory side of it is being upheld. And we just want to make sure that everything is safe for our tribal membership out there. So tribal members, we're doing the best we can moving forward and identifying these issues. Well, we've identified them, but really being assertive on how we can overcome these issues, you know. Voices are always heard out there. It's just how we really kind of plead our case to these funding sources. And like I said, I think together we can plead a bigger case to everybody out there and be heard. Because, you know what, we as Indian country shouldn't be suffering on the lack thereof services that are provided here. We're natives, we're resilient, and we've got to keep that in mind as we go through these challenges and we move forward. So I want to thank the Tribal Council for all the words today, Chairman for the words today, and these departments that are at the forefront trying to make our community a better living environment for everybody, so that way we don't go through what we're going through in these unfortunate circumstances here. I did attend an IDEA conference on the 8th, me and the CFO, you know what, a lot of good information out there, and it really identified a lot of red flags that we have going on here in the tribe, and really identifying leadership skills that need to be taught and trained to our leadership here. And by our leadership, I don't mean just the tribal council, I mean division directors, executive directors, because there's a lot of processes that need to be updated and really held to the highest of regards, because you know what, it trickles from the top. And you know, I just seen that it was a very good conference and got a lot of good information. I did speak on some of the questions that they asked me to as a city council member, because you know, throughout Indian country we're sovereign nations and we're not all going to operate the same way. That's what makes us the ability to be these sovereign nations, is develop and adhere to these policies that we see fit here on the tribe to carry out, to make the operation better for everybody and make it a safe community for everybody. So I was talking with some of the instructors, I did trade information with them, and Falmouth could come out here and do these teachings, and Mr. Chairman and Tribal Council, this is really needed. I can't begin to emphasize on enough, and we've had these prior discussions about leadership skills and how, you know, everybody needs to be brought up to par on that level. And I think with these type of trainings can really showcase a lot and really turn us around on the way that we operate. You know, a lot of toxic environments that are here, the gossip that's going on, the nepotism, I see it, I hear it. So, you know, with these type of conferences and trainings, I think they would really be beneficial to a lot of our employees that are at the forefront or in these leadership positions, as far as directors, division directors, and potentially, you know, executive director and his administrative assistant when that comes into play there, because, you know what, things are always changing, leadership skills are always changing. How do we make the best of that? And I think with these trainings, definitely could turn around the operation that we have for the Amount Youth Tribe in a positive way. On the 12th, Chairman and I did attend the CCDIA meeting. A lot of presentations that were there that could definitely benefit the tribe, and a lot of some of the old initiatives that are there that are gaining good traction and turning the operations around in a positive way and making sure that there are positive outcomes for that. So definitely a lot of things that were talked about on the state level, and a lot of things that could definitely be changed, as we're heard the presentations here from some of the state departments and trying to work in a positive way to make things beneficial for everybody. You know, we're the original stewards of the lands here, and you know, it's only right that we really take care of the lands that were bestowed upon us, and with the help of some of these state agencies and these state departments, it could really come to fruition and everything could be beneficial as far as being stewards of the land. So CCIA was a good meeting. You know, look forward to seeing how we can resolve some of the issues moving forward and how we can address a lot of the issues that aren't being talked about. So definitely look forward to the next quarterly meetings that are coming up. Housing meeting will be held tomorrow, Thursday. We will be closed tomorrow for the services of the young man, And, I just want to thank all the tribal membership, the council, the staff, the state, all these entities that were very supportive of the tragic events that have happened here, and the loss of all our tribal members. Everybody's life matters out there. We've got to acknowledge a lot of the tribal members that, played their part as a community member, and, the passing of them to the home, passing on to home, and the relatives that have passed along. So, it was a very, very challenging past couple of weeks, but we continue to be strong for our membership and moving forward and really, getting things addressed the best way possible. So nothing like this happens again. And, I know we've been really counting down on BIA, OJS, but I really want to work together to see how we can make things better for the tribal community here and making our tribal members feel safe. And that's their right to feel safe here. And we've got a lot of work to do, so we will be setting up a law enforcement meeting, and everybody's going to be required to be there because I'm tired of these different departments, and especially the regulatory not being there. I see that in the housing updates with these BIA officers not really giving any type of updates to us and really holding these tenants accountable. So things are really going to start to change. You have a responsibility to ensure that our community is being safe and that all of these regulatories are being upheld on your end there. So BIA, I just want to put that out there. Just watch for your emails because we are going to set up something along to the social services, CPT, everybody that's involved with this law enforcement meeting. We're going to reconvene this so that way we come to a clear consensus on things that need to be changed and amended as we move forward to make everybody feel safe. We do have a scholarship meeting on Friday. So we've got a couple of applicants that are, well, I shouldn't say a couple, we've got quite a few applicants that have applied for scholarships, so we're going to review those on Friday and make the appropriate approvals that we need to in moving forward. The last time we had this, we had a number of tribal members that are really taking good advantage of the scholarship here and making themselves more educated and more prone to what's changing out there in this world and potentially bringing that back to the tribe. I think that's important as we talk about scholarships and really engaging on our tribal membership and descendants the best way possible so that way they're successful. We always say send our people out to get schooling so they can come back and incorporate that into our operation here, and we stand by that. So I just encourage everybody that's going through high school and really looking to further their higher education to apply for these scholarships, get more awareness on what type of scholarships are out there and how it could benefit you in your journey in life as you go through the education process there. We will still have the Christmas lighting contest for White Mesa and Toya. The judging will be this Friday, so that way during the Christmas dinner on Saturday, we can give the prizes to the community members who won the Christmas lighting contest. And community dinner is Saturday. Again, we wanted to show everybody that, it's normal to be scared. It's normal to be caught in all these feelings there. We have the counselors here that are really able to talk and address, what somebody is going through in the behavioral health aspect. And, that's what I really like about the state. When we go through things like this, they're really there at the forefront as well as our department. So I just want to encourage everybody to take advantage of that as we move forward with these circumstances that we're in. I really want to make a recommendation to the council. I mean, we're having our tribal community dinner on Saturday, and I think that's a prime time for these different departments, such as behavioral health, RRI, social services, to really engage in the services that they offer there, because this is a time that we're going through right now, a negative time, and we've got to make sure that the tribal membership know that there's avenues out there to address what they're going through. Not everybody goes through the same things in the same way. Everybody deals with these type of griefs, pains, anger, and in different ways, and I want to make sure that we have our departments there to be at the forefront to really help them get through that. So that's a recommendation, Mr. Chairman and Tribal Council, that we have that department out there on Saturday, those departments out there on Saturday to really engage in the community, because we do have a responsibility as a tribe, and these departments have a responsibility under the programs under their department too. Sometimes people don't want to go there because it's a weekend, but when you're in a leadership role, such as management, you have that ultimate responsibility to be there. So I want to exercise that to our service providers out there in our departments that, you got a responsibility to your tribal membership as well. We all do. So we all need to get through this together in a positive way. So I hope everybody enjoys the festivities that are going on. And hopefully it really lights some light through there in this time of darkness, because that's what we need. The more lights that we have, the more we get through this together in a good, positive way. So, tribal membership, may the Creator bless all of you and your families and what you're going through. If it's health hardship, if it's the loss of a loved one, if it's just life in general. Prayer always works. Prayer always makes you feel good, and we'll continue to pray for all our membership and everybody that's going through what they're going through. Just remember to support your family members out there. It's the holidays. Love one another. That was spoken about so many times today, is the healing process. And we need to really heal within ourselves, tribal members. That's why I always say these things the way I say these things, because I see it, taught by my grandmas and stuff, seeing how they were as community members. I try to bestow that in the teachings that I've been taught. We've got to respect one another. Out there, and that's how we'll get through all this together, is just respecting one another and talking things out, because we all need this love, and we all need this being together in this holiday time. So again, from my family to yours, I wish you a happy holidays, a happy new year if I don't see any of you until next year, and just be safe out there. And remember, please make responsible decisions while you're out there. We talked about the guns and the discharge of them on New Year's, so I just wanted to say that to the tribal membership. Be responsible on the decisions you make when these holiday times come around, because it could not only affect you, but it could affect others in a negative way too. So please, I ask you that respectfully. So again, with that, I wish everybody well. Check on your propane, check on your elders. Feed your doggies, keep your doggies warm too, because you know what? They're the ones that protect your houses when we live our everyday lives. They have feelings too. So I just want to put that out there to everybody, and just enjoy one another's company. And again, I just want to give my condolences to the family and what's going to be happening tomorrow as far as the funeral services. We're going to need each other to get through this. So, my heart is with you all. And with that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. Village Direct.
Thank you for that report, Vice Chairman. Good report, good long run. He's been busy, really busy, in getting things done on behalf of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and our membership. So with that, thank you. Treasurer, do you have a report for us?
Chairman, Treasurer walked by and said that he didn't have any report to let you know to go on without him.
Okay, thank you for that, Ron. Secretary, do you have a report?
Yes. Good evening, membership, community members, employees. Thank you for everything that you do, and my condolences to the family who lost their little one. So it's hard, it's emotional. The community's emotions are high, but we'll get through this. And as Tribal Council, we're doing what we can to make these people held accountable to the highest standard. So at the beginning of the month, I went with the rest of the council to Las Vegas to the water signing with Commissioner Tooten, and she really advocated for us, and not only just her, but our water department too, and Peter. So the signing was hysterical. We're going to get some. We pay a lot of money for our water, so we should be able to build our own reservoir. So that was kind of a big thing that came out of it. So you'll be hearing more about it here in the coming weeks. So it was really good. Got to see Southern Ute was there too, and it was just a really good deal. It was really good. And while I was down there, Treasurer Whiteman and myself, we went and visited with Voc Rehab at their KNR conference. Treasurer was asked to do a prayer, and as leadership, we were asked to go to the front and give a little speech. So it was good to talk in front of the Voc Rehab counselors from all across the nation, and Treasurer said a really good prayer, and they gave us some gifts, and it was just something out of the air. Said, hey, let's just go visit these guys over here since we're down here, and we showed up, and people were surprised that leadership showed up at their conference. So it was really good to be a part of that. I went to my Albuquerque Indian Health Board meeting, and what we do there is we do a lot of sponsorships for conferences, for awarenesses, and it's just really good, and I really hope that we can do something here with the Ute Mountain Tribe to bring any kind of awareness. And we could bring other tribes over here, and they can stay at our casino, and they could use our bingo hall, because it's big. And I really like to stress it out if we can do that with our departments, to sponsor something. Bring it up front of the Albuquerque Indian Health Board and say, hey, this is what, can we do this? Can you sponsor this? And it's like, we never say no to really anybody for any sponsorship. It was like, wow. So I was able to come back Saturday on the 14th for Zamais Lane's walk. Myself and Chairman were there. And thank you to the Royalty, Voc Rehab, RRI, Victim Support. Thank you for sponsoring that. And the community members that came out. Not just community members, we had people from off the reservation come. And it was good that they showed up for his walk. We had a candlelight walk, and it was just really good. Thank you, Ephraim and Arvin, for doing the prayers, for doing the blessing. It was just really good that the community came together, and it was just really good and positive. This Monday I went to Southern inauguration. Congratulations to James and Lindia for getting in. I worked with Lindia on the Albuquerque Indian Health Board. I haven't worked with James yet, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to work with them this next coming year. But it's just really good leadership that they got. They had really good leaders that left their seat, but these ones coming in, they're good too. And it was just really good, positive. Hanley Frost and Matthew Box, they did a really good prayer. Thank you to the drum group, Southern Yellow Jacket, or yeah, or Full Metal Jacket, right? Full Metal Jacket, yeah. Didn't know that. But yeah, it was just really good turnout. Thank you for the Tribal Council for letting myself and Councilman Lehigh to speak on behalf of the tribe. So thank you guys. So with that being said, I'll be at the Christmas dinner this Saturday. Please come out and join us. We're going to do some things, give out some prizes, and just make it really good and really positive. So this week's the last week of school until the Christmas break. So just be aware of the kids when they're walking out there, because it's getting darker, especially when they're getting off the bus. Just be aware. Be aware in the community. They're walking back home. We have a shortage on bus drivers, so we're hoping to get some more bus drivers in the school district, so we won't run into the situation of buses being late or us transporting the kids back up and back down. So it's a district issue. So with that being said, membership, as Vice Chair said, check your propane, check your pets. They do get cold too. Throw a blanket out there, and just be nice to one another. We're in this world together, so let's just live among each other and be nice. A long time ago, they didn't have houses. They lived in sheds, shacks, whatever they can find. They put it together, and that's how they lived. And they had one little stove that would try to heat up everyone. Everyone laid around it. So just be thankful for what we got. And I know it's a little bit, but there's some people, some tribes that don't get nothing at all. And we give what we can. And we're working to get more, to do these things. Like I heard, we're doing the helium. We're getting it. We got some investor right here. He says, I got you guys. I want to go. Let's go. Just give me the go. We give him the go. So we are working on behalf of the tribe. And as you heard us mention, New Mexico, put New Mexico in there. My dream is to build a community in New Mexico, because we do pay taxes there. We have that land there in Decker and Barker and Salt Canyon. All that land right there, we should do something with it. We put a community there. If Navajo Nation and all these little towns can get support from the state and all that, we should be able to. I used to drive from here back down to Fort Hood, Texas. It was a 16-hour drive. And along that way, going from Albuquerque to, I forgot what that place is called, Fort Summer, there's a little town and its population, it's called Post, and they got the sign that says Population 1. And I'm pretty sure they get a lot of funding, even though they claim that. And it's on the map. That's how I never got lost. Like, okay, past Post, I'm not lost. So if they can get funding, we can definitely get funding. So thank you membership, thank you community members for listening, thank you employees for working for us, thank you to all the enterprises that are here. Oh, and I also attended a WDC meeting, myself and Councilman Knight. So there are good things going on with the enterprises, the casino, it's working. They're trying some new things out, actually some things that we should have been doing a long time ago. So their whole thing is revenue, and give back to their tribe. So stick with us, work with us on that. It's there, and the truck drivers, they are coming, they are paying, and they have a plan. Like you heard it, it was like wow, it's actually working. It's coming along. So just bear with us. It's an enterprise, and we have good people who are leading us right now in the business era. So as I stopped off with employees, thank you for what you're doing. Community members, come out to the funeral tomorrow. There's gonna be a lot of people. We got people from the state coming down. It just brought awareness to the whole tribe, and we have people who want to help us out, and just be nice to each other. People are going through hardship. We lost some tribe members of natural causes, and it's just too much loss. It hit me really hard, and hearing how we're gonna lose Peter and Kea too, it's like I hate losing people. I hate saying goodbyes. I always like to see the same people every day, like and say hello and be nice, and like, oh, you always expect them to be there, but now they're not there. So it's sad. We should be happy during this time. So and also we'll still be doing the Grinch go around and hot chocolate over here at the community center. So that'll be the 21st, about 5 o'clock, with myself and community members. We'll put that together. Carlos Stowe, George Wells, we're going to sponsor that. And just something, even though with everything, something got shut down, I don't know, we got to keep the light on somehow, some way. So chairman, council, community members, employees, everybody out there, thank you. Thank you for what you do for the tribe. Just believe in us, we are doing the best we can on behalf of the people. So chairman, council, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Good report. A lot of things that you're working on too. With that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilman Knight. Do you have a report? Go ahead.
Well, good evening, tribal community, employees, members. First of all, I just want to ask Creator to help us heal through this tough time with all of our lost loved ones throughout the past weeks. So just have him, remember always pray if you need that guidance. Creator's listening. So with that, I met with Benny Shindo on December 2nd. He is a representative from Colorado State University. I met with him, his staff, and Sherelle Lang. We were talking about how we can help our tribal membership getting to colleges like CSU. How can we help CSU recruit more students to go up there? So it was a good, quick little education meeting. They do have resources. They do want more tribal membership to attend their school. So it was a good meeting on behalf of education. I didn't get to go to Vegas, but I did get to go to Santa Fe. We were invited along with 7 other tribes from the Nature Conservancy regarding Dawson Elk Valley Ranch. And it's a step toward taking our land back along with the other tribes. Nothing like this has happened. They said it would be a first-time thing. It's very unique, forming this tribal coalition of tribes to take some land back that we once roamed. I do need to get with council to see when we can go and visit the Elk Ranch. It's located just a little bit north of Santa Fe, close to the Colorado border. There's so many opportunities we can use with that ranch, whether it's hunting, grazing, there's so many opportunities. So that was a really good meeting. And we were talking about it. It was very spiritual in a sense, because they said we're here at this moment, we're here for a reason, and that was a good meeting. So I thank Chairman on letting me go to that meeting. I wish I would have been at CRUA, but thank you all, the staff, the water department, Peter, council for all that hard work with CRUA and ALP. I did attend WDC board meeting yesterday. It was a good, informative meeting, my first WDC meeting. The enterprises, they are going in a direction that tribal members don't see, but it's good to always get updates from them. And with that, I have gaming coming up. Like Vice Chairman said, we do have a scholarship meeting coming up on the 20th. And with that, I know it's going to be tough this Christmas, but I wish you all a happy holidays with your families and your kids, since it is a break for the kids. So with that, Tukwaya.
Thank you. Thank you for your report, Councilman Knight. Councilman Lehigh, do you have a report?
Yes. I'm going to kind of go back from, we'll start with December 2nd. I went to Grand Staircase meeting and Flagstaff and met there and talked about how they wanted to still, they wanted to kind of piggyback on a lot of the Bears concept of the monument and the RMP, but they're still lacking to really get their commission in place. So they were asking that I attend the next meeting. Mainly they were just trying to get the coalition together, the tribes getting support letters to support it. So I asked if we could get a support letter from us to support them, which I got from Nikki, and so I thought that was good and gave it to the representative for the Grand Staircase chairperson that's chairing it. And she was saying that it was good to see me there and help support and just kind of see what was going on. And I was glad I got there because there was a lot that needed to be really talked about, and site visits that they wanted to do, and get more engaged with them and help support everything that they're doing there. So I thought that was a good meeting there. I kind of made it on the last day, but within that time frame, just being there, understanding where they were at and what direction they needed to go, and supporting them and helping to brainstorm a lot of the things they talked about was good. And then on the 6th, I went to a meeting with the Brunot meeting, and talked a little bit about this farm and ranch hunt that they were trying to do, and just kind of brainstorming and how they should do it and who should be all involved in the process that needs to be put in place to get that done, and then the amendments that need to be put in place. So those were some of the topics that they talked about at the Brunot meeting. And then we had another one again, and that was to set the tone for the WDC board to get involved and get the okay from them, because they oversee the farm and ranch. And so I think that's been done. I really haven't heard, but they were talking about doing a tribal hunt on the 14th or the 16th to the 30th. And I don't know if that got approved. I just haven't heard really nothing yet, but I just seen an email today that looked like it's been approved. So I think the hunt's going to happen. It's going to be some tribal members and departments and our veterans to hunt. So those will be kind of the set of the hunt. I think there's like they said 24 cows and maybe 4 bulls that need to be taken out. So I thought that was good, but just knowing that they need support, I thought that was good. So just that thought. On the 7th, I went to another meeting with the Southern Utes when they were over there at a meeting there, and I thought that was good too. I kind of went in the last day too, just kind of rushing here and there from meeting to meeting, and just listening to what they have to do and talk, and more meeting and collaborating with us in Ute Mountain and the Northern Utes, and so that was good. And really appreciate when we get involved in a lot of the tribal issues or whatever needs to be done for the 3 Ute tribes to really collaborate in a lot of different areas, and I thought that was good. On the 8th, I headed to Washington DC and was there for the Tribal Nations Summit, but wasn't able to get in there, and but still met with Deb Hollins and on the Bears Ears and Grand Staircase and Lands in Between, and then the Lands of Ancients, just reporting and asking for support from the President and Vice President to help support our engagements in these monuments, and also the Dolores Monument. So those were some of the topics and things we talked about, and really engaging and talking and understanding at their level, at the force and BLM level, and really trying to get this management plan in place so that it can't be changed, and talks a lot about the acts too, so that we all understand where we're going in what direction, but really try to collaborate with the new transition that's going to happen with the new president that's coming into place, and his staff that are going to be working with us. So really trying to get into a better position so that we are on the same level of working at that with the president's new staff that's going to be coming in. So those were some of the topics and things we talked about. On the 10th, had our, that was the same Bears Ears talk in DC, and then on the 16th, had a Zoom meeting with Grand Staircase again, just prepping up again for another meeting, where we're going to have it, who's going to host the meeting and things, and trying to get a center place where we could all meet instead of traveling long distance, for the tribes to engage more and getting the management plan in place and stuff like that. So those were some of the meetings I attended. Then on the 12th and 13th, I went to my tribal leaders meeting in Windover, and I thought that was good because a lot of the issues that we have there, and asking for to really have a one-on-one with the tribal, the congressmen and the senators of the state of Utah, where we'll have time to meet with them during the summit this year. And we're trying to prep up for our meetings for 2025 dates set, and approving of those meetings for 2025. So just really engaging in a lot of things that needs to be intact for 2025 and prepping up for that. And then on the 16th, as Councilman Jacket said, we went to the Southern Ute inaugurations, and it was good to be there and see the other tribes, the sister tribes that were there, supporting them, and the outgoing and the incoming Mike Ogley and Linda Baker. So it was good to be there and be a part of that inauguration, and just being there and seeing the people and talking Ute and having a good conversation with some of the elders after the meetings, inauguration. And so it was good to be there. go back to November 27th on Grand Staircase meeting again. Just Zoom meeting, and getting ready for DC and getting our resolution support letter for the new president's administration, asking for support through resolutions on all the monuments again. And then on the 30th, had my UDB board meeting on issues, still dealing with our Bluff Elementary School that we bought, and if we're going to see if we're going to go into litigation or still work with hand in hand with the city of Bluff. Just ongoing talking with different attorneys, just trying to get everything in order so that we can keep moving forward, and asking for other individuals like Gavin Noyes to come and help consult in some of these issues that we're having. So that will be my report, and just want to say thank the tribal membership and opportunity to be out there to do these things and with regarding of our tribal membership, and be safe. Just put on propane up when it gathers. Make sure there's propane in there, so that way but you take care of them too. Move on peace. And just want to say that. Thank you, Toya, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Councilman Lehigh, for your report. Good report. You've been on travel a lot. Sometimes it takes away from family, takes away from what we have on day-to-day, trying to catch the plane and get to these meetings. So appreciate all the council and what they're doing and where they're working, and the different committees that they're going to on behalf of the Mount Ute tribe. My report, on the 1st of December, I did also meet with Benny Shendo as a representative for Colorado State University, talked to him about some opportunities and how we can work together. Then after that, on Monday, I left for Krua. We were supposed to meet with the Tekeria tribe that week too, on our water lease that'll be happening possibly for the future. We've been talking about that, as some of the council members mentioned. They came down there to Las Vegas at the Krua conference. We had our 10 tribes meeting down there. I just caught the tail end of that. Some of our resource committee went to the 10 tribes. While I addressed the UCRC, I was one of the speakers there at the UCRC, and then we had a luncheon with the WTI, and council members were there and tribes, but they also mentioned we need to come together to meet with the new incoming president, President Trump, and sit down and see where we're heading on not only water, but other initiatives that will be happening in Indian country. So I think that was good. And then in the afternoon on Wednesday, we had the signing ceremony. It was one of a kind. We were the only tribe from the upper basin that was there. Thank the Water Resource Committee for that, our tribal council for supporting them with the resolution, and the other tribes that supported us. There was 4 tribes from the lower basin, White Mountain Apache, San Carlos, the Cochan tribe, and then the Colorado River Indian tribe. They all had their tribal leaders, the governors, the president, and the chairwoman from Colorado River Indian tribe. So they all signed the ceremony too, unique to their tribe. Ours was on the forbearance and first use for anima saplata, where it helps us out for long term. So really looking at how we can get compensated and not being penalized for O&M cost. So that was really good that we had done that historically. I did ask council to come down and support us as a whole, as the Mount Ute tribe. We did meet with Hickory on that Thursday. We had a luncheon with them and talked to them a little bit more. And then we also talked with Camille Tooten. We had some time with the Upper Basin tribes to talk to her and encouraged her. She's not going to be making it into the next year. As soon as this administration leaves, she'll be leaving too. She's a part of it, but she's been really instrumental in helping us with some water projects. As Secretary mentioned, we're going to try to build a reservoir at the end of the canal on Farming Ranch. It's 1,000 acre-feet of water. It'll really help out on drought time. As you see right now, we have no snow outside and very little up in the mountains, so that's going to impact us down the road. Thank the Vice Chairman for his prayer this morning on asking for more snow, moisture to really help us out in the upcoming year, in this year, after the new calendar year starts for this winter. I also sat on a panel on Friday. President Boo Nygren was on it, Governor Lewis from Gila River and myself, and we had some questions on what the future, the opportunities, and the obstacles we had in water for the Colorado River Basin. So as I said on that panel, I try to be pretty direct, pretty upfront on what we're facing and where we're heading. And my final comment in that was to let everybody know that when we're going to work together, change is inevitable. It's going to come, whether we like it or not. We can't always stay status quo. We've got to be able to look at change and move in a good time. So my quote that I left that conference was with, change comes at the speed of trust. We have to trust one another. We have to be able to say how we're going to work together, partnerships, whatever the case may be. Water's key into the future. So I borrowed this quote from a guy that spoke about how we move forward. Change is coming. It's always going to be change. But we have to move at the speed of trust. So that was a quote I left. And I also brought it to the attention of our own council. I was supposed to leave for Washington, D.C. that Sunday. I was pretty tired from that whole week, so Councilman Lehigh ended up taking our place over there and represented us over at the White House, although he didn't make it in to meet with the President and Vice President. He was there and met with the Secretary of Interior, and that pertained to the Bears Ears and what the initiative is and where we're heading with that. When President Trump got in the last time, he reduced Bears Ears by 80%. And then when President Biden came in, we put it back in through the Antiquities Act and restored it to what it was, and I think a little bit more. So we're kind of anticipating how we're going to move forward in this upcoming new president-elect that'll be coming in January. I also went over to Alamosa, pretty similar to what Councilman Knight did over in Santa Fe. There's a ranch over in the sand dunes by Alamosa called the Zapata Ranch. It's about 30,000 acres, and they utilize the BLM and other forestry there. But the ranch itself is about 30,000 acres, and it has about 1,700 head of buffalo. And it's the only biggest herd in the whole country. And working with the Intertribal Buffalo Council, they've been supportive of it. But their term is ending now with the Nature Conservancy, and their contract is ending. So they also are reaching out to the Ute people, because these are Aboriginal lands of the Ute people. So we want to look at how we're going to move forward, if they're going to ask us to take over the management plan with other tribes to manage them, and also cull them off, because a big herd like that, you can't keep it at that same number, and cost of it and managing it throughout the whole year, working with the National Forest, National Monument area and the sand dunes, so working with them on that, but also trying to create something that would benefit us. They also mentioned maybe we could put some of this land into trust for tribes. Then we had more of a management type of regulatory process, just like we do with Bears Ears. So that was that meeting. It was a pretty good meeting. Came back on Friday. I had 3 meetings at one time. I was on 2 of them. I was on Utah Tribal Leaders, although Councilman Lehigh was chairing the meeting. I was also as a representative for CCIA. Vice Chairman and I are both sitting on there as the representatives on the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs. Good meeting, brought up a lot of subjects and how we wanted to move forward. I had a little bit of a concern though. Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs doesn't really have a lot of teeth to it to move legislation, and that's one of the issues I'd like to talk to council about in executive session. Also, I am part of the COLT organization, the Committee on Large Land-Based Tribes. So I didn't get to attend the meeting this week. elected officers. A new chairman will come in to run the committee for Colt, and they had a vice chairman too that's on that committee. So they're meeting today, this week, on the initiatives, and one of them is also to meet with President Trump. So they want to see what the outlook is for fossil fuels and where they're heading. I also want to just say, tomorrow we're closed for the funeral. We end up closing the tribe down in support of the family and what our community is facing. We've had an outpour from 3 states, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, on what happened to our community here, the loss of a child. Also, the departments and even different tribes have reached out to us. So we want to be able to recognize this. Thank you, legal counsel, general counsel, for bringing resolutions that help support our tribe. Thank you, council, for the meeting that we had today and passing some of the action items that we need to address. Thank you for all the work you do. Just want to say to the membership, we'll be closed next week at Tuesday at noon, Christmas Eve. Then we'll be closed for the rest of the week all the way till Sunday. Open back up on December 30th, and we'll be closed on December 31st and January 1st for New Year's. As council members mentioned, please check your propanes. We want to be able to give the propane driver time with his family to celebrate Christmas too. Too often, sometimes we don't check our propane tanks and we end up calling the emergency number and saying, "Where's the propane driver? I need propane, I ran out." We end up putting these little temporary bottles there, but we only have so many of them. Please check your propane tanks. Please check them for our elders, check them for your family. So it's getting a little bit cold out there. When I was over in Alamosa, it was 5 degrees over there. Very, very cold. And really want to be able to take care of our animals, our pets, and take care of them too. We will be having our Christmas dinner this coming Saturday down at the casino. We'll try to do what we can there. Next week on Monday, we'd like to try to give out some jackets to our elders, 70 years and older. We already recognize who they are. This is both for on and off the reservation. And we also got some throw-down blankets to give to every elder 55 and up. So we'll have enough of those to give out. I was just thinking that way, council support to go ahead and move that way. We did ask for donations from enterprises and some of the businesses that we work with, and giving back to our community, our elders especially. Next week is Christmas and Christmas Day. Please be thankful for what we have, our homes, the food on our table, our families, our relatives. Put prayers out, thanking Creator for everything that He's given us and where we're heading into the future. Thank Peter and Kaya for their work that they've done and moving toward a brighter and better future. I think this will be good for all of us. So to all of our employees, from the tribal council and our membership, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all of you if we don't get to see you guys. I know that we still have a week or two left of this month, and we just want to say that to each and everyone. Continue to support one another, take care of one another, trust one another, love one another in that way. So I say that as chairman and on behalf of the council and our membership, our community members and employees. So to which the way no on that I'm kakin after the way to puat I'm with always mostly can mapiment it's puro to that, but check your propane tanks puat ak puat was all about kanina tam. So urum so make me na misuis kamo ti guno tum ti smai which to wood power it's brought which monok the patas. So urum so make me. So with that, the which the way no on that I'm kakin. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to Muni off and off the reservation, younger to the oldest. To Wichita. Thank you. This concludes our council meeting for now. We're going to go into an executive session. We do have some agenda items that we're going to talk about as council, but at this time, this concludes our council meeting.